We're going live. Sorry.
You can just have a seat. Yes, yes. Good day. Likewise.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have joined the Virtual Engagement Studio, sponsored by Adobe Connect. Master the art of professional virtual production. We're streaming live from San Diego. Everyone, give it up. You are now live on the interweb. All right. Hey, I'm your host, John Chen. I'll be here with you in this amazing Adobe Connect theater. We're broadcasting live from ATD, the Association of Talent Development, here in San Diego. Joining me is my co-host, the one and only Alistair Lee.
Thank you so much, Sean. Hey, everybody. It's great to be here live in San Diego.
And who's sitting next to you? Just like some random guy?
It is some random guy, but we've invited him to speak anyway. He's got some great thoughts on virtual engagement and presenting how it compares to face-to-face. This is David Smith from DS Virtually, and he's going to join us in about 30 minutes. Or 1 hour. No, 30 minutes, I believe.
Yep, 30 minutes.
We've got him on the agenda this morning anyway to talk about virtual engagement.
Super important. Okay, well, good. Let's take a look. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our agenda here. And let's see, we have 15 people already joining us virtually from around the world. We're going to take you on a quick tour of today's agenda and let you know what is going on. Oh, that's right. Let's see. Hold on. I got to set my clock correctly here. Great. We are currently 9:32. We're going to take about 30 minutes here, and we're going to just kind of orient you to what's going on. I'm also going to do a short presentation and show you what's happening and what can be possible in this studio. Right after that, 10 o'clock, virtual can be more engaging than face-to-face training. David Smith, now give your 3-sentence summary of what they're going to get when they hang out with you at 10 o'clock.
Great. Thanks, John. So delighted to be with you. Virtual can be more engaging than face-to-face training. It might be a bit of a bold claim. I mean, I guess if you look around the planet, we're still doing a large proportion of our training as being in person. But I'm going to share a number of different ways that we can actually look at how we create virtual to be more engaging. There's tools and technologies that we can actually bring into these sessions that, you know, we're starting to see people bring them into the face-to-face training sessions. But, you know, there's the convenience of virtual, there's being able to actually do it without actually having everyone travel. So looking forward to kind of provoking some different thinking.
Excellent. Again, that's David Smith at 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. At 11, Cindy Huggett, CPT, is in the house. She is in the building. She's going to involve your virtual learnings with 3 types of collaboration. Not 1, not 2, but 3. So that will be at 11 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, our one and only Alistair Lee is going to give you an Adobe Connect tour, showing you some of the cool features, especially the ones that are specific and can only happen on Adobe Connect. Alistair, do you want to give any preview to that?
We're going to take a look at how Adobe Connect is maybe a little different than some of the platforms you may have seen in the past. We'll look at persistent rooms. We'll look at some power features as well, like a virtual backstage area and a way to collaborate with your other hosts and producers.
Excellent. And then we'll be coming up using generative AI in the virtual classroom. Continue on, Alistair. AI, you know, everybody's talking about it.
Absolutely. But John, first you're going to give everybody a tour of this extremely impressive studio. We've got green screens, we've got mixing boards, we've got more cameras than I can count. And so John's going to take us on a little tour of how it all works and how we put everything together to create this environment.
I couldn't have said it better. Yeah, we're going to give you some behind-the-scenes view as well as let you ask some questions. We're actually going to pull some people here from the expo, and they're going to sit in my seat and push some of these buttons so they can figure out how to do this in their own studio. Now back to you on generative AI.
Generative AI is really popular right now, so we want to talk about it. I want to know from you how you're using generative AI for your virtual classrooms, or if you've started using it yet. And we'll look at some examples of how you could use it to develop your virtual classroom programs, but also to create content for your virtual rooms. Images, music, lots of different content can be created these days from AI. So we'll take a look at some options for doing that, and we'll talk with you about what you may be doing already today.
Now, this program is all about you, right? And you people, the Expo audience. Yeah, you too. Hi, what's going on? Yes, we have a whole Expo audience. We're taking questions all day long. And from 2 to 2:30, Alistair and I will go do an entire Ask an Expert. You can ask any question, too, about engagement or other pieces, things like that. Feel free to ask any question that you like, and we'll take them here. You know, engagement is high on the list. Hybrid is high on the list, right? All these other types of things, you know, how can we look, you know, what is happening inside of the future, whatever you want to ask, right? What mic we're using, that's fine. And then finally at 2:30, the live stream will end most likely at 2:30 because we're going to start rocking. There will be a happy hour reception here at the Expo, and we're going to start playing some seriously copyrighted music and doing some karaoke in here. If we any karaoke singers in the house here in the Expo, please let us know. We'll put you on stage. Literally, we can put you on any stage that you can give me and have you sing there. So that's what happens. We will end broadcast today at 3 o'clock. So that's what's happening today. So with that, Alistair, do you have any other comments before? I'm just going to do like a short 15-minute presentation on engagement. Anything to that I would love your observations. You saw yesterday the 8+ hour setup process.
Yeah.
Plus you have insight to all the planning. Talk about what do you think it really takes to like make a setup like this, and of course, what's the payoff?
The payoff is high production value, right? So the idea behind this is not that you need this setup to succeed. You don't need 8 hours of setup. You don't need 10 different cameras pointed in different directions. But what this may do is inspire you to add maybe a better camera to your setup instead of using your laptop camera. It may inspire you to look at the microphones you're using. It may inspire you to think differently about how you present virtually instead of maybe just screen sharing your PowerPoint slides for an hour. So there's lots that you can do, and hopefully over the next 2.5 days, you'll see that from our presenters, and you'll see that from John and his incredible setup here in the virtual engagement studio.
Awesome. So Alistair, see if you can get somebody too from the audience the next 15 minutes who may have a question, because I want to engage them during my presentation.
Absolutely.
All right. And then, of course, David coming up here in about 22 minutes. So make sure and stay tuned. Now, meanwhile, let's start this part here. And I just want to take a minute to, let's see, introduce myself. And so again, my name is John Chen. I am the author of a book called Engaging Virtual Meetings. Now, how did I get here? Well, there are some key parts here. I started doing this. So for anybody who's on virtual, if you know what geocaching is, take a moment to write out the part, what is geocaching? Let's see, now does David know what geocaching is?
Geocaching. I kind of think I do.
That's fine.
You know, you've got to remember, John, we've got this US English terms phrase. They're not quite interchangeable.
That's right. So geocaching is a high-tech treasure hunt. And basically, I turned it into a team and leadership training event. So I traveled around the world, did 140 events around the world. And it was a great face-to-face event that people loved, as well as they got something valuable out of it. Then, of course, this little thing happened, right? And it kind of screwed up the world a little bit. And let me just show you what it meant to me. So to me, it was this. This is what my March of 2020 looked like. That's right. 15 canceled programs. Many of you face-to-face trainers know exactly what this was like. Now, one of my strategies when faced with uncertainty is to look at the past. So in this case, this is my past. Now let's see. David knows this one. David, now do you know? Remember anything about this? And you could say no. This could have been a U.S. phenomenon.
Prodigy, as in the band.
Prodigy as the online service prior to America Online.
I believe this was US only. We did not have this in Canada either. This is very US centric.
For anyone who don't know, this is Prodigy, right? It was the first online meeting space that was graphical. And the whole key here is that it was at a time when modems used to make noise. And so this was 35 years ago. And so one of the key pieces here is that it means that I've been meeting online for a long time. So what I did with this too is I wrote this book, 50 Digital Team Building Games. And let me just remind people about why conferences are so valuable. It was, 2010 that I spoke here at ATD on a team building session built on Twitter. And a guy from a publishing company says, hey, that was a pretty good talk. Would you like to write a book? And this was my first book. So I wrote this in 2011. So for decades, I've been trying to tell people we could do this, right? You could meet online, do meaningful work, save the travel and expenses, and have dinner with their family friends at the end of the day. But prior to March of 2020, people said, nah, that's a great idea, John, but nah, here's a bunch of money. You need to fly to Orlando. So anyway, so I've been trying to do this for a long time, and I'm sitting in my office with nothing to do. Like, I don't make vaccines, but I do know how to make your virtual meeting better. So what I did was I put a class on Eventbrite, and I gave it away for free. I was just like, my intuition said, what if I just give this away for free just to help the world at a time when there's so much need? And so this is what happened. 5,000 people took the class in 2020. And then my publisher came back and they said, hey, John, do you want to write your second book? And I'm like, sure, let's do that. So what we did with that is that, wait, I have to do this one. This is a part where my publisher played the cruelest joke on me, I think, imaginable. And they said, hey, John, we don't know how long this coronavirus thing's going to last. Could you rush the book? And I said, sure. Spoiler alert, right? One of my relatives got coronavirus last week, and I wrote this book in 9 weeks. So for the aspiring authors out there who, saying, I don't have the time, I think you can make 9 weeks. You at least know one person who's done it. So anyways, I wrote this book in 9 weeks. It came out on October 2020, hit the #1 Amazon hot new release. And now I spend the majority of my time designing, producing, speaking at, and emceeing virtual meetings. Here's some fun people I got a chance to work with. Jay Badasinga from The Walking Dead. Patrick Lencioni. I think Lencioni's in the house probably somewhere here. 5 Dysfunctions of a Team. Okay, who could name this one? Shout it out in the audience if you know who this is.
Shark Tank.
Shark Tank, that's right. That's our good friend, Damon John. And of course, anyone name this person?
Is that Liz Gilbert?
That's Elizabeth Gilbert. That's right. She was at a Training Magazine conference. She is the author of Eat, Pray, Love, and sold 16 million books. So what was great about this is that, and here's a great story here too. Elizabeth Gilbert to date too has given what I call the best virtual keynote in the last 3 years. And she did it using none of this technology we're using right now. So all she had was a great camera. We actually improved her mic. She had lighting and a background, and she captivated an audience. 38 minutes into her keynote, somebody came back and said, I feel like I'm having a one-on-one with Elizabeth Gilbert in an Italian cafe. And then I look over to the participants list. 650 people were logged on. And so this is the other great pieces about engaging virtual meetings. While this technology is one way to make engagement, we're humans and we're designed to engage. And so, all right, you can use just the human aspects of this to come in and engage. Speaking of what engage, now let's see, Alistair, do we have somebody who has a question or a comment? Like, how do you engage a virtual audience?
We've got a lot of people that are staying away from our immediate area, but very interested in everything that you're saying. Does anybody have a question for John? Is anybody interested in how to engage? Any questions?
Does anyone have any problems on virtual, or are all your virtuals just amazingly perfect?
What is your biggest problem with virtual? Maybe, or biggest challenge? No, I shouldn't phrase it as a problem, but what is your biggest challenge with virtual? Anybody? Well, John, I think it's engaging people, right? You have it right in the name of your business, of your website, of your signature in your book. How do you engage? We tend to know how to do this inherently when we're in person, but when you get online, it's a lot harder to read digital body language than it is to read physical body language.
And I will just give this part, Alistair. Engagement is not a virtual problem.
Yeah.
It's a training problem,
yeah.
Right? And that's okay. You in the audience, I'm going to talk to you for just a second, but you don't have to do anything. Is that you just walk up and you're like, I don't know if I want to be in this thing. So, everyone starts there. And whether it's in person or virtual, that's okay. And one of the other things we'll talk about in a session tomorrow is around psychological safety. So, Alistair, what do you know about psychological safety?
I know very little about psychological safety, but I know I like to feel safe and comfortable in my digital and physical environments.
And so that's one of the pieces there is we want to make people feel comfortable so that they may feel safe to interact and ask questions and things like that. So let me check on my virtual here too. Let me bring the chat back. Oh my gosh, by the way, the one and only, here he is, right? Oh my gosh, Bob Pike is literally outside my window. Hey, wait, drive over there next to Alistair and say hi. Let's say hi to, this is Bob Pike, training legend.
Hey, Bob.
Hi. There we are.
Oh, hold on. Let me bring up your mic. Go ahead and say hello.
Hello, John.
There we go. Hi, Bob. How you doing today?
I am on the right side of the grass.
There you are. And wait, I hear you have a new book out. Can you tell us about it?
It's being released tomorrow. It's called Smart Blended Learning, using AI and a single app to revolutionize corporate training.
And Bob, we're talking about engagement. So from your perspective,
I'm already married, so I'm not available.
I've been engaged.
From your perspective over, right, decades of amazing training, what is like one or the two your personal secrets to engage an audience?
The biggest thing I'd say is get them talking to each other. And I think that especially virtually, where it made a big difference was when we started having breakout rooms. But I still think that there are a lot of presenters that are afraid to use breakout rooms, or they use them the wrong way. I mean, so for example, you and I know that when we're going to do a breakout room, we're probably not going to have more than 3 people in a breakout, because you want everybody to have talk time, and even though they can see each other, there's this thing that when you're on TV, I'm not sure when it's my turn to talk.
Yes.
And so I think that if people just spent some time learning the best way to use a breakout room, they would enormously increase the impact. I think the other thing is they also think that once I get over a certain size attendance, that I can't use a breakout room. And frankly, I think that if the platform you're using allows you to have 50 breakout rooms, then use 50 breakout rooms. Because it's better to have it be 50 to 60% effective than to say, oh, I guess we're just going to have to lecture because we're too big to use a breakout room.
Yeah, exactly, Bob. Anita said we struggle with instructors asking a question and participants responding in chat. We use breakouts and they talk freely in the room.
Yeah.
So she's just supporting your breakout theory too.
Well, and the other thing is, chat's good, but you have so many things pouring out of the chat that even if you've got a producer, it's hard for them to spot everything. Because, I mean, even if you look at your screen right now, I'm seeing about 6 or 7 comments. Well, if you've got 600 people online and you've got 50 comments, the first 40 are gone before anybody even has a chance to see them, unless somebody's deliberately strolling back down the chat. So, but I'll tell you, if anybody is the master of engagement virtually, it's you.
Thank you so much, Bob.
No, I mean that's just the truth. And the thing that I found so amazing, and I'm only saying this because I'm upset that I didn't do it first, was when COVID hit. I have never seen somebody put out a great book as fast as you did with engaging virtual meetings. It's like, you don't get a major publisher to publish a book, in like 3, 4, 5 months. It's like maybe in 18 months, maybe in 2 years. And, for you to get that out, and, it's like, I'm sure you remember the book by Rees and Trout called Positioning.
Yes.
The battle for your audience's mind.
Yes.
And so you're either on somebody else's ladder. So like if I create a new car, I'm on the car ladder. But there was really no virtual meetings ladder.
Yes.
And I think that you positioned yourself right at the top of that ladder when you created that book.
Oh, thank you, Bob. My publisher too, I'm going to give a shout out to Richard Narramore. He just moved to Stanford Press, but he's a very senior publisher, right? I think he worked on Scannell's book. Right. And so he's well known.
Well, then he's also a very old publisher.
And what he did is he personally worked on the book to do some of the editing because if we got the regular editors, it would have pushed it another 2 months. And he goes, I'm just going to step in and do it myself. And it was really great to work with him personally. But that's one of the other ways behind the scenes that we got the book out so fast.
Mhm.
So thank you.
Yep. Oh, you're welcome. And I think this is just genius. What a better way to demonstrate what Adobe can do than to demonstrate it rather than having a static booth where you say, well, we could sign you up for a demo.
How about I put you in the demo, Bob? We actually bring people inside of the booth.
There you go.
Right. Those are the people we got to get them from, like, oh my gosh, I can't get in the booth, going, no, you're going to come sit down. Let's see. We have somebody in the audience who wants to come sit in this booth. Let's see if you can, Alistair, if you can find somebody. I just want to prove that we can actually get somebody else inside this booth.
Oh, right here, Sarah.
Oh,
You know,
Sarah, no, have a seat. Seriously, have a seat.
hi, how are you?
Good. Okay, and here's your microphone.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Okay, let's see. Camera's right there. And then, so Sarah, who do you work for, if you don't mind me asking?
I run a consulting company called Learning Ninjas.
Okay, cool. And again, you can talk with me up here on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
And now here's the other part. I just want to see if we can do this correctly. Let's see. Okay, now stand up, come over here, stand on the little X. And there you go. Hey, let's check
Can you
out.
put me in the ocean?
Yes, I can. Let's see. How am I going to think about which background I have to put you in? Oh, wait. Hold on. We actually have this. So wait there. Go ahead and say something about engagement while I set you up in the ocean.
Something about engagement.
Yes.
What kind of engagement?
Any
Online
kind of engagement.
Well, there was an engagement that I wanted, but I'm not getting it yet. As you can tell.
Okay,
That
watch
can be
this.
funny. Okay.
Okay, now
We have
have a
the
seat.
ocean now.
Yeah, now have a seat right here.
Have a seat.
Yeah, just have a seat.
Why am I moving all these different stations?
And there you go.
Hey.
We put you in the ocean.
I don't know, but the weather's better there than it is here right now.
I know it was rainy today. Did you get sprinkled on yesterday?
I got it last night.
Oh my gosh. All right, you're ready. Okay, good. So what questions do you have about engagement? Do you have anything?
I don't have any questions about engagement. I've been using Connect for years.
Oh, you have. What
Yeah.
feature about Connect do you love?
I can't say that there's anything in particular, but I've just used it for a really long time. You know what? I do have one. From a facilitator's perspective, I like the pods.
Oh,
The pods, like how you
yeah,
can maneuver
yeah.
the pods around.
Adobe Connect is one of the only platforms where you can control the view for everybody. And by the way, this is called the Chat Plus pod right now. Everybody who's chatting is chatting in a different color automatically.
You know what? I would like to know about your accessibility features.
Oh, Alistair, let's hit the, so watch this. Let me see if I can get accessibility features. Hold on. Got to see my buttons here. Okay, there we go. Okay, Alistair, she's asking about accessibility features. What can you say?
Absolutely. So, the biggest news we've got is with the next release coming out in June. So literally within the next couple of weeks, we're adding automated captioning. So today we've got a fantastic captioning system. It lets you pick your color, your size of the captions. But today it's not automated. In a few weeks, all of that will be automated. We combine that with the fact that with Adobe Connect, you're not always screen sharing everything, right? When you screen share content, it's invisible to screen readers. So we encourage our customers to upload their content, which makes it much more accessible for somebody using something like a screen reader. The other things that you can do in Adobe Connect that not a lot of people know is as you're uploading video content, for example, you can include both captions, multiple streams of captions in those canned videos. So you can have different types of languages, English, Spanish, French. But you could also include multiple audio streams in those videos. So that supports somebody who might have a visual impairment, who can't see the video but can hear it. They'll be able to select a descriptive audio stream. So in addition to hearing the audio from the video, they'll hear a description of what's happening on the video. Those are features that not everybody uses, obviously, but they're wonderful ways to include more people in terms of accessibility for your virtual sessions.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's give her a round of applause, everybody. Okay, Alistair, I'm going to give you a mic.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to do one more tip before we bring David in here to see if I can find myself here. Okay, great. So Well, I got 4 minutes left. I'm going to just give you this. So how many of you present virtually or have presented virtually in the last 3 years? Go ahead and chat yes.
Or we can use that agree to disagree pod in the top right-hand
Oh, yes.
corner.
Oh, yeah.
There's a
Hit
green thumbs.
hit the green thumbs up if you are online. Oh, 9, 10, 11, 14 out of 33, 15, 16. So, and 100%, nobody has said no.
100%.
So, this is, the one thing that I've been sharing too is that while I spoke recently at an in-person meeting, right, and we're excited to be in person back here in San Diego, we asked people, how many people are loving this, back in person Hug Fest? And everyone's like, yay. And then we also asked, how many people,
Hey, John, do you want to put yourself on camera as well? I'm just seeing your background right now.
Oh, yes. There we go. I was like, where am I?
There we go.
Oh, that's a good one. Alistair picked up on. Okay, so, and I see what's happening.
Anybody have
Yes,
any
and so
questions for
now,
John? Any
and then I
questions for
said,
John?
how many of you have met virtually over the last 2 weeks? And 100% of the same hands went up. So anyway, so those are things that happen inside of here. Thank you for the 16 people who hit yes, and actually nobody said no. So 100% of the people said yes. Okay, we're going to do this last tip here before we get David on. This is my number one tip for virtual speakers. Here we go. That's right. The tip's simple. Stand up. Right? In a moment, David's going to come here. He's going to stand up during his entire presentation. And I'll tell you this. What I think is that you can get in the top 20% of all virtual speakers or hybrid speakers if you just stand up. Right? We're used to standing up here when you present in person. Why is virtual any different? And you'll find that you get a physiological change, that when you feel better, your audience is going to feel better. That when you have the energy, you can bring that to your audience. And this week, David, you're going to love this. A gentleman who watched me on a hybrid in LA came back and scheduled a meeting with me. And he got on and he goes, John, I got to tell you, I did two things. I did number one, I stood up during my virtual presentation. And he goes, and I also heard the other one. The other one is this. If you do not show your hands at least once in a virtual presentation, people are 20% less likely to trust you or buy from you. 20% less likely to trust or buy from you. So he goes, I did those two things. And he came back and he said, John, that was a game changer. He said he was the top person out of 3 people presenting at this conference. He said he felt better. And he said he has never rocked it like that in his last 8 presentations. So the key piece here is stand up. All right, we're going to take a minute here. And David, if you actually want to sit in the chair for a second, I'm going to set up your slide deck.
And while you're setting that up, John, we've got quite an audience here. Anybody have any questions for John as we transition speakers? It's great. Everybody's avoiding the small number of chairs we have, but everybody seems very interested. Any questions for John?
Alistair, do the thing we love to do, bribe them. we have free
we have
stuff,
books, we have water bottles.
You know, John, the other option is just volunteer them.
Oh, yes. Exactly. Well, David, I think we're just ready for you. Hold on, let me give you a clicker.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead
sir.
and advance one slide. I'll tell you if you're working. Hi, Lorianne. How are you? Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to come in and say hi or not? Yeah. Come here. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed the link. Oh, wait, I know. I'm on the wrong camera. There we go. There. See? All right. So, Lori, you were just saying you love my book, yes? Yeah, I do. Look at your ring. Look at this. So put the ring to the camera. That's a balloon ring, people. Do you want to wear it? No, I'm thinking
Got a microphone there.
Oh, that's it. That is a mic. Now people can hear you. Do you want to just say something to our virtual audience before I introduce David?
Oh, sure. I just wanted to say I really love the book. It's fun, and I used some of your intro kind of things when I was starting an online training. So
Yay!
I was really excited about that.
Thank you so much.
Lots of good ideas.
We appreciate you. There you go, Alistair. Okay.
Have fun.
Thank you. Hi, Thomas. What's up? Okay, so we're about to intro our next person here. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay, got to get my agenda up here. Okay, coming up next from DS Virtually, virtual can be more engaging than face-to-face training. Do you think that virtual classroom training is less engaging than traditional in-person? Think again. Please put your hands in the air, especially your virtual audience, for the one and only David Smith. Woo.
Hey, welcome. Glad to get you joining us in San Diego. Whether you're in person or whether you're virtually online with us, absolutely delighted that you're with us. So, before we get underway, use the chat. Let us know at any point during this session what questions you want to ask me. You know, I'm sure that John and Alistair, they're going to keep an eye on that. I'm not a huge fan of having a session that's not engaging, that turns around and says, let me do 40-minute presentation and then let you ask questions. So let's get underway. Virtual can be more engaging than face-to-face training. I want to emphasize two words there. It can, but it also cannot. You know, if you don't design your virtual training well, you don't deliver it well, you don't produce and host it well, you don't use the right tool sets, your virtual training can actually be quite poor. And the other one there is more engaging than face-to-face. We're going to look at why, but to give you a sense of that, I've been doing this for quite a while now. My sole belief is with Steve Jobs, we're here to put a dent in the universe. Otherwise, why be here? You know, if in absolutely everything that I want to do, I'm looking to impact your universe right here, right now. Nobody said I need to solve war, hunger, and all the rest of it, but I can impact your universe. And as we go into today's session, what I want to help you do is to actually look at what can change your game. I mean, John sat at the beginning there, was talking about how little things can make huge differences to your presentation. So I've been working in this space now. 2008, I think I got the baptism of fire with virtual classroom. I was working for a sales training provider, got basically handed a project where I was asked, could we actually upskill 12 face-to-face facilitators that were going to deliver in 8-9 different languages, and we were going to use a product that is web conferencing, and we would deliver out to 10,000 salespeople, 2,500 of their managers in 3 months, and we did it. It was I describe it as that was the mosquito biting me. It was my entry into virtual. It was a baptism of fire. We got on with it. And since then, I've kind of upskilled very much a lot of different companies, a lot of individuals. I've worked with Nike, BP, L'Oreal, many others. And today, I use probably 4 or 5 different platforms when I actually do my virtual delivery. Sometimes our clients force us to go and use things like Microsoft Teams, Zoom, because that's what they've got. That's what they want us to use. But I have to confess, and nobody's paid me anything to do this yet, very much my platform of choice, and has been from day one, has been Adobe Connect. You know, there's a lot of reasons, and I'm sure John and the team are going to cover that. I know in the preamble, John actually turned around and said, what's your favorite thing about Adobe Connect? For me, it's the persistency of Adobe Connect. We can create our meeting room, our training room, we can load all the content, we can practice in it, and then we can deliver it multiple times. And
David, I just want to share, Anita Chase said, we use Adobe Connect, and they love the templates.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, there's so many different features about Adobe Connect. For me personally, and I just want to put it out there, if you're using anything but Adobe Connect, you're shortchanging your audience. You're having to make the activities work in that platform where we make it work so much better when we're on this one. So let's get into looking at what we want to actually cover in today's session. I use a phrase called virtual fluency. And, you know, if you think about it, many of us actually got forced into doing virtual as part of COVID. It was a kind of knee-jerk reaction to what was actually happening in the industry. We had no choice. But I want to stretch that. I want to help people get to that level where we can successfully connect, communicate, and collaborate virtually. And virtual fluency is very much around, are we using the right tool set, and do we know how to use that right tool set? It's not just, I've got the user manual and I know exactly which buttons I need to press. It's going beyond that. Have I got the right mindset? You know, John, I'm sure you very much agree. If you are still thinking as a face-to-face trainer and you're trying to deliver your session in a virtual platform and you're not thinking virtual, that mindset is going to be challenging. And then we have to have the skills to engage a virtual audience, the skills to move our content through, the skills to deliver well. You know, and I like John's tip there about, you know, standing. You know, for
Yes.
years, I've put a standing desk in my office. I present on camera like this. Okay, John's got a few more bells and whistles than I've got at home, but it is very much present down the line of a camera. If you think about it, we're putting on a production. You know, we're putting on a show for our people, for our learners. And the better and cleaner and simpler and smoother and more professional a show you put on, the more you're going to actually be doing with that audience. So what started that crusade, other than the fact of the baptism of fire? I actually read a book by John Medina. And, you know, if you're actually on the Adobe platform, put in chat, have you read his book?
Oh, well, you know, he comes from Seattle, too.
Yes, he does.
He's at the University of Washington.
And I've met him several times, and he is as scatty as he looks in there. He's a fun character to be with. He's a molecular biologist. He's done a lot of research about how the brain works. And this isn't giving me any secret to anyone. But rule number 4 in his book, as human beings, we don't pay attention to dull and boring things. If your webinar, if your virtual meeting, if your virtual training is dull and boring, you're lecturing to people, you're not engaging them, guess what's going to happen? You're actually going to turn your audience off. They're not going to engage with you and stay with you. Back in 2016, I actually wrote a book and did a webinar with Meeting One, which is 5 ways to make virtual as effective as face-to-face. And you know, my thinking's evolved since then, and it's very much virtual training can be more effective than face-to-face. And we'll look at it from the point of view, we've got to be deliberate and intentional with it. We've got to really think about our design and design for virtual rather than what I see an awful lot of, which is people take what they delivered face-to-face and just put it online without any adaptation. So I'm going to start off, we're going to ask a poll, and you're going to get a sense as we go through this. There's very much see by doing, learn by doing. Is we want to keep it engaging. We want to keep that flow. So Alistair and John's going to keep an eye on chat. I want you guys to just pull out the question as we get them coming in. Happy to answer them there and then. I don't want to let you park that question and leave it for the next 25 hours, 25 minutes or so. So first question I've got for you is, what virtual classroom platforms are you using specifically for virtual training?
All right, we got Zoom. Greg said Zoom. Roberta said MS Teams. I said Zoom, Adobe Connect, and sometimes Teams. Samantha said MS Teams. Jason, Zoom. Veranda, Adobe Connect. Paula, something else. If I tell you, I'd have to kill you. No, I added that.
Okay.
Paula said, let's see. Anita said Adobe Connect. Joseph said Adobe Connect, MS Teams, WebEx. Oh, Paula said On24. On24. There we go. Joy said Ring. Oh, Joy Banfield is in the house. Chief of Staff, Ring Central. Greg said sometimes Teams that the client demands. Top 3, but not WebEx or GoTo. Back to you,
Sure.
David.
So, I mean, we're using a lot of different platforms. And as I said, John and Alistair will talk very much about why you should be using Adobe Connect. But for me, that there's a sense of, I want to take you back from what the platform is and get you thinking that whichever platform you're using limits your design or actually enhances your design of your training.
Oh, I totally agree. I think choosing your platform is almost one of your most important decisions before all the training.
Totally, John. And, you know, one of the things that I've challenged organizations over the years has been the fact that most individuals are working with a tool that was selected for them, for them to deliver by corporate. So they've got Microsoft Teams or they've got Office. So we'll use that, and you've got to now do your training in Microsoft Office. Or we've got Zoom. You know, we went through the fact of COVID. We had to move everyone online pretty much overnight, and a lot of folks went for the freemium products and stayed with that. The challenge with that, of course, is just going free doesn't really mean that you're going to actually deliver the right material, the right session. So what I wanted to do is to knock out some of the virtual training common misconceptions. Virtual learning is less engaging. You know,
Nice picture.
I physically have seen people almost fall asleep in some virtual training sessions. You know, what we used to do is we used to actually, and And if you want anything from me, send me an email. And I'll give you an email address in a second. But we used to do a facilitator assessment, and it talks about 20 different phases of what you can actually do to be more engaging. And if all you're doing is lecturing to your audience, I want to question and say, why not just record it on a video and send them a recording instead? Because there's no point in doing it. Second one is that virtual learning is impersonal. You can't reach out through the bandwidth and actually get through to that person. It's impersonal, broadcasting to everyone. Nonsense. Virtual learning is only for the tech savvy. I've got to say that, yes, you do need to have a certain level of tech awareness. You know, John is a mastermind in this. You know, in fairness, and I don't know, John, at some point, I'd love you to share with your audience what this actually looks like. It might be on a selfie or something like that. But when we present, the folks that I want to regard as the virtual presenting pros, they will turn around to you and say that they're presenting with two cameras. Two screens, two completely different views. View for the presenter, view of the attendee.
You ready?
Go for it.
Ready? This is what's happening right now. This is where David's at, right? He's in this massive studio. Let me keep panning over to the right, though. And behind him, of course, is our good friend, the green screen.
Don't put me in the ocean, John. You get my suit wet.
And if I push a button, watch now, woo, this is what the audience gets. And so think about how much more engaging this is too, right? David is with his slides, right? He can be branded here with his logo or a company's logo, whatever you want. And you can also do things like gesture to the slide. So point to your,
wrong way.
Yeah, there you go. Point to your sleepy person. So these are the things that you can do when you make a studio like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And, you know, I mean, dare I say that, you know, there's a lot of it where we have limited space. You might be delivering a virtual classroom session from the north end of your dining room table. You might be in a studio. You know, equally, you still have to have the same thought process. You still have to think about, how professional can I be? For me, how can I make that dent? How do I make that dent with our actual audience? Virtual training lacks peer interaction. Absolute rubbish. It does if you don't have breakouts. If you're using a platform that doesn't have a breakout room, yeah, it's kind of more difficult for you as a facilitator to step out the way and allow the audience to interact with one another. And virtual learning is less effective. You know, it's, John, I want your view on this in a second, but COVID forced everyone to go virtual, and that was necessity.
Yeah.
And a lot of folks saw it as being, okay, we've got no option. We can't do face-to-face events anymore.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to do virtual.
Yeah.
And they pushed out a version of virtual that for me was like, it was good. It was maybe acceptable at best in some instances.
Yeah.
But it wasn't what we would call virtual.
Well, you know, people were just trying to solve the get online. So everybody rushed. And, you know, the best part, though, that step was a big step. Because I told you, people would not take this step. They're like, no, you can't do this. That was basically it. Yeah. So now everyone crossed over that first step. Now what's interesting is they should take step 2 and 3, saying not just how do we just purely deliver, but how can we make this truly amazing? Right?
Absolutely. Since 2008, I've been working with prospective clients, trying to convince them that virtual is something they should be doing. COVID did that job for us overnight. But the real challenge to that is we've got to keep with the lessons we learned during COVID and improve our virtual learning. You're going to hear from a panel of presenters over the next 2-3 days, and Alistair and John, where we want to challenge you and get your virtual training to levels that you're not at the moment. So, enhancing engagement in the virtual classroom. You know, my command or my claim is that we can make it more engaging, more interactive, more effective than face-to-face. So let's look at 4 key areas that I want to give with you. We're going to look at deliberate use of the platform for delivering learning activities. Encouraging interaction. You know, the interaction, yeah, we can ask you to put something into chat. We can do a poll, but we can go so much further. Your use of visuals and multimedia. You know, multimedia from this perspective, but also, what are you putting on your slides when you're delivering training? I mean, again, and I'm coming to you, John. How many times do you just see death by bullet point or slides that are just so text heavy? You're going to come up and join me?
Yeah, I can come up and join. Just, you know, it's amazing too that slide design is, I think, now even more important than in person because it takes so much of the screen.
Correct.
And there are still so many people who like for instance, too many words on the screen.
Yep.
Right, too hard to process. Well, it's not supporting you. I love what Rick Altman says. He says first about you. You are the presentation. So number one, make sure your camera and mic sound great. But then the second one says you are not why they came, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes the presentation that you deliver has to be key like this. So like in this case, you have a graphic, you have only making 3 or 4 key points, and those things are supporting you and increasing the odds that someone is actually going to remember this.
Absolutely. You know, the science shows us that as individuals, when we speak at up to 220, 240 words a minute.
Yes.
Sorry, we speak at 120, 140 words a minute. But we read it a lot faster.
And we think to ourselves.
And you know, one of the things, if I can give you just one very simple bit of advice, and we'll do a little bit more about visuals in a second, don't put all your bullet points on the screen at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Because what's going to happen, you put them all up there, you're talking to bullet point number 1, your audience is reading 4, 5, and 6 because they're reading far ahead of you. So you're kind of disconnecting the learner.
Yeah.
And that for me is kind of like, just don't do that.
I almost rather you, especially now in these days, is split those 5 bullet points into 5 different slides.
Yeah.
Right. And have them, either add on to each other. So again, you can focus on one thing at a time. Yeah.
And you know, I mean, yes, there are ways in you know, learning how to use PowerPoint effectively, if you're going to use PowerPoint, or if you're going to use the Apple one. But learn to use it properly. But if you need to do false builds, which is what we used to do years ago.
Yes.
That, you know, where you're putting bullet 1 in one slide, bullet 1 and 2 in the second slide, and you're moving it on.
Yes.
Do that. It becomes much more engaging for the audience.
Oh, side tip. If you haven't seen Microsoft Morph, the transition morph, if you do that, you can actually do some really crafty things about having them come in. And that's another way to engage, attraction.
Absolutely.
Do something different is also, I think, a key point.
And that's it. You know, there's a lot of virtual training content feels, looks, and is delivered the same.
Just do something different.
I mean, I'm very much, can we make everything stand out? So Alistair, John, very much conscious, want to pick up on questions as we go along. So let me know if there are any come in. The fourth element I want to talk about is monitoring and feedback. I'm going to share with you a bit of old school of how I did it in the very early days, but very much, platforms like Adobe Connect can actually help us to get a much better visibility of what's happening with our actual audience. And to some extent, you've actually got to reach out through the bandwidth. You've got to try and get that digital body language. You've got to try and see what's actually happening.
Let's see, David, too, I just want to chime in here before you move on.
Sure.
First, Joseph, can this be recorded for the attendees? Let's see. It already is being recorded, and you will get a link to that. I know the Adobe Connect record is not on, but we have 2 other records that are on. Patricia said, I've been in the virtual training space since 2015, so COVID changeover was a walk in the park for our teams. And I do have one here. Let's see. Wait. Roberta said, too, the last 2 to 3 years were crisis learning, not virtual learning.
Absolutely.
Speak to that.
So, I mean, we had no other option. We had a knee-jerk reaction because of COVID that we still needed to train our people. We still needed to deliver our virtual sessions, but the only mechanism that we could do is virtual. And that's where we saw a huge uplift in people moving virtual class or moving training from face-to-face into Microsoft Teams, into things like, Zoom. And that was because it was simpler for the facilitator to use. The reality of it is, if you take that little bit more time, a little bit more deliberacy, use things like Adobe Connect, you can deliver at a much higher level. I don't know what the thoughts are from either Alistair or John, but for me, and I'm not trying to knock a competitor product, I don't work for Adobe. But when you deliver a session and you're using a web conferencing platform that's designed to be, let me share my screen or let me share video, you're limiting the options that you've got available to you as a facilitator. You can't dazzle your audience in the same way that maybe we can. Alistair, thoughts around that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely, John.
No, I'm David. John's the guy sitting there.
We're everywhere.
You threw me there. I was just answering a question from Paula as well. By uploading your content, you've got some bandwidth savings. Just again, sorry to answer Paula's question. What was your question, David?
So just the fact that so many organizations force their facilitators, or so many contractors gone down the route of the easy option.
Mhm.
They've gone down the route of saying, okay, we're going to do this in Teams because Teams is part of our Office 365 package.
Yeah.
Or we're going to go down the route of one of the freemium products because it's not going to cost me anything.
Yeah.
But to me, there's a hidden cost.
It's an opportunity cost, I think, in this case, right? You're missing out on the opportunities
Yeah.
in some case to add interaction, to increase the level of engagement.
Absolutely.
And you need to look at, I think, the best tool for the job in some cases. Obviously, budgets come into play. We want to be able to use the free things or things that might be free to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we were saying earlier, it's important to design for the tool. So regardless of what you're using, you need to keep that in mind. You want to design for the tool you're using. But if you can use a tool with more features, with more ability to engage, with more ability to interact,
Yeah, absolutely.
I think there are tremendous benefits there that will give you a better session, a more interactive and engaging session.
Well, I mean, there is that. And there's the fact that if I'm delivering a session in one of those screen sharing platforms, I have to do everything in the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the sheer fact that, we sent John the actual presentations for the session in advance. We set the rooms up in advance. Everything's there ready for us to go this morning. Just that one thing, if you're a facilitator that's delivering content repeatedly, the same content, but to different audiences, different times, that, using something like Adobe Connect, for me, it was a lifesaver.
It's persistence.
Because I could turn around and say, okay, there's my engaging virtual meetings program. There's my effective virtual presentations program. There's my synchronous facilitation program. It was all in an individual room that I could call up at any point. And that saves me hours worth of work.
Yeah.
And that for me is where that cost is. The product might be free because it's part of our Office 365, but it's costing you in setup time repeatedly. So let's go and get into these 4 areas. Learning activities. Everything about virtual classroom from a design, deliver, and production perspective has got to be deliberate. And, when we actually think about learning activities, what can we actually do to engage our audience? Well, the sort of default is for us to actually use things like the chat tool, the status icon. You might, depending on your platform, you might have polls, you might not. You might end up having to take something like a Slido or a Mentimeter into your platform to make it work. And for me, one real challenge to that is we're adding multiple points of failure. If we actually ask people to go into Slido, we've got to get them to navigate to Slido. They've got to put the right sort of code in, and then they can actually get to the poll. Whereas if we wanted to run a poll, we can just turn around to you and say something like, have you seen your virtual classroom use increase or decrease since COVID? So what I'm going to ask you to do, we've got the green thumb, the red thumb at the top of the screen. Go ahead. I'll get John to reset the pod. Let me know if you've seen it increase by giving us a green thumb, decrease if it's a red thumb.
All right, we got poll running. We got 6 green, no red. 11 green, no red.
And we
for
can
our
ask the physical audience here
let's
as well. Physical audience, have you seen your virtual sessions increase since COVID or decrease after COVID?
So thumbs up or thumbs down?
Increase. You're saying increase? Increase? Well,
Okay.
Increase. We're getting a lot of increases here, David.
Absolutely. And I've got to confess that personally, I'm delighted.
14 to 1, by the way. You 93, thumbs up. 7% thumbs
Brilliant.
down. Back to you, David.
I'm absolutely delighted because I've seen
You
so
can clear
many.
that out now too. Thanks.
I've seen so many organizations move into COVID, move into virtual, because that was necessity. We come out of COVID to the best that we can, and they bin it all. They lose all of that learning. They lose all of that technique. So it's about deliberate use of the platform. In terms of it, can we engage attendees quickly? I could have done a poll, but I only want a yes/no response from you as an audience. I can use the icons, or I can use these pods. We can put a screen up, and I don't think we've got one prepared, but we can put a screen up that has more than one poll on it at a time. In fact, Alistair, am I right in thinking that there's no limit other than screen size?
Other than screen size, you can have 5, 10, 15 polls. If you can fit them on the screen, they'll all work.
Well, one of the things that we do at DS Virtual is we're running a session. in Adobe Connect, we put our end of session evaluation onto a layout that is just purely polls.
Yeah.
So we don't have to rely on sending the audience, here's a link to SurveyMonkey or something like that. It's there embedded within the actual tool. And the beauty of that is we can turn around last minute or 2 minutes of the actual training session. Let's move you to this layout. Let's get you doing that actual evaluation. We don't then lose the evaluation going forward. And then you can create collaborative learning activities with Adobe Connect breakout rooms. You know, to have the sort of belief that virtual not be as engaging is crazy. In breakout rooms, we've worked with everyone from individual contributor right up to level. We've ran case studies. We've asked them to role play. We've asked them to go in and discuss and bring back and debrief. Everything that you can do face to face, we're doing it virtually. And again, and I'm going to go to the advantage of using Adobe Connect, you get to pre-populate all those breakout rooms. You can actually have them all set up days, weeks in advance, ready for you to run. It takes the actual production time down. It takes the stress for you as a facilitator down. It takes that clunkiness that I don't need to share a PDF with you in chat that says, well, here's the case study I want you to read, and then you have download issues.
Now, David, I just want to add that smoothness of being able to pre-plan so that there's no weird, awkward dead time with your attendees, I think allows them to focus on the learning and not the technical challenges.
You're 110% right there, John. You know, again, Adobe Connect, in fairness, has got a little bit of more of a learning curve to actually understand how to use the platform. But once you've got beyond that, it's amazing the time and the features that you'll actually use and how it'll smooth out. I mean, one of the things, and I've been doing this 15 years now, I still get nervous when I present. I don't think it's nervousness. I think it's just eager butterflies.
I think it's energy.
Yeah.
If you're not nervous, you're not all, like 100% there.
Yeah. I'm glad my deodorant's working very well, but it's not too cool here in the actual expo. But you know, if you haven't got that nervous energy or that sort of buzz around it, I think you're missing some of the passion of delivering training. So let's pause a second and see what questions have we got, guys, in terms of that one.
Now, I'm going to attempt to do something else here. So anybody here in my virtual audience, let's see. If you can turn a camera on, I believe I've given you permission. I would love to see if we can see you. So I'm going to go hit grid view.
And I just love this freewheeling, this kind of, okay, we're not going to stay planted to what most people are doing in these sort of events. We're kind of freewheel and riff it back and forth.
All right, somebody attempt to turn your camera on here in virtual. 44 people. Oh, Joy Banfield, first in the house with her motorcycle helmet. Joy Banfield, where are you calling in from? And now I think you should be able to also unmute because, yeah, there we go, Alex.
Here we go. I'm Omaha, Nebraska.
Say again.
Omaha, Nebraska.
Omaha, Nebraska. I got that. Thank you. Patricia is here. Hello, Patricia. Let's see if Patricia's got a mic on. Greg, I think I see you unmuted. Greg, where are you calling in from?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And hold on, let me bring in, hold on, I got to bring in, let's see, can I do this? I have to think about where to bring in this camera. Oh, wait, hold on, I think I can do this. There we go. There. Okay, there we go. So you might see a video echo on my side. Okay, so you guys heard Tulsa, Oklahoma, is that right?
Yep.
There we go, thank you. Roberta, Miss Roberta, where are you calling in from? Oh, and you're not muted, or you might be muted. Try again if you get a chance. Okay, I can't hear, but if somebody else can, we can chat. Paula, how are you?
Okay.
There we go. Hi, Roberta. How are you?
Hi, Victoria, BC, Canada. Hello.
There we go.
Wonderful.
And Paula. Paula, can you hear us? Oh, she said fine, Las Vegas. Okay. Does somebody now see on your side too, Alistair? Oh, good. You can see it, right? Oh, good. So I actually think I can switch views on my side now that you can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can put David in a window. In fact, we can put David here fully in a window. Oh, all right. Now this looks like a regular grid. Okay. Does anybody here now have a question or a comment about anything that David presented? Feel free to unmute now while we got you. I'm going to play Jeopardy music. It's okay. I'll wait you out.
Anita and Patricia both have some great comments in that chat pod as well. Anita's saying, we struggle with changing the mindset of instructors who feel more comfortable in the classroom, presumably in the physical classroom. In this case, it is a different mindset, right? As you
Absolutely.
move from physical into the virtual world, there's a bit of a learning curve, as you said, David, but also a bit of a different mindset in terms of presenting virtually.
Completely. I mean, you know, if you were to actually think about any audience that was probably the biggest challenge to change that mindset, back in early 2009, I actually worked with IAC Business School. These were business school professors who at the time they were being quite creative and thinking, right, let's start moving some training virtual. And you can imagine the domain of a professor at a business school academy is a huge auditorium with row after row of seats. They're standing at the very front. They're commanding their audience. And it's quite funny because if you think about that model of delivering learning, it's not changed since Benedictine times.
Benedictine.
Our training events, you know, face-to-face training events, you know, we bring an audience into a room, we sit them down, the presenters at the front of the room, you know, whether it's whiteboard, whether it's chalkboard, whether it's school, whether it's university, that's a model that we've used for many years. But the reality is that virtual can actually bring us to a completely different level with our audiences in ways that we can't. So I'm going to try and keep to time and move us along.
All right. Thank you to our virtual audience. David, say thank you to our virtual audience.
Hey, I always say thank you.
There you go. You can leave your cameras on, but I'm going to change views to single speaker view. That will
there
put
we
David
go.
back on.
So, and you know, I've just been talking there about IAC Business School and academia. John Holtz from the 1960s did an awful lot in America around the way, you know, teachers had to start thinking about how they delivered learning. And there's this quote that he's got: the most important thing any teacher has to learn, not to be learned in any school or education I've ever heard of, can be expressed in just 7 words. When I got this, and I got this probably about 2008, it floored me. But it goes right to the heart of what we're talking about today: engagement. Learning is not the product of teaching. I'm sorry. You might think you're a great facilitator or a great teacher, but the learning is not coming from you. Learning is the product of the activity of learners. So whether they are discussing, deliberating, whether they are actually doing an activity around what you've presented to them, the knowledge that you give them is great. Don't get me wrong, that's very much needed. But it's the processing and applying of that knowledge is where that actual learning takes place. And I think it was Ruth Clark who actually came up with the phrase that, you know, content shared is not necessarily content learned. You know, how many times have people actually gone into an e-learning platform, consumed it, but then not applied it? And it goes to one of my favorite quotations, which is Goethe: knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being willing is not enough, we must do. We've got to help our learners to apply that knowledge in the session through activity, through discussion. And that brings me to our second one in terms of encouraging interaction. We can do it in so many different ways. One of the things that I always say to our audience of virtual facilitators as we're training new facilitators is expect questions. You will get crickets or tumbleweed. You'll get blank noise if you turn around and say, okay, what questions have you got? Anybody got a question? Anyone? Anyone? Is that a quote from Bueller? Bueller's Day Off. But the reality is you've got to actually change. And, you know, Alistair, you were talking about the change for trainers. There's an ebook that I wrote that you're going to get access to that at the end, turning classroom trainers into online facilitators. And one of the first bits of advice that I say to every single new facilitator is, when you're talking about virtual classroom, you have to change the way you ask questions. You can't ask a question and just say, what's been your use of virtual classroom since COVID? Because what's going to happen, your audience is going, is that for me? Does he want to respond in chats? What is it? So our first instruction for virtual facilitators is put an instruction on the end. Have you seen an increase in using virtual classroom since COVID? Go ahead and put yes or no in chat. Go ahead and raise your hand. You can actually volunteer people or go door knocking, as I call it. Okay, so John, I'm going to ask you this question. little door knock there. I've already primed him that I'm going to come to him for a question and then ask the question. But you've got to change the way in which you actually interact with your audience. We've got to...
David,
go ahead, John.
David, I just wanted to share with this, you know, for those moments, I think, let's see, I have this button set up. Oh, I broke my button already. Oh, I'll take it back. I do have a cricket noise that I haven't just set it up on this computer. Okay, back to you.
But yeah, I mean, look, we've all had the crickets. You know, if you're delivering training to multicultural audiences, some audiences like to interact more with you, some others don't. We have to create opportunities for discussion. You know, right at the very beginning, John and I were talking about great virtual training comes from the selection of the right platform to support what you want to deliver, strong instructional design, and if you haven't designed time for that discussion, you end up being a talking head that's pushing PowerPoint slides at your audience. You end up becoming someone that's not interactive, that's not engaging. And, you know, you've got to leverage the tool set. You know, the tool set is there for you to use. And, you know, I'm not going to name the company, but I worked with associates at one point where they had a platform within that company, and they had never been in a breakout room after 12 months. Essentially, whenever they used that platform, the platform had breakout rooms. All they did was screen share. All they did was actually bring up a PowerPoint deck and go in straight in screen share mode. If we don't use the features of the tool sets, we hamper ourselves. The tool set's there to be leveraged. When we actually talk about interaction, I know that Cindy Huggett's on in this next session. She'll go into this in a deeper way, but interaction takes place in 3 different ways when you're actually with any audience, but more so when we're actually doing that with a virtual audience. It takes place primarily between me as the facilitator and you as the learner audience. That's the Benedictine way. That's the way we've been doing it for centuries and years. Interaction takes place amongst the learner audience. That's where we put people into breakout. We actually allow them to actually take that additional steps of taking what we've presented to them and discussing, debating, running role plays, taking case studies apart. And there's interaction that takes place with the learner audience and the tools itself. And if you go into looking at how well you engage a virtual audience, thinking about and planning all those different interactions and how you're going to do that within your virtual session, you're going to deliver a better experience for everyone. If all you're going to do is go into the session and you're going to lecture to them, you know, it's not things we actually want people to do. And in fairness, if you look at good learning design, the lecture's not the most effective. But if all you're going to do is lecture to them, record them and send them the video. You know, anything that's got heavy content, provide that to them ahead of the time, bring them to a virtual session and get them to discuss and debate it. John, also, I'm going to pause. What questions may we have in the actual chat?
All right, let's take a look here. I'm going to go backwards just a little bit. We struggle with changing the mindset of instructors who feel more comfortable in the classroom. Can you help them with that one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's a number of different things about facilitators that are classroom-based facilitators. It's maybe they're comfortable with seeing the audience in front of them. You know, some people use webcams in virtual sessions, some don't. I always advocate having them on, but I actually judiciously. I don't always have them on, and I certainly don't always have me on camera. Because, again, at the end of the day, it's not about me, the individual. It's about the learning. It's about what we're actually sharing in the event. So it may be that. Maybe there's a more selfish response for those individuals. They maybe don't want to move to virtual classroom because it means giving up the corporate flights, the corporate hotel, the air miles, the 4 days away from family, the travel to distant countries.
I'm ready to give that up as much. Although there's a few places I still want to travel, but I am ready to give that up.
Me too. But I mean, the reality is, yes, we've got to tackle the mindset. You know, if you're going into virtual and seeing it as a facilitator, as, oh, God damn, I've got to do this in Adobe, or I've got to do it in Teams or Zoom. I don't like doing this. People never listen to me. I never get audience interaction. I ask a question and nobody answers. You're darn right, John. We've got to change that mindset. We've got to move people to actually understand that virtual can be as effective. And as I said to you at the start of this session, virtual can be more effective because of the tools we use.
it could be more effective. Well, the reach is something I talk about, right? The ability to give training to all these people that
Yeah.
you normally would not be able to give to. I don't know. You have good examples of that over the last 3 years.
Absolutely. You know, I mean, so I worked in the UK with a company that their training was effectively at director level and above. So it was
Yeah.
a senior level board.
Yes.
And of course, COVID meant that they had to go virtual.
Yes.
We had complete lockdown in the UK. There were no travel. And of course, the reality is that when you actually move people into that environment, you get to reach an audience. We no longer have the physical restraint of we're holding this training session in San Diego.
Yes.
Who can travel? We're holding it. I'm heading out to Abu Dhabi in June to chair the ATD conference.
Yes.
And it's like, well, do you get the visa to get into the country?
Oh, that's right.
You know,
I have that. I have a Saudi Arabian visa,
You know,
but it took a long time to get.
yeah, absolutely. And then you've got other countries. Abu Dhabi, you actually get a visa issued on arrival.
Yeah.
So virtual classroom breaks down all of those training room walls, the barriers. The project that I talked about right at the very beginning, the 10,000 people that we trained.
Yeah.
One of the audience groups that I actually had, we had learners in Perth, Australia, Melbourne, Beijing, and Shanghai.
All in the same class.
All in the same class.
That's the cool part too, because one of the other values is that cross-team collaboration of people who have similar roles but in different countries.
Yeah, yeah.
I would love to hear your view on this though. So I teach a class to Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
And of course, one of the things it means I have to stay up till like 11 a.m. to like 3 a.m. to teach this class, but it costs less than the flight by itself, despite
absolutely.
my training fee to do that. So now they have access to a trainer like myself for a price less than even just the travel and expenses. One of my questions to you, David, though, and again, you from the UK, and I believe you've done a lot of work internationally. What is your best tips for dealing with different cultures virtually? So here, I'll give you one. Remember, in Saudi Arabia, I was really interested to find out that in the early stages, to match their culture, men were required to have their cameras on and women were required to have their cameras off.
Yep.
This has already started to change since the beginning of the pandemic, but I found that an interesting way because it aligns with their culture to do that. I think there's other factors, but I'd love to hear, what do you do to investigate and then like modify your class to make sure it gets to a unique culture?
Well, probably about 7-8 years ago, I worked with one of my colleagues, Karen Rex.
Yes.
Who we designed a program called Cultural Intelligence for Learning Professionals. And
Super important, right?
If you're going forward as a trainer, and it doesn't matter where you come from, and you take your training program into that region,
yes,
and you then say, right, okay, I'm going to ask this audience to do an activity, which is, we're going to put it into breakout room. It's going to be 7 minutes. This is the activity you're going to do. And this audience is English second or even English third language.
Yes.
You're not going to do it in 7 minutes.
No, you got to like double, triple the time, right?
But the challenge to that is and this is the global challenge, that as we actually bring audiences together who are coming from multiple parts, we've got to adapt our learning and our delivery of that learning for those multiple parts.
Yes.
If we don't, we're basically, we're putting the fire hose on and we're just drowning them.
Okay, I have a best and a worst story. Which one do you want to hear first?
Let's go for the worst one.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Saudi Arabia, right? So I met the woman trainer, and she came from Dubai, but she was originally from the UK. And so she was going to teach my same class to the women, and I have to teach the men because that's also another cultural piece. So we got to have breakfast before we started training, which was great to share. This is my first time teaching the Saudi Arabian culture, and that's a culture when I started I knew almost nothing about.
Sure.
So we were talking over strategies, and here comes hers. I'm going to use Baby Shark as a team building event. This is a true story.
Wow.
And I could only imagine that all these Saudi Arabian women are trying to sing Baby Shark with this Brett. Okay?
I can't even beat that. and in fact, I'm going to steal that one from you.
So virtually, by the way, all you virtual people, chat me a training horror story, especially if it's cultural. But any training horror story, we'll come back to you in a little bit. I would love to hear it. So now here's the best. So the best was I did meet with the client before we started training about a day because I flew in a day or two early because it's got to get over the jet lag. And I said, what was the best thing that's happened in this training so far? It's a cohort. It's 7 sessions, and I'm like, session 4. And he goes, oh, the last session was about coaching. And while we want to promote English, right, as only spoken in this class, we did get a bilingual speaker for coaching because it is so nuanced.
Okay.
And I go, that's great, except I don't speak Arabic. So here's what I did. I took some portions of the content. Like, do you remember De Bono's 6 Hats? Remember that? Yeah. I had to teach De Bono's 6 Hats of Creativity. And so I said, how can I get some Arabic in here without knowing Arabic? So I would pick people in the class to engage them. It's like, here's what the red hat means. Could you give me the Arabic word for it? And they would actually discuss it. They're going, this word, no, this word, no, this word. And then finally the whole class would settle on a word. And I said, can you write it on the board?
Brilliant.
So it's such a simple thing.
Yeah.
But it made a huge difference, right? By the way, I think I got the highest rating. And let me just, unfortunately, to our amazing woman trainer, I think she got one of the lowest ratings of all the instructors in the cohort. So
let me share one very quick example. I was working with a client. We were delivering a program, and the content was to be delivered in Rio de Janeiro.
Yes.
So I'm flying from the UK all the way down to Rio.
Yes.
I arrive on the day. I get set up. It's face-to-face training. It's not virtual. It was in the days before I'd gotten into the virtual piece. And this client, the head of the country was actually part of the sponsor of the program.
Oh, wow.
And he came into the session, and he said, "You are David? Yep. Nice to meet you." He said, "How good is your Spanish?" And I went, my Spanish? Muy piquito. Very little. He said, "This is not good." I went, "Why?" He said, "We're delivering this program in Spanish." Sorry?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm an English speaker. I'm an English speaker. The content's in English. The slides are in English. So one of my co-presenters was Spanish speaking. Yeah. So he started the session. The head of the country left. And once he'd actually left the session, the rest of the audience basically turned around and said, "Can we go back to English?" Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, great. You know, often we get obstacles thrown at us. And I think what's important is we've got to be able to adapt and overcome to them.
Yeah. That was the whole last 3 years. Adapt and overcome.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we got 12 minutes left. And
12 minutes. Let's go to visuals and multimedia. You know, Alistair made the comment earlier. When you think about your PowerPoint deck, there is now absolutely no excuse for anyone to have poor PowerPoint slides or poor webinar slides or whatever you want to call them. There's no reason. There's AI-generated slide content. There are templates out there you can buy. There's stock photos that are out there. It pains me, and I'm pretty certain that it's going to be in John's book, but it pains me as well when I see just bullet point after bullet point, you know, text on screen. I can see Cindy Huggett in the corner there waving away and nodding. You know, there's no excuse for you to actually have poor visuals for the audience. If you think about it, those visuals are what's actually keeping your audience's attention. I like to think about our virtual classrooms as what's on my slides, what's on our screen, what's happening that's getting my audience to lean into the session. I don't want them to lean back in their chairs and pick up their phones and start doing anything else. I want them to lean in. I want them to actually forget everything else and just do the session. Now, within Adobe Connect, we've got these different layouts. You know, your visual, if you're in the virtual audience, your visual is changing frequently. You know, John's moving that part of the camera setup, but you have multiple layouts, which means if we want to actually have a video screen and it's just video and the slides are gone, we can do that. John, just flick me straight over to just a video look. Doesn't matter which one.
Oh, any video?
Yeah, I just want to move a couple of different layouts.
Okay, here we go. We're going to put you, David said never put me on the beach.
It's put me on the beach.
Hold on, we see.
Look, I'm in a suit. You put me on the beach. I'm not in my shorts.
Okay.
Yeah, normally when I'm presenting virtually, I might be in my shorts if I'm sat down.
Okay, we have a beach up now. Or you want to be on the beach, or you want to move some layouts?
No, I just want to show the audience different layouts within Adobe Connect.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, let's run through some layouts. Yes, so layouts is the key to Adobe. So what we're going to do here, this is a video only. The chat just went away. This is sharing, and now I could share my screen. Let's see if I get the right one. What did I get? Survey says this is a share roulette. Oh, you got my email.
Okay. We maybe don't want to share that one.
Well, you can answer on my email, but that's how a SharePod works. Here's a whiteboard. So our virtual attendees here, I believe, can select a pen. I have a pen now, and I can write my name. Virtual attendees, if you can, go to the left-hand side, and you should be able to get a pen. And let's see if somebody can scribble. These are all layouts. So talk about layouts while we wait for somebody here.
So, I mean, for me, it's one of the core features of something like Adobe Connect. You know, you go into something like a Zooms or a Teams meeting and that, you've got a static view. There's no way for you to actually change the visuals and captivate your audience in the same way we can. You know, so whether it's actually moving from slides to just pure video screen when we're doing discussion, whether it's moving, you know, we're putting all our polls on a screen to do the end of session evaluation, doesn't really matter what it is. Just having that level of creativity that says, I can change the view. My audience might be with me for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. They're not looking at the same screen. They are looking at the same screen, but not the same visual. And look, this is virtual collaboration immediacy. You know, we've got people, okay,
it's a neat,
using the actual hand draw tool. You know, and a tip for you I've got is if you're actually using whiteboards more often, get one of these Wacom tablets, or these tablets that you can actually articulate. You can draw quite easily, and you know it makes those scribbles and those drawings much smoother, much fun. If you're drawing more diagrams, definitely one to do. But you know,
wait, I just say, David, you know what's amazing about it, right? Is when the technology first starts, right? There's hesitant, or we have a tech problem or something. But as soon as people figure it out, right? Look, this is it goes faster and faster. Like it picks up momentum. And I just want to give a shout out to my friends who are in virtual land. That means that we have friends from the government social media conference, right? So that was a hybrid that I was the guest MC,
Gotcha.
the virtual MC. So
well, one of
the
things about that, John, and you make a very good point, that when we bring up a whiteboard, there's a bit of a lag between the audience seeing the whiteboard and getting the instruction, and then actually getting underway.
And my best tip for that, David, too, is have sometimes 60 seconds of material, right?
Exactly.
Just keep talking. Right?
Exactly.
Just keep
you
talking.
know, know and understand that there are actually going to be pauses and gaps that you need to have. Again, one of the real challenges for virtual facilitators is the feeling or the need to feel that you've got to fill every single second of space, of sound. You don't, you know. So as I say, you want to be raising the quality of your visuals. You know, don't do straightforward bar charts. You know, don't overload your slides. There's some great ways that you can actually do it. And clearly, we can actually use video. I mean, we're playbacking here live video, so live feeds that are happening all the time. You can bring in an audio file. You can bring in an MP4 or a video file and play it. And that very much is about changing what people are actually viewing. Remember I said to you, John Medina's rule number 4, people don't pay attention to dull and boring things. If your session is dull and boring, they'll find something else to do. They'll answer an email. They'll pick up their cell phone. So 4 ways we can enhance engagement in the virtual classroom that I believe helps us to move training to being more effective than face-to-face. If you think about it, in the face-to-face environment, if I want to ask the audience a question, I'm going to actually have to ask the audience, pause, wait for somebody to put their hand up. I'm going to have to actually then get maybe Alistair to go and find that person on the mic. And he's doing that brilliantly here. So if you do have a question in the audience, get ready, because we're coming to Q&A time. But if I'm doing it virtually, and this is one of the reasons why I say virtual can be more effective, you've already got the questions in chat. You got the instruction from me right at the very beginning. If you've got a question, put it into the chat for me. I then can actually rely on John or Alistair to look at the chat and field those questions.
Yeah, David, that's our best tip, which is never train alone.
Yeah,
especially in virtual, because there are so many things we need to think about. Unless you are some incredible expert multitasker, even myself, I've been training myself for years. I'm so much better when I have somebody else. Yep. I can focus on the audience, and then the other person can focus on the virtual and that chat and everything else.
You know, John, I want to high five you. I know the audience won't see that, but
oh wait, watch this.
There we go. There we go. The stuff he does. it's like a magic man. But you know, you're absolutely right with that. You know, I mean, even though I've been delivering training virtually since 2008, if I use something like Adobe Connect, I've already said that it makes life easier because things are already set up, already, you know, populated with persistent rooms and that. Even my experience of delivering hundreds, if not thousands, of virtual sessions, I still will not deliver a training session without a producer. Because there's a need for us to actually have a second pair of ears and eyes, someone else that's taking control of the actual platform, someone that's doing some of the back end work for us. Final one I want to think about is monitoring and feedback. You know, I did say to you right at the beginning, I'm going to show you old school. When I first started doing virtual training, and I wasn't using a platform like Adobe Connect, my way of doing audience monitoring was I drew a table on a piece of paper. I put around that table the audience names, and then I used a 5-bar gate, you know, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I did that to actually check and keep track of what was actually happening with my audience. Had I reached out and had I actually got questions coming in from that audience? Thankfully, you don't need to do that in some of these platforms now. We have got feedback tools that are there to help us that we can actually work with. And, you know, what I want to do as we sort of close this session out is let you know that we've got a whole stack of additional resources that I want to give you. It's my way of kind of pay it forward to you. There's a lot of information that's out there. There's some amazing authors in our industry. You know, whether it's Cindy Huggett, whether it's John, you know, doesn't matter who it is. There's a lot of good information. And to some extent, I would say that there's no reason why you should be providing dull and boring virtual classroom training, because the information's out there. You can actually move the game. So you can get a copy of the 5 ways to make virtual training as effective, moving classroom trainers to virtual facilitators. They're going to come up in a download link. They're in a transfer pod for us, which I can get John to get in just a second. But for now, I want to spend whatever time we've got left. What questions have we got? And this is one of my techniques for virtual. Do not ask, do you have any questions? Flip it. What questions do you have? I'm assuming you will have questions.
There is a great comment here from Anita, and I agree with her. I do this as well. We usually have multiple instructors, and we train them to be the producer when others are teaching. And I love doing the same thing in a single session, pairing off with somebody who can produce while you're speaking, and then you can produce while they're speaking. Gives you some back and forth. It gives the audience 2 presenters, which I think adds a little more engagement. And it means you've always got a producer, because you're swapping that role with the other presenter, essentially.
You know, another point to that for you, Alistair, is that if you actually have someone that's co-presenting with you that is a producer, then fine, you've got that expertise. But if you as a virtual facilitator have produced for other people, you then understand and recognize what the workload is.
Yeah.
You then understand and recognize, well, when something goes wrong and you're solo presenting, you know more better how to actually do something.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, sorry, I've already moved on presentation.
Okay,
David.
we're moving
Okay.
forward. So, John, did you bring up that file transfer pod for them in terms of downloading the ebooks?
Did you make a pod, or did you send us links?
It's in the pods. So if you go into the file transfer pod at the top, I didn't put it on a layout, I don't think.
The file transfer pod.
Yeah, so just bring it in. You should be able to have that.
Pod. Files or links?
Files.
And
There
which
should
one?
be a DS virtually download.
Oh, yes. Wait, is it visible here? Hold on.
Some hiccup somewhere.
Here you go.
There you go.
Okay.
So there's a whole series of pods there. A whole series of ebooks there. Grab them, use them, learn from them. What I'd like Alistair or John to do is just pop my email into chat, david@dsvirtually.com. I'm one of these people. You can find me very easily on LinkedIn. And I think, you know, like Cindy Huggett, Cassie Labori, and others, we're givers. We're very much, we want to actually move you. Right at the beginning, I said, I want to put the dent in your universe. The universe that you're in is the virtual classroom universe. The dent is, I want to help you move to a great way of actually delivering your virtual sessions. Guys, I'm conscious on time. There's a big clock at the front that's going, and I've got a guy sat in front of me going, So, any last questions? And then I'm going to hand over to the lovely Cindy Huggett.
Let's do this. First, let's give a huge round of applause to our speaker, David.
Thank you.
David, we're going to switch mics. So if you want to take the handheld and give it to David, we're going to also then take your mic and switch it to Cindy. Alistair, if you could sit down here.
Yes. Here?
And then, yes.
Clicker.
And then I'm going to have, if you could just chat with either anybody or David here with a mic, we'll get him set up.
So, David, this is your first time in the virtual engagement studio. Tell us your thoughts on this entire setup. Is this something you've used before? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of it, it's maybe a little bit overkill when you're delivering a virtual classroom session. But the reality is that, yeah, done some of these kind of events before, not had the expertise or the technical knowledge that, you guys bring. And it's brilliant from that perspective. I think one of the things really I want to put out there is that don't think for 1 second if you're going to do virtual classroom training effectively, you've got to go to this level of investment and this level of expertise.
And I appreciate you saying you guys when this is really John's setup and something that John is the expert at. But to your point, all of this isn't necessary. The idea is to try to up your game, right? Look at what you're doing for video, what you're doing for audio. Are there improvements you could make? Even just getting away from your laptop microphone or your laptop camera can make a huge difference in terms of the production quality.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the big game changers for me was when I first started getting into this virtual classroom training. Like most people, I kind of relied on, well, maybe I'd use my my computer microphone, my computer speakers for the audio. Moved to actually getting some sort of headset.
Yeah.
And to me, if you're going to do virtual, your sound is optimum. It has to be absolutely perfect. So tip number one is if you're a traveling facilitator, you want a USB driven microphone headset.
Mm-hmm.
Do not go to the wireless. I did an article about people having the trend of using Apple AirPods.
Yeah.
AirPods are designed for telephone calls and listening to music. They're not designed for high-end audio here.
Bluetooth in general is something I try to stay away from and encourage our speakers to stay away from Bluetooth wireless in particular.
Well, you're adding another point of failure.
Yeah.
The USB-driven headsets, they take power to the headset. There's digital quality in the most instances. But I've got the benefit that I put together an office, which is 20 yards across my back lawn. And in that, I've actually got my 2 computer screens set up, everything else. But I've got a studio mic. And the number one comment that I get time after time after time is, how are you getting your quality of audio so good?
Yeah. What kind of mic do you use?
It's a Blue Yeti Snowball.
It's very popular. Blue makes a number of different very popular USB mics. It's really plug and play, whether it's Windows or Mac. Just plug them in and you've got, whether it's the Snowball or the Yeti, really great audio quality inside of all of your virtual sessions.
I've got both of them, and I use them intermittently, one for podcasting, one for virtual sessions. But, at the end of the day, if you're delivering a virtual session, your audio and your visual is absolutely key. If you're getting that wrong, you're starting on a rocky foundation.
Absolutely. Great point. I think we're going to call it there. We've got our next speaker ready to go. It is a pleasure to introduce Cindy Huggett, CPT, to talk more about engaging in virtual sessions. John, Cindy?
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to those of you who are here virtually, those of you who are here in the audience. I did not have a chance to hear who is joining virtually. So if you haven't already said hello in chat, tell me where you're joining from. Tell me what you're looking forward to, what you've already heard. We'd love to hear from you. And yes.
Cindy, we have 35 people online.
Nice.
Alicia, Anna, Anita, Brandon, Brenda, Carol, Emily, Esther, joining from around the world, including Canada. Back to you.
Well, welcome to you. We're broadcasting, as you know, from San Diego. And one of the questions that I have asked thousands, literally thousands of people over the last 15 plus years is what is your biggest challenge with virtual learning? Now, if you heard David Smith talk a few moments ago, you talked a little bit about these challenges. I'd love to hear from you. So let's go into the chat. What is your biggest challenge with virtual learning? For those to pop up.
Okay, what is your biggest challenge? We can also get, if we have a mic on the in-person, we can ask somebody, what is your biggest challenge?
My guess is we're going to know exactly what those challenges are. David, come on in. You've got to grab some information. What is your biggest challenge that you hear from learners, from facilitators, the biggest challenge with virtual learning?
I think that there's a couple that I can immediately think about. The one that immediately comes to mind is, okay, my audience are no longer in the same room as me.
Mm-hmm.
How on earth am I going to reach out to them?
Yeah, such a big one.
How am I going to get them engaging? And it goes to the heart of, some of those little tips we give is you've got to change the way in which you deliver.
Absolutely.
If you're used to going in an audience and saying, okay, who's got a question? Raise your hand. You're looking around the actual live audience in front of you. You can actually see eye contact, or maybe people leaning forward, or people fidgeting.
Mm-hmm.
And you can sort of say, Cindy, you look as though you want to ask a question. We lose that virtually unless we've got people on webcam.
Yes.
But you've really got to change how you actually ask the questions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you've got a question for me, go ahead and put it in chat. If I'm going to ask the audience what questions you have. Go ahead and raise your hand and unmute your mic, and let's have a conversation.
Absolutely.
It's that instructional piece that we lose.
David, I think you've given some good previews into what we're going to keep talking about today. So thank you.
You're welcome.
We learned so much from you. I'm going to give this man a hug before he walks out of the studio.
I've got a few more here
What
for
else?
you. Let's see. Jason says pacing. Anna says people engaging in other activities outside of the training. Tammy just said engagement. Roberta said learner self-direction. Biggest challenge is also engagement, keeping people engaged. Engagement continues to be the #1 topic, even though it's 3 years since we started this, Cindy.
And I'm going to say, John, more than 3 years. I've been doing virtual learning for 20 plus years. And the question that I ask about the biggest challenge, it comes up over and over and over and over again. Engagement. I do hear sometimes a little bit about technology. Sometimes I hear a little bit about other things. But for the most part, the #1 issue, my participants are not paying attention. And it's no surprise, right? When we think about the nature of virtual learning, people don't have to leave their workspace. They are surrounded by distractions. They are surrounded by what's going on around them. And then as we think about what we expect our learners to do they expect to show up and learn? Most people don't. In fact, I would submit to you that most of our learners think of virtual training, virtual meetings as just any other meeting on the calendar, that they're looking for, I get to listen to a speaker, or I'll catch the recording later, instead of, no, this is a training program that has learning objectives, and we're looking for behavior change and a new skill, something that we'd like for you to do differently. And so therefore, when we just send a calendar invitation to our audience, that is just nowhere near enough for what we want to happen in a learning event. So the first thing we're going to do, if we're going to involve our learners, is to think about their expectations when they show up. And there's a couple different ways you can set expectations in advance. One of my favorite methods is to set expectations in an email message. And I don't mean just the standard LMS reminders that they get, but a personal note from the facilitator in advance, maybe about 5 or 6 business days in advance, that asks for a response, but also is tailored to let them know this is what you can expect. I also want you to think about, how are you describing the program to your audience? What kind of words do you use in the program description? If you are a designer, you're part of putting the program announcements together or the description, let's set those expectations in advance. Maybe if you have learners who aren't very tech savvy or haven't used a platform before, you might need to send them a checklist in advance. And by the way, this checklist is available for download on my website. You can tailor it if you like it. Now, I do hear sometimes people saying, well, I don't have opportunity to communicate with my learners in advance. Well, that's okay. To at least start at the beginning. What do they see on screen when they show up? What do they see on screen when they're joining? In Adobe Connect, you can have a lobby-like message, or if they pop in and your first layout has an invitation to not just engage, but to put away those distractions, to set those things aside. So John is looking for that resource. CindyHuggett.com/resources is where you'll find it. And if it is for some reason not there right visible, when I pop off stage, I'll share with you the exact link. We scroll down a little bit and you'll find it. Now, not only do you have opportunity to set expectations, hey, we want to have a conversation. We want to not have a monologue, but a dialogue. If we're going for engagement, then immediately when somebody joins your virtual class, you want to invite that engagement. You know, think about the typical opening. We do the spiel. Hey, I'm Cindy. Welcome to the session. Here's how you use all the tools. Here's what you can do today. And all this does is put our audience to sleep. All this does is tell them that we're not going to engage. So instead, we want to think about the interaction. We want to think about what can we do within the first minute or two to involve the audience. And so as we start looking at these three types of collaboration, they're actually right here in this little script. This is also one of the things I have on my website for you, a sample opening that involves the audience. Adobe Connect makes that really easy, by the way. John, I know you were popping around to different layouts earlier. Think about, you can have a layout that has a chat pod, a poll question, maybe a custom pod with a little game that they can play. One of my favorites is Connect Ordle. Alistair, am I saying that correctly? And it's not Wordle, it's Connect Ordle.
Connect Ordle or Connect Ordle? Yes,
Something
exactly.
like that. Sure. So it's immediate involvement that invites your audience in. You know, if they're not listening, they're not learning. If they're not learning, they're not going to be able to apply. If they're not able to apply, then we're not going to have business impact. And when we think of the chain of how do we get real positive return on investment for our learning initiatives, it goes back to having an audience that's interacting and engaging. If all, and I heard David say this earlier, I say it all the time too, if all we're doing is lecturing at our audience throughout the entire virtual class, it might as well have been just a video. It might as well just have been recording. So in just a moment, we're going to look at the three types, but our goal is meaningful collaboration and engagement, not for the sake of engagement. It's not a raise your hand, are you still listening to me? It is let's drive to our learning outcomes. So I'm going to pause and say, John, I see a lot of stuff coming in through chat. If there's some questions or comments that come in, we would love to hear what those are.
Well, let's see, Cindy. I love Anita said too, I love being able to actually pause the chat in version 12. That will help us. We ask them to unmute the mics and answer, but sometimes they still respond in chat. You can actually take away that pod. And here, I'll give an example here just for a moment. Then we go video only. The chat is now gone and focus on Cindy, right?
Which is most of the time what we don't want to do, unless you've got a short demo or a short something to share. Personally, I like to keep that chat open. And I'm going to share with you a couple of things you can do with it when we're trying to have a learner-centered conversation.
Before you move on, Cindy, I want to make one key point. I love meaningful engagement. Right? It means to have, if you're going to engage and take the opportunity and ask your audience something, make sure it's something towards your learners' goals. Do you have like one key example of meaningful engagement before you go to Learner Center?
I sure do. So if I take a poll question, for example, I might ask my learners, tell me the biggest challenge you have with our topic today. And I list some of the common things in a poll along with an other or something else, so that if they have a unique experience, there's room and space for them to share. And then taking those challenges that surfaced and using those as our examples, those as our case studies, those as our breakout conversations, as opposed to my husband was in a continuing education program recently, and he said, Cindy, come here, you've got to see this. The presenter had posted a poll question that literally said, are you still listening? Yes or no? That did not add any value to the learning. That did not add any meaningful outcomes. And I thought, oh, wow, okay, let's learn how do we make this meaningful, driving to our learning outcomes. So it's a really good point. You know, similar, John, I think it's worth saying there's a difference between interaction and engagement. Interaction is just the act of connecting with the tool or connecting to another person, where engagement goes deeper. Engagement is a more emotional commitment. It's the motivation to learn. And interaction can lead to engagement. It is in a virtual classroom one of the steps along the way. The fact that we're surrounded by distractions when we're in a remote, isolated, or separated location means that the interactions can help keep us drawn in, can help keep attention, but it's not the goal of interaction. The goal is engagement, and then learning, and then behavior change and results. So,
Cindy, we're here live, as you can tell. We actually have a session that's right outside the classroom, Cindy. You know, how do we deal with the challenges of hybrid, where you have a live audience and virtual audience, where you have some of these distractions that might be the in-person audience?
Oh, John, we could talk about that for hours. I tell you what, I would love to deliver on the promise of sharing the 3 types of collaboration, and I'll answer your question about hybrid in that context.
Thank you so much.
So 3 types of collaboration. We've got our large group collaboration, meaning everybody who is in the program. I don't necessarily mean large like hundreds of people. I mean large group as the entire. According to the research I've done, 71% of all virtual classes have less than 25 participants. That's from my State of Virtual Training 2022 report that is also out on my website, gearing up to do this year's. So large group is relative, but it just means the entire group. Small group, where we divide or subdivide our audience into smaller groups, and then pairs, working together with just one other person. And I want to share with you a couple of ways you can use this collaboration to create a learner-centered program, starting first with our large group collaboration. Now, when you think about large group, and John, I'll go back to your question about hybrid, in-person audience as well as online, you've got naturally a dispersed audience that doesn't have equal access, equal tools, or an equal experience. And so our goal is to bridge the gap. The in-person audience, the remote audience, allowing them to have the same tools that they can respond, they can answer the poll questions. So I advise anyone who's in person to actually join in to the Adobe Connect or virtual classroom. They might not connect their camera, they might not connect their audio, but they have access to the chat, the polls, the reactions, the other items, and the technology makes that experience more seamless. You also, as a facilitator, are having a remote first mindset. We focus more on the remote attendees because the in-person attendees have the energy to feed off each other. Actually, my brand new book, it's here on site in the store, as well as Amazon, Barnes & Noble, all the other places, The Facilitator's Guide to Immersive, Blended, and Hybrid Learning. So the Facilitator's Guide, whole chapter in there on how to do hybrid. So with that said, let's talk about this large group collaboration. It's 3 different types. We've got reactions that can be used, chat, and polling. Now, there are others, but these are the 3 common tools. They're in Adobe Connect, as well as most platforms. And let's think about large group collaboration. Let's say you have 25 participants and you're going to ask the question about who has a question about or who has a feeling, right? Click on the reaction. Everybody in the room can respond to that. In fact, here right now, those of you who are connected virtually to the Adobe Connect room, go up and find your favorite reaction. Find laughter or applause or raise hand or whichever one you would like to. Now, that's awesome, right? But if you had 25 people, and let's say you had the question, what questions do you have? Click on the raise hand button. How many of those 25 people are actually going to respond? In fact, if you're joining virtually, tell me that in chat. You have 25 people. You say, if you have a question, please raise your hand. Click on the raise hand button. How many of those 25 are actually going to respond? John, what do you think the answer is?
Let's see. Karen said 10. Rachel said 2.
Oh, my.
Jason said 8. Roberta said, I would. Greg says a third. Veronda says 24. Samantha says 5. And Roberta said, my courses are asynchronous. Back to you.
Okay. Well, what we want is we want everyone to be involved. If we're talking about something that's driving to the learning outcomes, meaningful engagement, and we're wanting to ensure that our audience is getting it, that our audience doesn't have questions, then we're going to phrase it a different way. Raise your hand if you have a question. Just click on disagree if you don't. Now, how many of those 25 are expected to respond? Everybody. So we can do this so many different ways. I could say something like agree or disagree. I could say something like, if you want to keep moving on, if you're ready, choose the laughter reaction. But the point is, those reactions should be used liberally when you're having a large group conversation. One of my favorite tools to use. Chat is similar. When we think about chat, it's something that most people are familiar with, although if you have a very culturally diverse audience, English as a second language or something else, then perhaps you're limiting chat to 1 word or 2 words. You're just being a little more directed. But as we think about how do I include everyone in this large group conversation, I want to do things like, okay, there's 25 of you. Let's get 25 responses in chat. Or if you have question, type it in chat. If not, type no. Anytime you're making an invitation to the large group, we're automatically assuming everybody's going to participate. Now, the question often comes up, Cindy, do you wait for all 15 to respond? And I'm generally keeping an eye on the engagement, but there's grace. There's lots of reasons why somebody might not choose to respond. John, you look like you've got a comment to add.
I got 2. Cindy, one of them is there are specific parts where I will require 100%, and I'll wait, which is like I'm looking for 15 chats, and I'll count them 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all of a sudden the audience will start to respond differently, knowing that they're waiting for me. But Alistair had a great question from the audience. He said, how often do you, Cindy, engage in a virtual learning session?
Do you mean as a facilitator that I'm leading or as a participant?
No,
as a facilitator, yes. So my recommendation is about every 4 to 5 minutes maximum. Now, that seems like a hard and fast rule or guideline, and it's really not. The idea is, and I'll share with you, I did share with you that opening sequence where it started out not with presentation or the spiel, but it started out with, hey, everyone, let's have a conversation. Who's here? Introduce yourself in chat. Here's a poll question. What's your experience with our topic? Raise your hand if you've gotten the handout. It is an interactive conversation from the start. One of the biggest mistakes we make as facilitators is waiting too long before our first interaction and waiting too long in between interactions. It should be just a natural, smooth, seamless use of the tools. And if you're already thinking, Cindy, I don't have time for that, I have too much content, well, probably need to go back and redesign your program, pull some things out, make that asynchronous. Think about, why are we bringing people together in the first place? The one other thing that we can do as a large group is obviously polling. We talked about this already, right? Pausing to listen, letting the learners talk, getting really comfortable with the silence. As John mentioned a moment ago, I'll wait for people to respond. So polling is another fantastic way that you can allow audience as a large group to give input to respond. So the second type, right, as we start thinking about small group interaction, small group collaboration, typically we're using whiteboards and our breakouts. Now, whiteboards, yes, you can use them as a large group, but I want to show you how I use them as small group interaction. And if you think about typical whiteboard, you have a question posted, we're doing some brainstorming. And by the way, I hope that as facilitators, you never, as the participants are writing on the whiteboard, start talking about what appears. Give them space and time to write on that whiteboard, and then ask them to debrief it. Ask them, hey, everyone, look at what's been written. Stamp something that stands out to you, or you agree with. Circle something that you'd like to dive deeper into.
This is one of my favorite techniques.
Yeah, but when we think about we're in a large group, but we want to have a smaller group feel, divide your whiteboard into sections and assign, okay, group 1, if you're joining from the East Coast today, you're on the left side. Group 2, you're on the right side. Or perhaps you have some other method that you've used. I've taken groups, I've told them to change their chat color to a certain color. The blue group, the green group, the purple group, right? There's lots of ways you can do it. And then you might think, but Cindy, they're not in a breakout group. That's okay. You're silent while they're working individually, but feeling connected. And then I'm going to say something like at the end, okay, group 1, who's your spokesperson? You can figure that out in chat. You can figure that out by who's the first person to raise their hand. But we're going for the idea of small group collaboration. You can do that in a large group. Now, breakouts are the natural way to put people into smaller groups. And when you create breakouts, it allows the conversation to flourish. You can have networking, you can create teams, you can do practices. My goal anytime I do breakouts is groups of 3, groups of small individual connection. It's really hard to hide in a group of 3, but if one person has a tech issue, there's still 2 people who can connect. Maybe it's a group of 4, maybe it's a group of 2, but 3 is my sweet spot. Well, the last one I'm going to share, and then we'll look at any questions or comments, is pairs. And when you think about pair collaboration, it's a smaller subgroup. And you can do this in chat by assigning partners or assigning 2 people together to private chat. I might say something like, okay, Julie and Jason, the 2 of you are partners. Brandon and Sasha, you are partners. Sandy and Mia, Steve and Brian. And if you have a group that's not very comfortable with private chat, a little script you can use is, okay, here you are, here are your partners. Find each other, say hello, and then raise your hand. Click on the raise hand button. Let me know you found each other. Okay, now that you've found each other, you have 2 minutes to chat about and give them a discussion question. I love to assign partners at the beginning of a virtual class because it creates accountability. I tell them you can talk with each other throughout the program, share insights, share questions, create that connection. And then, of course, you can put them in breakouts if you'd rather them have the video and the audio conversation as well. So, John, I think there have perhaps been some questions that have come in or comments about collaborating in virtual classes. What's on everyone's mind?
Let's see. So some people here, I'm going to come join you here.
Please
on stage.
do. Come on
give me
over.
1 second here. Oh, yes, absolutely. Let's go. I'm going to bring you with Alistair. Alistair
Okay.
definitely has some key questions here. And there we go. Hey, well, hang on. You're hanging around. I do have this button. Oh, good.
Perfect.
Now, you and Alistair are hanging out. Go ahead.
Perfect. So one of the things that I learned from Cindy actually years ago, during one of the webinars that she was delivering in Adobe Connect, And this goes to her point of having people respond to different areas of a whiteboard. One of the things that Cindy did was she had actually 4 different chat pods on the screen at the same time with the 4 different seasons. And if your favorite season was winter, you could use one chat pod. If your favorite season was summer, there was a different chat pod. But this idea of dividing people's comments up based on their names, their favorite seasons, their favorite hobbies, there's lots of different ways that you can divide and conquer, especially in Adobe Connect, where you can have multiple instances of the same pod. But one of the ways that I love how Cindy uses this is you can really drive more focus when you have a pod dedicated to the question that you're asking, right? So if you've got a specific question, a specific topic, you can create a pod or a whiteboard or a chat dedicated to those topics and drive engagement a little higher. This is something that I learned from Cindy that I continue to use to this day. I always have multiple chat pods for any large session so that you can keep track of all of the responses that are coming in and they don't just get lost above the fold.
I love it. And Alistair, it's a common question I get asked. How many layouts do you have in a class, or how many different pods? And when I think of a 1-hour program, it is not uncommon for me to have 20, 25 layouts.
Yeah.
30 pods that we're using for various reasons. And it's one of the really nice things about Adobe Connect.
All right, we got 2 questions online. One that said, what about breakout rooms with 5 to 6 people?
It's a great question. So when we're in person, the typical recommended number of breakouts is in that 5 to 7 range. So we often think, well, that should be what we do in a virtual class. I find it much more effective to have a much smaller group. Now, you may have an activity that needs a larger, that 5 to 6, because of the type of activity. But when we transfer from in-person to online, 3 people breakout groups is your sweet spot because it's really hard to hide it in a trio. It engages and involves everyone.
And the other question from Jason said, I'm going to slide in here. There we go. The other question from Jason said, when is it start to be too big for some of these techniques and then you shift to different techniques?
So how big is too big? Well, when you think, again, comparing in-person to online, if we want to have an in-person engaging session, can you engage an audience of 1,000 people? Of course you can. But do you have 1,000 people in your Manager 101 program or your customer service training? We typically don't, because we need feedback. We need feedback loops. We need checking for understanding, and all those things typically happens in a learning event. So can you be interactive with really large groups? Am I going to have polling and chatting and reactions? Of course I am. But for a training program where we have learning that is at the core, learning objectives, just because you can put hundreds of people in a virtual room doesn't mean you should. It's usually equivalent to the number of people you would have in person for that program that you have online. So my sweet spot, if I could have for my virtual facilitation and presentation workshops, is under 20. I want to have enough for conversation, communication, but not too many that we can't have a dialogue, that I'm not able to rotate around the breakout groups and provide feedback while they're practicing. So I hope that answers the question.
Excellent. Perfect. And do you have time for one more question?
One last question.
Alistair's got a question for you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Cindy. I want to go back to this idea of meaningful interaction and meaningful engagement. When you're doing a poll, especially for something like a large audience, how much time do you spend, or what are your best practices around talking to that poll instead of just asking a question and not addressing it, which I've seen a lot of presenters do. Unfortunately, here's the poll. Thank you. Let's move on. How do you wrap up a poll? How do you engage during or after a poll?
So I'll take an example of a poll that I use very frequently at the start of a program, and it's how I share our program agenda, our program outcomes. I'll put those in a poll question. I'll say something like, the big question we're going to answer today is the 3 types of collaboration. Here are the topics we're going to explore in a poll question. Which ones are you most looking forward to? Which ones are resonating with you? And I'll always include an other or something else as the final response. So I'll wait and be silent while those poll responses come in, I'm looking for everyone to be involved. So I may say something like, okay, about half of you have responded. I'm trying to be silent, but I'll pop in every now and then. The first thing I'll usually say when the poll is finished, when most people have responded, is, oh, we can see the number one response is great. We're going to be spending time there. But I see a number of other or something else. Who selected other or something else? Click on the raise hand button. Let's hear, what else are you looking for? Or I might ask them to type in chat. Tell us, what else are you looking for? So I want the participants to be summarizing, providing input, sharing. One other example may be if I have a poll question where I'm asking for opinions or I'm asking for something thought-provoking related to our topic. I'll say something like, okay, about half of you selected answer B. What are some of the reasons you've selected answer B? Raise your hand if you chose B. Super. Sarah, Emma, James, the three of you answered B. One of you share. So I'm starting to build that conversation. They hear my voice enough. I want to hear their voices.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, everyone. You can reach out to me, Cindy at cindyhuggett.com. You can, on my website, find lots of resources related to virtual training. If I didn't answer your question today, let's feel free to keep this conversation going.
All right, let's give a huge round of applause to Cindy Huggett. All right, our virtual audience, by the way, if you want to just say hi and wave to Cindy before she leaves, go ahead and you can turn on your camera right now. Let's see if anybody will say hi. Hello, Jason. We got a raised hand in here too. Anybody online, if you have a camera, let's just see you real quick. There we go. Roberta from Victoria says hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
That was great.
Thank you, Karen. Virtual, feel free to chime in at this point. You can unmute and say anything to Cindy before she heads out.
Karen, it's great to see you.
Muted. There we go. Great to see you too, Cindy. This is an awesome setup, I must say. I know John, and I think he has done a fabulous job here.
John, did you show everybody what the setup looks like?
Oh yeah, so hold on. I'm going to take Alistair's camera. Just keep talking, Cindy.
All right, I see that camera turning. To give you an idea of the energy happening here on site, we are right in the middle of the expo hall. There are hundreds of people who keep walking past. Other sessions happening. Here we go. Danielle has just walked by. Everyone's walking by and waving. So high energy here in San Diego.
Thank you, Karen. Hello, Joseph. Good to see you all.
Hello there.
All right. I'm going to hand it here, but it'll take a sec here. Thanks again, Cindy. We appreciate you stopping by the Adobe Connect booth. And of course,
thanks for having me.
I've got her cell phone and her glasses. She probably wants those. Okay, I'm going to swing around the camera. Coming up next, Alistair is going to come hang out. So let's see. We'll be with you in 60 seconds. Yep, hold on. Give me 1 sec. Let me move camera to Alistair and give him the mic. Coming up next in the Adobe Connect booth, the one and only Alistair Lee. Okay, Alistair, you're on.
Thanks, John. Cindy mentioned Connect Dordle. I thought this might be a good time to show a couple of the other different apps you can bring into your Adobe Connect rooms. What I'm going to do is move us to a screen sharing layout. I'm going to share my screen. And I'll use this browser here to navigate to apps.adobeconnect.com. I think I had a typo there. Let's try that again. AdobeConnect.com. Yeah, let's give that a try.
Alistair's moving. We did set up some links here for you. We want to make sure that you can see them. Imagine that. Okay, first, Alistair, come have a seat here. Let me bring you up. And then let me get your browser up.
Wonderful.
Give me 1 second while we bring everything on. Okay, good. And good. And good. And there's your share screen.
And which screen is this that I'm going to share? This is number 2?
Probably 2.
Probably 2?
Yeah,
We'll find out in 1 second here.
We're
We'll
gonna
share the
play.
screen and try the second monitor.
And try and sit back just a touch. I know. You'll move the chair or just slide back. Yeah, that should be good. And you can, touch right. There you go.
And where do I see which screen I'm sharing? That's... Oh, yeah. Here we go.
You got the right one.
We got the right one.
And now you could do this. And you can go back and see where you're at. Okay,
Beautiful.
you good?
Thanks so much, Sean. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's try this again. I'm going to go to apps.adobeconnect.com. We're still getting this protect my info for Chrome. Let's try to get through it. Okay, well, instead of doing that then, let's take a look at something else. Let's take a look at a couple of the new features coming to adobeconnect.com. I'm going to open up a brand new room here. And you know what? I'll make sure I do this in my browser, just so that we can screen share everything. I'll join the room as a registered user. And hit sign in. So this is a room showing you on a beta version of Adobe Connect. We're going to join using the browser. One of the things that you'll see here is that we can create these rooms. They persist. So I'm joining a room that has already been created. And one of the extensions I'm using here is for doing a quiz game inside of Adobe Connect. This is called Quiz Connect. It's what I used to use for delivering quizzes inside of the platform. But instead of using this, I'm going to hide that existing quiz. We'll take a look at the pods menu. And brand new in the next version of Adobe Connect, in Adobe Connect 12.4, is a new type of pod altogether. It's called the Quiz Pod. And so instead of using a third-party extension or a third-party application, I can add a new quiz natively inside of Adobe Connect. When I click that, it brings up the brand new Quiz Pod. This works a lot like poll pods. The difference being, of course, a poll typically has one question. That question doesn't have a right or wrong answer. And in this new version of Adobe Connect, coming in the month of June for all of our customers, we've got a quiz pod that will enable you to create a quiz with lots of different questions, that will enable you to create questions that have right or wrong answers. As you can see here, we can create questions that are multiple choice, multiple answer, fill in the blanks, or true or false. So let's take a look at adding a couple of quick questions here. ATD 2023 is in which city? We'll say San Francisco, San Diego, and San Jose as the different options. I'm going to tell Adobe Connect what the correct answer is here. We'll mark San Diego as the correct answer, and I can continue to add additional questions. Let's make this, instead of multiple choice, we'll make this a fill in the blank question. John Chen will be appearing at the Virtual Engagement Studio. Excuse my typos. And so I can select part of the question here. Let me undo that. I can select part of the question and turn this into a blank in the new quiz pod. So this becomes one of the answers for my quiz. I'll select the highlighter here and then select that text. That becomes one of the options. I can continue to add additional options. We'll say main stage and breakout session as a couple of other options. And again, we can continue to add questions. If I want, I can show all the questions and change the order. I can also manage the questions themselves by clicking on settings. And this new quiz pod's got the ability to do things like time limits. So if I want to set a 3-minute time limit for my quiz, I can set that up really easily. I can randomize the question order. I can even randomize the order of the options that show up for each of those individual questions. If we want, we can turn this into a game, making it game-based learning or gamification by enabling the host, the instructor in this case, to show a leaderboard afterwards. So in other words, we can display all of those learner results as part of that leaderboard based on how many questions they got right, how many questions they got wrong. Once I'm ready, I can publish this quiz, and I can see all of the participants coming to respond to the different quiz questions that I've published now in my virtual classroom. So this new quiz pod isn't in your current version of Adobe Connect. This is a sneak peek at what is coming very soon in the next few weeks if you're a hosted customer to your Adobe Connect rooms. These quizzes are also persistent. That means you can set them up ahead of time. You can set up multiple quizzes in a room, reuse them over and over and over again. If we take a look at some of the other new features in Adobe Connect 12.4 that's coming out shortly, I can go into preferences now. And as I mentioned a little earlier, under closed captions, we have a new option for automated closed captions. This uses a speech-to-text engine to take what the presenters are saying and turn them into captions. I'll go ahead and enable this and hit done. And I can see that captions are now available. Make sure I've got my microphone turned on for this room so that they can be picked up. And under the closed caption button, as a participant or as a host, I can decide what those captions should look like. Should they be white on black text? Should they be yellow text on black? Sepia with yellow background, or blue background with yellow text? And as I speak, and I'm not sure that I've got the right microphone selected here, but all of my voice elements are automatically turned into text to be captioned for everybody else in the room. So those are a couple of the new, really exciting features coming to the next version of Adobe Connect. The other things that we'll take a look at a little later is the ability to now edit your recordings online. So you can take that MP4 file that you've created and edit sections out of that recording. In just a few minutes, we're going to take a look and a tour of Adobe Connect. As we do that, let me go ahead and hide this and see if anybody's got any questions. I can see here from Rachel and Patricia in the chat pod. Joseph's asking, this is exciting, can't wait to see it. Patricia's asking, will the quiz pod give reports from responses like polls? Yes, absolutely. So there's a number of different reports that'll be available. If you're using the quiz within a room, all of those reports can be seen essentially in real time. As soon as the quiz is finished, those reports will be available. You can see those by question, by learner. You can see a leaderboard, and you've got all of that information at your fingertips. There's also an API that's available, so if you need that content back in your learning management system, it's incredibly easy to incorporate that into your back office applications. Let's take a quick tour of Adobe Connect now. I'm going to switch to the video and chat just briefly and clear the chat pod. Let me back up from that camera a little bit. How many of you are using Adobe Connect today? If you could hit a happy face if you're an existing user, the sad face if you're not an existing user. Let me know if you're using Adobe Connect today. So about 86% of people are on the call today are currently using Adobe Connect. Let's take a look at some other features. While I'm speaking here with my giant head, I'm going to once again try to load that extensions page as part of a screen share. Bear with me here. I'm going to go back to sharing and share my second monitor. Okay, so we're on the Adobe Connect homepage right now. We're displaying that under the homepage. I'm going to go to Features and then Apps and Integrations. This is one of the things that I use a lot to extend what Adobe Connect can do out of the box. Cindy mentioned the Connect app that she uses in a lot of her lobbies. The idea here is we have an opportunity to engage users as soon as they join the session. So instead of showing them a screen that says, please wait for the session to begin, or please wait for the host to begin the session, there's an opportunity to bring people in and start engaging with them immediately. These pods are one of the ways that I love doing that. Cindy mentioned Connect. That is right down here on the page. It is a Wordle game where, as the host, you can decide what the word of the day is. All of this is completely synchronized. So you define the word, everybody gets a number of guesses to guess that word. If you've played Wordle, you'll be very familiar with the concept. In this case, though, you can determine not only the word, but also the length of the word and how many guesses people get. This is, again, a way to engage people as soon as they join your session. There are so many distractions when we move content online. People have access to email, to their Slack, to Amazon for shopping. The world's videos are a click away on YouTube. So things that we can do to help keep them in our virtual classroom and set the expectation of engagement right away can be really helpful. There are a number of other different pods here that are incredibly popular, though, and incredibly powerful in helping keep people engaged. This is one that we're using today, Chat Plus. This enables us to add anonymous chat, but also it's a little more colorful than the native chat pod inside of Adobe Connect. Everybody's assigned a color instead of having to have people select a color. You can also do things like thumbs up a chat message or delete individual chat messages. If you're looking for games to provide game-based learning, there's a lot of options here as well. Things like the word search pod, things like the word cloud, and the quiz pod are all great ways of adding game-based learning to your different sessions. The other one we've used a lot today is this agree to disagree pod. This is a pod that brings some of those status options and reactions out onto your main stage. Those are always available in Adobe Connect. There is the raised hand icon just above my giant talking head here. And the drop down below that raised hand icon gives you a lot of different status options. But having those out on stage with big green check mark and red X, or a happy face and a sad face, or a thumbs up and a thumbs down, can be a little more obvious to our learners. This is a great way to engage people without having to prepare a poll, without having to do any setup ahead of time. John, did you have any content before we go into the Adobe Connect demo in 9 minutes?
You can start. I would actually start your demo now.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. We're going to get a demo set up. We've got something scheduled for noon Pacific, which is in about 9 minutes. But if you want to stay with me, we'll take a look at behind the scenes of that. I'm going to go to our Adobe Connect account here, online events. And we'll just get set up with an existing room. One of the things that you'll notice, and something that's really important for our customers, is that these rooms already exist. So this idea of persistence is core to the way that Adobe Connect works. You'll notice a lot of these rooms were booked a couple of years ago. In this case, this room's from 2016. I've got rooms on another account that go back to 2007. So Adobe Connect uses this concept of a room. This is your personal virtual space in the cloud that is yours, and it is persistent. So it's something that you create once, and after it's created, it's something that you can reuse over and over again. So it's not something that ever has to be scheduled. When you create it, you might associate a date and a time with it, but the room doesn't adhere to that date and time. It is always available. You can use it whenever you want. It's not something that needs to be scheduled or booked.
Alice, let's see. Whoa, where's my mic? Oh, I'm muted too. Hold on.
You are muted.
Okay, Alistair, I have a gentleman here. We actually have a couple Adobe questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So
No,
let
this
me tell
one
you
here.
which button to push. Not this one. This one. Okay. So see this one?
Yep.
So that's how you switch between both of us.
Okay.
And then just one of us. Okay. Hold on. I think I got to turn the camera. Oh yeah, I got us both here. There we go. Okay, great. So
Perfect.
again, when you go back to just you, just hit this button.
Okay.
Okay, good. Oh, and video pod us.
And video pod us.
There we go.
Okay, let's go back to the
Ramonda.
video pod.
So, and just we're going to talk to Alistair up here. Alistair, this is Ramondo. He's with the Navajo Nation, the largest tribe in the U.S.
Hi, Ramondo.
And
Hello.
so, go ahead, Ramondo. Let's go with your first one. He's got some caption questions, which I know Alistair knows everything.
The first caption question I had was being able to translate from English to another language live on the screen, kind of like you have your closed captioning. Is it
Yes.
able to automatically translate from? Can it do both though? Will you be able to have English closed captioning as well as your other language captioning at the same time?
Yes, that is possible today. That is done through a service today, though. So that's not something that's available as an automated option to have that real-time translation.
Okay.
But if we go back to the screen share that I was doing a little earlier, just really quickly going to share my screen once again. One of the pods that's available here is something called Interprify,
Yeah, very
which
cool.
is used for simultaneous interpreting, so that you can have that real-time translation happening. People can literally, it's not just captions, but people can listen to the audio in the language of their choice. So this can work either as a translated caption stream, which is possible through our native captioning capabilities. But if you actually want real-time translated audio, that's also possible inside of Adobe Connect. And this is one of the ways that we can do that, is this pod called Interprify. There's another one up here at the top called Our Phone that can do the same thing. So it's something we've actually had the United Nations use inside of Adobe Connect for some of their sessions, so that people could join a session remotely, while there were also lots of people joining physically, but they could have remote participants join and literally select which language they wanted to hear the audio in, and it would automatically select that language and stream that language for them.
Yeah, two key parts here, Ramondo, is number one, in apps, what's great about Adobe Connect is that it has apps. And so even if it didn't exist,
Here it is there.
you could find a developer to create it for you, right? Especially if you have a specific translation. And two, the second part I want to share with you, Ramondo, I've actually run 8 simultaneous language virtual meetings. And they're really inclusive and really powerful, where we have live interpreters. Sometimes we have live captioners as opposed to automated captioners. And of course, American Sign Language or there is more than, I think, 30 different sign languages around the world. All of those things are things that we can actually do in a meeting if they required it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. The second question I had was, I've used Adobe Connect through Langevin Learning Systems. That's the platform that they use, and so I've subscribed to that. But if I wanted to use this to train others on, does that mean that my learners have to subscribe as well, or can they just do just a simple login and being able to attend? You know, I think it's important for them that if they have to pay something extra for it, they're not going to do it.
100% agree. Yeah, and that's so they don't need anything other than a web browser. They don't need to pay a license. They don't need to even install any software. They can literally just click a link that you give them, and as long as they're not using, a 10-year-old browser like Internet Explorer, they're going to come right into the room. Sorry, Internet Explorer, but even Microsoft doesn't like you anymore.
We might have some that actually have 10-year-old computers, probably.
Okay. Well, 10-year-old computer is fine. They just want to have a modern browser. Chrome and Microsoft Edge and Firefox and Opera and Safari all work really, really well. So they don't need to pay a penny. They don't need to download or install anything. Although we do have an app. If they do have nothing but Internet Explorer, they can still use our application to join the session. So it's a barrier to entry, right? We need to, especially for training, for webinars, we need to eliminate any possible barriers to entry.
Yeah, definitely. One last question. with Adobe Connect, does it keep a exact log as well? We use Zoom a lot, and it gives us when they left, when they came in, if they answered any of the poll questions and quizzes. Does that same work for Adobe Connect as well?
Exactly. Yeah, we've got the same types of meeting reports, so you can see when somebody's come, when they've left, and again, all of those polls will also be available in the reports.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you so much. John, any other questions out in the audience about Adobe Connect?
Push the button. We got Chance.
Check on the mic 1, 2.
Chance, not the rapper, probably, right? I just said it. I know. I had to try.
That's a good one.
Right?
Probably never heard that one before.
Chance is here with us. Chance, tell us a little bit. Where are you from and what do you do?
Okay, so I work with Social Security up in Seattle. As one of our
Yes, I'm from Seattle. Shoreline in the house. What's up?
Let's see. I do audio-visual production. I work with Adobe Connect pretty much every day.
Yeah.
We do broadcasting, online broadcasting, and stuff like that of our lessons for supervisors and managers.
And your question?
My question is, all right, we're looking, we're throwing around the idea of podcasting.
Yeah.
Right. And since we use you guys every day, right, instead of learning another application,
yes,
are you guys going to have, or do you have podcasting?
Do we have podcasting?
Yeah,
Was that the
yeah? Do you have podcasting? That's right. Here, I'm gonna switch your mics too, by the way.
Yeah. So a couple of things there. First, we changed the way that we do audio and video in the last version of Adobe Connect, Adobe Connect 12. So it's now easier to do something like a podcast because you can record your session and you immediately get an MP4 video essentially that you can use for the audio. That was more difficult to do in previous versions of Adobe Connect. So I'd say it's much better at doing something like that. The other thing, though, I'll mention, and we'll see if this works in terms of my linking here. I'm going to share my screen once again. Adobe has created a new podcasting app. I think it's podcast or podcasting.
Doesn't it have
Adobe.com.
some wicked cool like AI and sound processing stuff too? I'm pretty sure.
It is incredible quality. So you can actually, I believe, upload your MP4 or your MP3 content. Oops, sorry, I'm not used to this mouse. I just went back. But let's go back to podcast.adobe.com. And you can upload your content and it will enhance the quality so that it sounds like you've put it through a professional audio studio, essentially. The sound quality is incredible. It reduces background noise. But more than that, it enhances audio specifically for speech. So instead of, the enhancements you might make if you're recording a musical track, this is geared towards people's voice and the human voice. It does an incredible job of turning a good quality into great quality. And it's in beta right now at podcast.adobe.com. So I think you could take an MP4 that you've recorded in Adobe Connect as a podcast. Maybe you've got the video pod you're sharing, kind of like we are right now, sharing two people on video. Run it through this podcast.adobe.com and really improve the audio before distributing it to all of your listeners.
Yeah, that sounds great. I'm
I hope
excited.
that answers your question.
I hope beta becomes a thing. I mean, not beta. Anyway, yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I can see we're actually now at the top of the hour, so we can take a quick tour of Adobe Connect. Before I hand it to John, who's going to take us through a quick tour of the studio itself.
Thank you, Chen.
I'm already sharing my screen, so let's take a look at what we can do. And just confirming, yes, I am sharing my screen on the big screen. If you've got any questions, you can ask those virtually. I'll keep an eye on the chat. We can also take questions from the live audience if you've got any questions. Joseph's asking when this next version is going to be released. Joseph, it's going to start rolling out to customers as early as next week, first week of June, but it's going to roll out over the month of June. So you'll probably have it by the end of June. Roberta's got a comment going back to that podcast question about the MP4. The downside of an MP4 is it doesn't retain that interactivity which is true. Once you've got an MP4 video, you can't interact with that the same way that you could with a live session or actually the old Adobe Connect recording format. Those old proprietary formats are actually still available if you don't use enhanced audio and video as part of your room setup. Then you'll still get one of those old style, I shouldn't call them old, but the non-enhanced style recordings, which instead of being a non-interactive MP4, will actually be an interactive recording. And so if you've got something like a custom pod in there, or maybe a quiz in there, that will still work if somebody's watching the recording, not just somebody joining the live session. All right, let's take a quick look at, or a quick tour of Adobe Connect. As I said, I'm going to go to an account that I've already got set up. And you'll notice here, there are lots of different existing rooms. This idea of persistence is absolutely core to the way that Adobe Connect works. You can see here, this is my first meeting with Chen back in 2023 in January. So that's when John and I first met virtually. I set up this room to meet with John. This room is still available for us to meet in. And the chat that we had in that room, the notes that we took in that room, all of that is still available today, several months later. But that's also true of these meetings that go back to 2016. So the way that this platform works is based on this idea of a room. It's your personal virtual space in the cloud. You can set it up once. You can reuse it over and over and over again. So let's take a look at a room that's already set up. I'm just going to go into this webinar demo room. Although maybe I should select a classroom instead. Since we're at ATD, I think a classroom would be more appropriate. So I'm going to go into a room called Manager Training. And I'm going to open this up in my browser. This is important for us that you don't need to install or download anything to join a room. All you need is a browser, and that room will open up right inside of the browser. I'm prompted before I even join to select the speakers I'm using, the microphone I'm using. I can turn on my webcam. I can turn on my microphone coming into the room. All of these settings are saved, so I don't have to keep selecting this over and over again. And this will be reflected as I join the room. My microphone will be on if I've turned it on here, or it'll be muted if I've turned it off here. So let's go ahead and enter the room to show you what an Adobe Connect room looks like. Even though we're inside of Adobe Connect here, you'll notice this room looks a little different from the one we're using at ATD. And this, again, is an important part of how the product works, is that as the host of the room, I can define the look and feel for everybody else in my Adobe Connect virtual room. So that's very different from what most web conferencing platforms, or how most web conferencing platforms work. Right? In Teams or in Zoom or in a lot of these other platforms, the participants can decide whether they're seeing the chat or not. They can click the chat button if they want to see the chat, or they can click the video button if they want to see the video. With Adobe Connect, we felt to give the instructor confidence, to give the host of the room confidence, it was important that they knew exactly what everybody in the room was looking at, that they were able to decide what everybody should see. And so that's how Adobe Connect works, is that the host of the room defines the experience for everybody else in the room. And so as I move to a lobby layout here, for example, I can define the experience by adding a pod onto my stage. And all of the functionality in Adobe Connect is delivered through these concepts of pods. So I've got a notes pod here for sharing notes with the rest of my virtual classroom. I've got an attendees pod that will show who's in the room, what role they're playing, a video pod for sharing video, a chat pod for doing chat with everybody else in the room, a files pod for sharing files, enabling my learners to download content, a web links pod for sharing links. This can be passive, where I can just make the links available, or actually I can push a link to everybody in my classroom. I've got poll pods, a Q&A pod, and brand new in the next version of Adobe Connect is this new pod type called the quiz pod. But the idea here is if I want to add a pod, like a poll pod, to my stage, I can simply add a new poll. And as the host, I can resize this just by dragging the corners the same way I would in Windows or Mac OS. I can decide how big or small it is. And everybody else in the room sees exactly what I've designed. So as the host, I'm defining this experience for everybody else. There was one other pod type here that we didn't take a look at. This is really the powerhouse of Adobe Connect. It is the share pod. We can use this if I add a new share pod. And again, we'll make this a little bigger. I can use this for sharing my screen. I can use this for sharing documents. I can actually upload documents to my stage, or I can turn this into a whiteboard that we can all collaborate on together. And in fact, if I close this, you'll notice I'm using that share pod for sharing an image here at the top. I can create a title for my virtual classroom. This clock is actually a share pod. This rock, paper, scissors game is a share pod. Even this MP3 file is a share pod. So I can upload PowerPoint content. I can upload PDF documents. I can upload video, MP4 video. I can upload audio, like MP3 files. I can also upload images, PNGs, JPEGs, even GIFs are all supported in Adobe Connect. And I can also upload custom pods, which is what this clock and this rock, paper, scissors game are. These are custom pods. If you were here a little earlier, you may have seen some of those different custom pods that are available. So I can bring those into my room and add them to a share pod. So the concept of Adobe Connect is you've got a room, and inside of that room, you've got all of these pods that deliver the functionality. Over here on the right-hand side are what we call layouts. And I think of these as an interactive storyboard. I can move from one layout to another layout simply by clicking on that layouts button. And by doing that, I'm moving from one set of pods to a different set of pods. And so we can use these layouts to design the entire experience. The same way that as a filmmaker, you would think about all of the shots that you want in your movie. You know, I want to go from a wide shot that's got lots of different content to a close-up of my character. I can do the same thing in this product using the layouts, going from something like a layout that's got lots of different chat pods on to a layout where all we've got is video. In other words, I can focus my learner's attention using this concept of layouts, and moving from one layout to another enables me to, again, define that experience for everybody inside of that Adobe Connect room. I'm going to pause here just to make sure that I'm answering all of the questions. Rachel's asking a question if she can ask questions later. She's got a meeting to go to. Absolutely. We're going to be here till about 2:30 Pacific time. So we'll be here for hours yet. If you want to come back, please ask your questions then. Let's take a look at the design of this room, because that's really how customers use this concept of pods and layouts in Adobe Connect. And it starts, in this case, with a lobby layout. And if you were here for Cindy's session earlier, she talked about this opportunity of engaging right from the start of your session. This is an opportunity that I see a lot of people don't take advantage of. Instead of having a screen that just says, please wait for the host to begin the session, there's an opportunity to have people come in and start engaging right away. And we're setting the expectation of engagement right out of the box, so that the second that you join the session, there are interactive polls that you can interact with. There's chat. Typically, there's a question in chat that we're asking you to respond to. Again, setting up that expectation of engagement, but also helping people start learning the tool the second that they join the room. We don't want to kill that opportunity to engage people. The other thing that we've got in this particular lobby is some music playing. John is a great believer in music. I am too. This is something that can get people excited for a session. If you've got the right type of music to kick off a session, it gets people energized. It also helps people test their speakers. So you're really accomplishing two goals by incorporating some music into a lobby layout. You're getting people excited, but you're also having them test their speakers to ensure that they've got their sound quality and their sound set at the right level right from the get-go. We're doing all of this before we've even started our session. Then we're moving on to a welcome layout. And here's an opportunity to incorporate our own webcams and our own video into the session. I can turn on my webcam here and introduce myself on video. We'll also take this advantage to go through some housekeeping, to introduce our speakers, to kick off the session before moving to PowerPoint. And you'll notice as I move from one layout to another, there's a lot of movement. We're trying again to engage our users both through interaction, but also through this idea of movement and flow to keep interest up high in our virtual classroom session. In this case, I've got a SharePod here where I'm sharing my PowerPoint presentation right inside of the room. And so I'm not sharing my screen here. Instead, I've uploaded my document. And there's some advantages for doing this. There was a question earlier today about the bandwidth that's required for products like Adobe Connect. And the wonderful thing about being able to upload your content to a SharePod is it uses virtually no bandwidth. This entire layout here doesn't include my camera in this case, and it doesn't include any type of screen share. So I'm using very, very little bandwidth. And my participants, my learners, require very little bandwidth for still getting an excellent high quality presentation and session. I've also got access though to this little sidebar that's only displayed to the hosts and presenters in a room. And this enables me to access all of my speaker notes from PowerPoint. So they'll all show up in this note section. I can also do non-linear navigation. So I can jump directly to a slide. If I'm not prepared to speak about the schedule, I can jump right across to new procedures without looking unprepared. Again, it comes down to confidence. We want to give our instructors the confidence that they need to deliver their sessions. And so being able to access all of their slides in a nonlinear navigation way, being able to access their speaker notes, being able to find the slides they're looking for, all behind the scenes is really, really important. Next, we've got an exercise, and this is another illustration of something I love inside of this product. And that is that I can have more than one instance of most of these pods inside of my room. So in this case, we've got a chat pod that's over here on the right-hand side through most of the different layouts. I've got the chat pod here going from layout to layout. That chat pod really doesn't move very often. And that's very much by design. You don't want to move the chat while somebody's asking a question. But you'll notice when I go to this exercise, in addition to the chat pod that we've got on every layout, I've added 3 additional chat pods so that we can increase that level of interaction. We can focus the conversation around, in this case, common area precautions, protecting vulnerable employees, sanitizing the workspace. This is manager training for coming back to the office or returning to the workplace. So by having multiple chat pods, I can actually focus the conversation. I can raise the level of engagement by having people discuss a specific topic in each one of these chat pods. And what we've noticed is it does raise the level of engagement. More people are likely to respond if they've got a specific area of the interface in which to respond. So it's not getting lost in this chat pod that we're using across different layouts. My next layout is this video layout. And this is, as I said earlier, exactly the opposite, where we want to focus the learner's attention. And in some cases, not often, but sometimes, we want to remove any possible distractions, including chat. So here I've got almost no interaction on this layout, but what I have is the ability to control exactly what everybody's looking at. So I don't have to ask them to click on the video. I don't have to ask them to do anything. By moving to this layout, I'm ensuring that they're seeing exactly what I intend them to see. And we've got an assessment up next. We've got PowerPoint. We've got a layout for polls. There are 3 different types of polls in Adobe Connect. As you can see, there are short answer polls, there's multiple choice polls, and there's multiple answer polls where you can select more than one answer. The idea here, though, is that I've thought about the design of my virtual classroom in the same way as a storyboard. I've mapped out the different parts of my classroom, ensuring that I've got interactions every 4 or 5 minutes, going from content to interaction to content to content to interaction to content to interaction, to ensure that higher level of interactivity and higher level of engagement in my session. We finished this particular classroom up with a wrap-up layout, and this layout's got some of the other pods that we might not have seen yet so far. The poll pod, but also notes pod here. We've got all of our different notes. We've got a files pod for sharing content. Our learners can all download the files in our files pod. We've got a web links pod. Learners can all click any of these links if they'd like. I can also push out a link to all of my learners. It'll open up on their browser automatically. And we keep that chat pod there for consistency. So this is our stage. This is what all of the learners are seeing, and we can define that as an instructor or as a host. The next thing I want to show you, though, is what the learners don't see, and that's a virtual backstage area that's part of Adobe Connect. So if I go up to my meeting menu here, I can enable this area called the host and presenter area. I'm going to turn that on, and you'll see this area open up to the right-hand side. This is something that only the hosts and presenters see. If I demote myself here to a participant, that area goes away. Let's promote myself back up to a host, and I can see this virtual backstage area. I can make this bigger or smaller. I can define the size of this, but this is a backstage, a back channel for the different presenters and hosts in the room. So if you're working with a facilitator, if you're working with a producer, and never present alone if you can help it, it's one of John's top tips, you can communicate and collaborate with your producer backstage privately without all of your learners seeing your chat. You can chat with that producer. You've got note pods back here, so you can keep things like the agenda backstage. If your producer wants to pull out specific questions for you to answer verbally, again, it's as easy as adding a new notes pod, which will automatically be added backstage. I can move this where I'd like, and we can call this seed questions. Just double click the title there. We call this seed questions, for example. It is a private area for you and your other co-hosts and producers to collaborate together. The other thing that I've got in this backstage area is a speaker timer. So I can set a time here for my speaker, let's say 15 minutes. And this light will change from green to yellow to red as the speaker starts running out of time. This is mimicking what you see in a physical presentation. Speakers often have a timer downstage, but this is something that you can monitor with your peripheral vision. There's also an engagement dashboard here that I can use to get a sense of the level of engagement in my virtual classroom or in my virtual room. So this shows me the aggregate level of engagement. We calculate engagement in lots of different ways. So we are looking at whether the screen is in focus or not. So if you're off doing email or using a different application, that will lower your engagement level. But it's not the only thing we look at. We also take a look at if you're chatting, if you're asking questions, if you're responding to polls, if you're setting your status. Essentially, any way that you can engage in Adobe Connect goes into calculating your engagement score. And the instructors, the hosts in the room, can see that aggregate engagement score across all of the different learners. This also shows me, in addition to the aggregate engagement, it shows me how many people are answering my poll questions. So I can use this to wait until everybody's responded to a poll, for example. It'll show me how many questions have been asked, how many questions have been answered. It's a really nice dashboard to keep an eye on the health of the room, essentially, how engaged our learners are during our session. The way that I use this is not as a reflection of my audience, but as an indication that it's time to add some interaction. It's time to ask a question, to bring up a poll, or maybe just to ask people to set their status, to agree or disagree. That's all that's required to get people to interact. As some of the other presenters have said, I think it was David, we want people to be leaning forward and interacting with us. We don't want them to be sitting back and watching. Otherwise, we could have just given them a video. So this is a great indicator of telling an instructor it's time for interaction. This virtual backstage area is also really, really helpful when it comes to changing the room during a live session. So a great example is we know our engagement might be slipping. We want to add a poll to the session, but I haven't planned out a poll question to ask. I don't have a layout with a poll in it already. When I add a new pod to my room, when the backstage area is already open, that pod will be added backstage so that I can set it up behind the scenes without worrying about what everybody else is seeing. So for example, I'll just go to my poll menu here. I'm going to add a new poll pod. Let's make this a short answer poll question. What is your biggest challenge in online learning? I'm going to open this poll up. And now that it's prepared and already opened, I can easily drag it out onto my stage, and I look maybe much more prepared than I was, right? This poll is already completed by the time I drag it out onto my stage. It's ready to go. It looks like I set this poll up weeks ago, and I'm ready to use it. So it's really handy to have this backstage area open and ready to go to set up new content. Another really common example is your presenter comes to you and says, I've got a new version of my PowerPoint deck. I want to use this instead of the one I gave you a week ago. We can add a new share pod to our room. So I'll go and scroll up here. When I add that new share pod, it opens up backstage and I can load their deck backstage without worrying about the fact that we've already started the session. Maybe we're already on the lobby waiting to go. That's another power feature that we can use. I did not mean to share my screen here. Let me cancel that. Is the ability to sneak around behind the scenes in Adobe Connect. And I do that using something called prepare mode. There is a little icon down here at the bottom that says prepare layouts when I hover over it. And this takes me to prepare mode. And when I activate this, I can now move to a different layout without affecting the live meeting. So I can see based on this blue overlay here, everybody is still on the lobby layout. We're all on the lobby layout, but I've moved to the PowerPoint layout. So I can do things like change out the PowerPoint presentation we're using here on the PowerPoint layout without affecting the live meeting. Essentially, I can sneak around behind the scenes virtually to modify different layouts, to change things on layouts, to even add new layouts without affecting the live session. I can do all of this behind the scenes using prepare mode. When I'm done, I simply click that link again, and I'm taken to the lobby, which is where everybody else is. So I can set things up not only before my session, because I know they'll persist, but I can set things up even during the session because I can do it behind the scenes, because I've got tools like that virtual backstage area, as well as prepare mode helping me do that. One last thing I'll show, and I'll get out of the room to show this. Let's exit the room here. Is that we can take anything that we've designed and turn it into a template. And I can do that simply by moving one of my existing meetings into this templates folder. And what that does is turns the room into a set of blueprints that I can reuse over and over again, so that new rooms that I create can automatically take on the same look and feel, the same background image, the same pods, the same content, for any new rooms. I can add it to the My Templates folder so that I can reuse it over and over again. So we'll just call this ATD Day 1. What's that? To you? In about a minute. And I'm going to select a, let's select this customer training room template here. We'll call this ATD1 as my room. We can give our rooms persistent URLs. This becomes the location for my room online, and this never changes. I'll always have this as my room URL. Let me just hit finish. And let's go into this room. I'm just going to copy and paste it here, just because I wanted to open it up in a browser instead of using the application. I'll use this HTML view equals true. And so even though this is a brand new room, you can see ATD Day 1, this room has never been used before. Instead of looking like a default room, it comes in with my speaker card, it comes in with a virtual background, it comes in with files, with web links, with layouts that I can start using. So organizations can use this to ensure that any new rooms that are created throughout that organization automatically adopt not only that organization's look and feel, but their branding, their content, even things like PowerPoint presentations can be incorporated into the templates themselves to ensure that consistency, but also to make it really fast and easy to create new rooms that enable you to get going right from the start. So that's a very quick tour of Adobe Connect. It's part of the platform that we're using to deliver the virtual engaging studio here at ATD 2023. The other part of that, though, is everything else in the studio that's enabling us to put this together. So what I'm going to do is hand it back to John Chen, who's going to take us through a tour of the studio itself. And to do that, I'm going to slowly slip out of this stool and hand it over to John. John?
Let's give it up for the one and only Alistair Lee. Oh, where's my music? Oh, my goodness. There we go. Alistair Lee, everyone. Thank you so much. All right. This is John Chen. I'm going to lead this next segment. All right. First off, everyone get up. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see. Everyone get up. Especially you virtual people, you've been on since 9:30 this morning. Get up and stretch. Hands up to the left, probably your right, and stretch the other way. Clap it up. Clap it. We got some virtual. Clap it up. Hey, go Stephanie. All right, royalty-free 80s music, yes. All right, so what we're going to do here in this next moment is I'm going to give you a little tour and answer some questions. But I really want to invite our people here, too. I really want to see who's still online with us. Let's see. Wait, I hit one of my pods. Alistair, give me the number. How many people are still on with us? I think it's 20...
I'm gonna have to change my
own
access.
That's right. Here, I got it. Hey,
we
good. I got it. We got 28 people with us. All right. I'm going to do a couple of things here. Oh, good. I think this actually will work. So let's leave this. And again, if you are on virtual, please see if you could turn your camera on. If you are here in our in-person audience, let's see. Go ahead and wave. We have got a couple people here with us in the back of the room. There we go. Yay. It's Mary Elizabeth and friend in the back. Roberta, let's do a mic test. Let's say hello, Roberta.
Hello.
Hello. Roberta, what did you get out of this morning so far?
Oh, you know what? I've really got some new things on Adobe Connect I haven't experienced before. Yes. So understanding about the pod. So that was my my biggest learning so far.
Pod learning. Excellent. All right. If our in-person audience could pick up a mic, Mary Elizabeth. She's got one next to her. Mary, oh, hold on. Let me bring them up. Mary Elizabeth, first say your name. I just want to hear and see if your mic is on. It's
Can
on.
you hear me?
Yeah,
Mary
keep going.
Elizabeth.
Say hello.
I am here. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Excellent. What did you get out of today, Mary Elizabeth? It could be anything during ATD.
Well, one thing I thought, from any part of ATD?
Yeah, any part of
Oh
ATD.
man, from the general session this morning, a very simple question that was asked. Adam asked, "What are you waiting for?" And that's something because I work with a career path program. And that is something I'm definitely going to ask my participants. It seems very simple, but it's something that they need to stop and think about. Often we have employees that are stagnant. They remain in a position for a number of years and they want to go somewhere else, but they're, sometimes a little hesitant. So that's what I'm going to incorporate in some of my workshops. What are you waiting for?
What?
And then pause and give them some time to think about it.
What are you waiting for? Love that question. And then your friend with you is, and you can give any name. They're behind Alistair, but you can. Look, you're perfect. You're off camera. She has to be off camera. So, what again? Can you give us your first name?
Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hi,
What do you want to
everyone.
share today?
I would like to share that
Go ahead.
with meeting you today, we learned quite a few tips on presenting in Adobe Connect.
Ah.
And the last tip was making your audience feel safe.
Yes, excellent, perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure.
All right, let's see. So we're gonna progress. Let's see. Oh, Anita is still in the house. Hi, Anita. How are you? Hey, Anita, where are you calling in from? Anita, are you there? Feel free to unmute. We cannot still hear Anita. I think she has mic privilege.
There we go.
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
we can hear you now. Good.
Great. So the biggest takeaways I've got was like starting use breakout rooms with 3 people and breaking it up into 3 people in a session. So I think that was very key.
Ooh, Anita, where is your mic? We're cutting in and out, so we're not sure.
Oh no.
Oh, that sounded clearer. Go ahead, keep talking.
Okay, better.
Little better. Let's keep going.
All right. So using 3 people in a breakout session, I think that's going to be valuable, as well as starting a session with a poll that has more meaning and interest in the classroom.
Oh yeah, starting with a poll. Yes, and then leading on. So actually, this is what we're going to do right now, Anita. For now, we're going to first talk and get a lot of questions around engagement. If Alistair is still in the house, I would love to see if we can someone can uncover his camera and see if we turn it on. I want to see if I can get a full video of the audience. Otherwise, I can split it. Oh, Patricia. Hey, Patricia. Oh, look at this. Patricia, where are you at? Working on unmute, of course. There you go. He has a cover over his camera, though. You might have to remove that for a second and see if that works. And then see if you can get his camera, of course, at the top. Patricia, still waiting on your mic. Let's try again. Maybe not. Donna. Donna's here. Donna Gibbs.
There we go.
Oh, good.
Can
I got
you hear me now?
Patricia. Yes, Patricia, feel free to introduce yourself.
Patricia Kessinger. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I've been in the virtual world for a long time. I always love attending Alistair's sessions. So it was great to see this 3-day conference that included him and all of you guys, actually. So I've learned a lot over the years.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Here, I'll give you the split view here, too. Again, we do have a live audience. And let's see, one of our mics is. Oh, I know why it is. Hold on. Alistair. There we go. Alistair's walking out of range of his mic. It's a good thing I muted him. All right. Hi, Karen. Karen Gleason is here with us.
Hello.
Hello. Tell us where you're from and maybe what have you gotten so far this morning?
Well, I am located in Wisconsin. I am working for the Learning Guild, and I have learned about Adobe Connect, or I should say I've been reconnected with Adobe Connect. Yeah, it's been a long time. So I started with Adobe Connect over 13 years ago. and went through everything. And then all of a sudden, Adobe Connect wasn't working well for me and for other members. And so we switched to other platforms.
Yes.
And I'm happy to hear that the audio and the video are being produced or streamed or whatever it is in Adobe Connect differently.
Right.
So I'm looking and happy to go back and kind of reinvestigate.
And you should, Karen. So we did this too. I think we streamed over 14 hours in Orlando. And in this program, we will stream 15 hours. And, you know, the number one thing, I'm with you, Karen, right, is not how is the audio and video for a minute? How is the audio and video over 5 hours? Right. And you'll hear a few things. And again, I've tried to chat you about a few things here. Where there are about 162 wireless microphones in this building right now. And so, you know, you will hear a little gapping, but overall, too, I would love to hear, Karen, like, what are your impressions around the audio and video for you on your side? Because you're far away.
Yeah, I am far away. And on my side, it's been great. I'm on a very high-speed internet connection, which is also very, very important for your attendees. And I don't have a lot of apps running on my computer while I'm doing what I'm supposed to do and engaging with the material.
Yes. Okay. So speaking of engaging with the material, right, I'm going to first just open the mics here. And I would love to hear any questions you have for me or about Adobe Connect or the setup. So as you can tell too, and in a moment, I'll start a tour if you're ready for it. I want to give you a behind the scenes view and share the software and the hardware that we're using to really make these presentations engaging. But I want to hear from each of you. Again, my in-person audience, if you want to talk, just pick up the mic. And if I'm virtual, if you want to ask a question, just unmute and start talking. Who's got a question for me?
Who's got a question? Well, I'm just dying to find the tour, quite honestly, because I've been in part of live streams in my office here where we're live streaming from a face-to-face conference. I have that experience. This is so way cooler.
Yes. Oh, wait. Hold on. Everyone give it up for Karen. By the way cooler is now a new word. It's one word together. It's hashtag.
That's right.
Cooler. Thank you, Karen.
You're welcome.
That's good. So you would tour. So, okay, tour. Anyone else? Donna, Roberta, if you want to tour, the two in-person people, pick up your mic and yell tour.
Tour.
Okay, good. Let's do a tour. Okay, great. So let's do a tour. I'm going to change some cameras around and do that with some music. Ooh, look at this. Coming to the fold. I'm going to maybe film strip mode so you can see the other people. By the way, you should always have hold music like this and talk over what other people see. Watch this. And now we're gonna move cameras to the tour. This is the tour of Adobe Connect. Okay, that's enough. Okay, good. Hi, y'all. So this is John Chen. I'm here in the Adobe Connect tour. We're on number 537. And by the way, here at ATD, this place is monstrosity. They're like, what's the farthest roll? I think it's 3,000. And every number is like a block, 100 block here. So today, and we're even just in half of the booth. The other side of the wall has all sorts of other Adobe stuff. But what you see here is on the first side here, this is a green screen. So this is a full-blown green screen that is about 10 feet wide. So that allows us to do some of these other crafty tricks, okay? And so now to show you the green screen, oh, hold on, let me bring up a slide so I can actually show you something. Okay, so I have another computer. This computer is running all the slide decks. This monitor has my schedule and whatever else I need here. So this is how I keep track of what's going on the day. This is my laptop. This is actually a really cool new gaming laptop. Used to cost $1,600. It was recently $600 off. So, you know, if you say you don't have a budget, right, and to do these kind of graphics, this laptop was $1,000 that's running all of this. These are Canon cameras. So these are beautiful, nice cameras. They actually have motors on them, which is how I'm able to do this. So now remotely too, I've got a little switch over here that you can kind of see. And what you can do is I can hit the button and I can remotely produce this camera from far away. So it doesn't zoom, but it does pan and tilt on these really nice cameras. And the camera does have a zoom. I'm going to walk over to this camera. Oh, I think I can do this. And so I have the ability to zoom There we go. And widen out the camera to whatever angle that I want. So I set this for Alistair when he sits at the desk. So in the turning to what we're doing with the green screen here now is I can do crafty things. Let's see if I can do this right. Like this. Okay, ready? Cue the music. Okay, so now I'm sitting in front of a green screen, right? And so one of the key things here is that this camera is the one that's just right in front of me. So let me go back and swap these, right? There are two cameras. Here's one for my sitting view. And this is two. This is the standing view. This is like Cindy Huggett, right? This is like David earlier today. They should be standing when they're presenting. So now if we first come back, this is my seated view camera. Oh, there we go. And now Alistair is going to get in here. And let's see if I can get the right one here. Okay, great. So now see how my head's in the view, right? This is just like, this is not a good look. But this is Alistair, right? And so I have the ability too, so I can even do things like shrink him, like you're getting really elevator going down, elevator going up. This is elevator music. Just kidding. So, so Alistair can present, and now Alistair is on my slide deck, and now I'm going to give him a remote. You know, here's one of the challenges. I used to work at Microsoft, and so PowerPoint does this terrible thing, which is when you get out of context with it, the clickers don't work. So like I'm still producing stuff, right? So, but I use a separate laptop and I have it send the video into my program. And so now when he clicks a slide, he always has control. And that's a very crafty trick that I had to learn through a lot of hard experience. So go ahead and go forward through some. And so Alistair now is presenting some items like I would on my deck. And hold on a sec. I see Alistair to, oh yeah. So we moved cameras earlier today. Okay, good. So now go ahead and continue going through some decks. Okay, good. So with that, let's see. Now what else do you want to show? Here, this is actually going back to this. So that's how Alistair, and this is what Alistair, this is the reality, right? Alistair's got an X. He's got a remote. He's got lighting. He's got cameras. And what's great about this too, if you haven't seen this other piece and paid attention to it, this is a monitor. And this monitor will allow Alistair to see what is going on. And so the other part too is that I can put the virtual audience here. And so that you're talking, Alistair looks like he's looking at the people. It looks like he's talking to you. So I've been switching these kind of interchangeably because sometimes I want to see the text here. But if I actually move the Adobe Connect screen right here, basically Alistair's seeing what he would see normally when he's presenting seated at his desk. Standing up though, let's see, Alistair, what have you seen from you or other presenters who stand up?
In terms of,
oh, and let's see your mic. He's still muted he was muted on break. Triple
yes,
mute.
I popped off to the men's room and decided to double mute.
Smart.
Just out of an abundance of caution, let's say.
Genius. Good idea.
It is difficult, especially when you've got a live audience, right? Hybrid makes this more difficult. If you've got a live audience, trying to present to a camera and not to that live audience feels a little unnatural at first. So it's something that I think with practice becomes better. We don't want to ignore or disregard the live audience, but at the same time, we do need to take care of that virtual audience. And so it is important, because the virtual audience sees less, it's more important to ensure that you're looking at that camera, to prioritize that camera whenever possible, even over the live audience, which again is not natural, but is important. It takes a little practice.
And practice it does, right? We have a lot of stuff going on here, but there are some key tips and tools that can really help. Thank you so much, Alistair.
Thank you.
It's good. So some other things we want to give you some behind the scene info on is this. There we go. And Alistair, no, your mic's still live unless you want me off.
Roberta was asking if you can make Alistair dance, and I know you're going to try that at the end of the day. It is not going to work. It worked last time in Orlando. I don't think it's going to be successful this time, unfortunately.
Boo, boo. Okay, hold on, I'm going to zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in now for a few things over here. Okay, did I get it right? Okay, so now I'm going to come over here. So audio and music is so important to me. Now we are running about 6-7 mics here. And everybody knows, right? Everyone chat, go and hit chat if you've ever had 2 or more computers in a virtual meeting and you got your good friend Echo. Go ahead and chat Echo, #Echo.
Or hit the agree button.
Oh yeah, you can hit the agree button. Oh yeah, there we go. There's
Echo.
Yeah, so one of the ways to do that is this. This is a mixing board. And in a second, we're going to give you all the links to all the equipment that I personally use that I feel like I have battle tested over the last 3 years. And what's important about this mixing board is this. This little cable here is a USB connection. This means I can replace all the audio, right, that's going in and out of this computer with this cable. And that means now, if you can see here, all 7 mics and my iPad playing music are all controlled all over here. And so this is one way to get multiple mics in a high quality way into your virtual. The other one too is for playing music. So again, I preface playing an iPad. I can look up songs, and I do own what's called an ASCAP license. Look it up, ASCAP. And so I can legally play copyrighted music on virtual meetings. Now, this one I can't, just so then for the lawyers, you can get on the side. Live streaming is different. So because we are live streaming, we are playing only royalty-free music today. Okay, so but this ability here to not only play the music, I can play it at any level. Like right now, people should be able to hear me and the music at the same time. And it's very difficult to do that without this tool. The other one is too, is that most of the time you got to click some buttons on most platforms to share music. And here you don't, because it's basically the same as my mic. It's always on. So I should be able to do this and now, again, play music whenever I want. So that to me has really helped out do things like this, right? Coming up next on the stage, the one and only author of Engaging Virtual Meetings, Chen. Oh, I got the end of the song. Great. And so you can cue walk-on music. Oh, there we go. There's my walk-on music. I was late. You can now, the adoring fans are coming. They're all asking for signatures. It's great, everybody. I love you all. Oh, there's nobody here. So putting audio inside of here, those are really some important aspects. Now, the other one that's really key here is that we're running on this screen right now a piece of software called Open Broadcast Software, OBS. Open Broadcast Software. Now, let's see, my in-person people, pick up a mic. Have you ever used OBS in a virtual meeting?
I have not.
Good. No.
Me neither.
How about the other 2 people way out here? Never. So I go, great. Here's the best part. Here's the best part about OBS. The price tag is enormous. Yeah. It's free. Let me repeat that. It's free. Everything that's doing video switching here, right? So like from this to here, I think I've got, I guess I have to see myself twice, right? So I can do this, like I'm mixing virtual, right, video streams here, which normally, that's cameras at Alistair. All of that is doing it in software, which is why I need a gaming laptop. Instead of like playing, Doom or whatever the latest hot game is, I'm having it work for me.
Doom, to be clear, has not been hot for about 30 years, I think.
Call of Duty. Yeah. I got one. I could say call it. What's the other one? The 5 versus 5 people. League of Legends.
Yes.
Thank you. So all of that software, I'm using all that graphics power, which is available everywhere now, and instead using it to make training better by using this visual aspect to make things and see things that people can't see. So now, again, that I design scenes in that. People have said like sometimes it's challenging to learn that, but what I can tell you, I look at it as called the PowerPoint of live video. So as you can see, I can mix multiple sources at the same time. I can show a screen in all 3 of my cameras all at the same time if I want to, right? And maybe all the shared screens on all my laptops. Now, you might not want that, but I'm just saying I have the capability of doing that. So the last piece here, this little box here is 32 buttons. It's called a Stream Deck. Now, let's see, has anybody ever used a Stream Deck? Okay. What's your name in the green shirt? Pedro, would you mind walking in here? I want to just show you some cool stuff. Okay, so Pedro's going to come sit down at the desk. So you come sit here. Can you give him a mic, though?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so Pedro just sat down on my desk. And now we're going to bring Pedro on. Oh, watch for that mic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it might be those two mics. Do not have them point at the speaker because they will feedback. Have them point like outward, please. Thank you. Here, I can, what are you on, black? Red. Okay, good. So these are some of the audio things we can do on our side. Okay, now let's see if I can bring him in right here. Okay, so now push this button right here. He's going to push a Stream Deck button. And he's going to transition from one side to the other. And Alistair, let me know if that's our speaker. It sounds like somebody else's speaker.
I think it is ours.
Oh, good. It is ours?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hold on.
It's gone now.
Okay. I'm going to kill your mic for just a sec. Okay. So now what we've done here is see, we have you that's coming out of this camera. We have a virtual background, which we can change to anything. That's this orange and red. And now we can put a logo here. And that's what you're seeing inside of this. And in fact, actually, let's see, where is this piece here too? I think there should have been, oh, there should be another logo on the top right, and I can actually fix that. Now, so let's go to the next one. Let's see, 1-4. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put you on a slide deck, okay? Okay, so now go ahead. And yeah, actually, there's probably one more mic that's the red mic. Where's the, it's not yellow or black. It should be the green mic. Where is the green mic?
Somebody walked away with the green mic.
Somebody walked away with the green mic. Trade him yellow then. Trade him yellow, please. Yes, and then try and see if you can locate green mic. I don't think I have it. Thank you.
So what is the product that we're showing here?
So right now, this is a Stream Deck using open broadcast software transmitted over Adobe Connect. So I'm trying to piece all the pieces together. Okay, so now, again, what we've done here is that we put you on a slide deck, okay? I'll take this clicker and then click the deck. There we go. So now you're So now, more important too is like, let's get you now to stand up for just a second. Let's see if I can get this right part here. Okay, he's going to stand up with me. Okay, and now stand on the X. There you go. He does have a green shirt on, by the way, so you can see some aspects. And now do me a favor with your, I believe it's your right hand, point up at the book. Oh, yes. Now click the slide. There you go. So now you can point over your left shoulder, but he has a bunch of stuff in his hands. So, yeah. So this is one way, too, that you really present and get yourself into the slides, Pedro. Pedro, have you ever presented like this?
Not like this.
Hold up the mic.
Just a little talking head in the quarters.
Yeah. And do you think your users might be more engaged if you could get a slide deck?
Yes.
Pedro, what do you do? What do you check?
Technical trainer for living.
And what? Oh, and those are important. And then you have to train them how to use them and use the footage if you have like an accident or something.
I train the customer support agents.
Yes.
How to help the client solve problems.
Oh,
so
with the
any
unit.
issues with the unit
Yes.
or the software. So
Yes.
it's more than just a video.
Yeah.
I developed the training and the process, developed the process, and then the training that the agents would have to follow in order to help a customer walk through solving the problem.
So again, you probably show a lot of visuals or screens or stuff.
I do a lot of screencasting. Yeah, I do a lot of video screencasting as they're working. Hey, this is what the client sees. So like their UI, this is where the client goes. This is what he's looking at. This is where his problem is. And
so watch this. Now stay here too. One of the ways that we would do screencasting is, let's say he's here. Stay right there. One of the things that we could do is now shrink him down. And so now you're on the screen that you're screencasting. And so you can move your mouse, but they can still keep visual contact with you, Pedro, right? And like this here, like, if I had the mouse here now, you can actually see a mouse moving around, right? I'm pointing to the top left, coronavirus. You could do things like that. And again, answer questions, but keep your presence still on screen while doing that part. Pedro, any other questions? Thanks for stepping into the studio, by the way. No, you're all good? Okay, good. So again, something else that I'm using here too is called studio mode, and studio mode allows me to do things like this. I can actually preview what the shot looks like this before. Thank you. And then be able to take that I can see what's going to happen. So again, so like right now his arm is here, right? I could, before he previews it, I could actually, remove it or go to a hold slide like this and then ask him, okay, now you're off stage. So you should take one step to your left, right? And then we would come back to me, and now his arm is now not in the shot. Pedro, thank you so much. Hey, give it a round of applause for Pedro. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's the studio tour, and now I want to reopen back up for questions here and hit the grid view. Anybody of our virtual or in-person audience have any questions about any of the tools or techniques that we're using? Yeah, feel free. I believe that's Roberta Kilkenny. Let's see. Roberta, are you there?
Can you hear me?
There, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. I had to look for the little icon for the microphone. Yeah, I have a question that you can answer, but it might also be an Alistair question.
Okay, Alistair, get ready.
I'm curious. As some of you know, I teach, so I'm not in corporate training. I'm in the teaching world.
Yeah, academia.
So So accessibility is a major concern within the academic world.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what advice you would give in terms of, let's say you had an ASL interpreter that you need,
Yeah.
How would you deal with that, both in terms of the technology and perhaps the pods?
Okay, well, this is a good one. So Donna Gintz, if you don't mind, I'm going to pretend like if you know ASL, then bravo. And if you don't, why don't you just pretend like you know ASL, and I'm going to have you interpret for like a minute, okay? Shake your head yes, if that's good. Okay, good. So one of the things that we would think about, right, in terms of accessibility is thinking about how do we keep the ASL person visible to the person who needs them. So obviously the easiest one is to keep them on video, right, with us. And we can actually select, I believe, different people, depending upon the type of class. Alistair, get ready to answer that. I think you're was it pinning or spotlighting? I'm trying to remember if you have some to that. I know that there are 3 different views here in Adobe. In other locations too, some apps now have built-in ASL support. So the video window for, say, Donna, our ASL interpreter, right, only shows if the person who needs it. And then they can actually resize it to any size that they want to, right? Good. So, Alistair, do you want to chime in and continue on that? I'm going to bring your mic up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, John. One of the things I showed earlier was having multiple instances of a lot of the pods on stage at the same time, multiple chat pods, multiple polls, multiple notes. Unfortunately, you cannot yet have multiple video pods on the stage. There's only one video pod. It is something that we're looking at. It's not something in the roadmap that I can speak to, but the idea of having a second video pod on your stage for an ASL interpreter is something that we've been considering for a while now. And it's, part of how Adobe Connect works anyway. This idea of pods and having multiple instances of pods comes very naturally to the product. Today, what I'd recommend is something like the grid view. You can ensure that that ASL interpreter is always part of that grid. You've also got a film strip view. If you wanted to give them a larger screen, a larger video than everybody else, that's also possible today.
Excellent. Thank you, Alistair. And I did locate my green mic. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Oh, good. We have a couple questions here in the chat, too. I love Patricia. We have some chat. Feels like the weather person on our local TV news. No, it's true. And you have to look. The worst part is it's reverse, right? This is my right hand, but it shows up on the left side of my screen. So you do have to spend some time learning how to reverse your gestures. But when you have video feedback, as soon as you get it wrong, right, you'll get it. And so that is one part, because the worst part is why you can mirror or flip, right, your screen, but all of your words are backwards, and that just, like, I can't deal with that. So I'd rather teach myself to point the opposite hand rather than try and read words backwards. Is the clicker attached to the Stream Deck? No. The clicker is attached to a laptop whose only job is to run PowerPoint, and only that. And then that laptop takes the HDMI out, and I'm duplicating. So what's ever on the screen is also being sent to my computer. Now, somebody asked, do I have multiple slide decks open? So let's see if I can show you this. Okay, this is the video feed only of the slide deck. So now I'm going to hit escape. You're going to see that I'm running PowerPoint. And now you can see that I have 2 other slide decks here. And there we go. So now that's what, Cindy's slide deck. Oh, that's David's slide deck. Okay, so great. So now I'm clicking through his deck. And then, I know, is that me humming? I might be. I wonder if one of my mics is on. I have all those mics turned down. And this mic is turned off. Okay, I'm just still checking some other parts here. Okay, so and then going back to Cindy Huggett's desk here. This is her slide deck, and now we're at the end, and so I'm going backwards. So that's its only job. And now, again, because we have a green screen, now we can do this, which is get in front of your screen deck, right? Get in front of your slides. So this is my video. We're using the green screen. Why a green screen is important is because now you can see through the rest of the area. And so now I can do this and start jamming through her deck with me behind it. And again, that's where standing up and other things like that can really help. Let's see. So I think that answers both of the questions. All the slide decks were open, but not in presentation mode. But they could be in presentation mode. I would just Alt-Tab, right? So I would turn the slide deck off. Let's see. And like hide it here. And now you'll see me furiously scrambling over here. This is why I'm cutting to Alistair. Alistair, please talk. Right? When you hear me do that, that means I'm trying to do something on the producer side and not have you see it. And this is actually, I think, a really important part for all of us as trainers. Right? On virtual, it's a little bit of a show. And when it's a little bit of a show, what you want to do is practice and rehearse some of these things so that you never hear the dreaded words. Now I'm going to share my screen. Right? No, the audience doesn't care. That's no content to them. So what you want to do is be able to see if we can make some of these moves either so seamless. We want to make them so seamless so that the learner never sees that or hears that. And so then we can actually just, like I said, stay focused on the content. I think those were all the questions I had. Does somebody else have a question? Karen.
I do. I'm going to voice it because it's too long to type.
Sure.
So we're in an Adobe Connect room.
Yes.
We've got our cameras on, Donna, myself, and Roberta.
Yes.
Your Adobe Connect is actually a video that gets run through OBS on your laptop, and you're sharing that to Adobe Connect.
Yes.
So I got it? Okay.
Good one. That's the question. A question or a statement?
It's a statement. It's like question mark. Is that it? Did I get it?
Yeah. And so what happens is I told Adobe Connect to use OBS as my camera. And that's how I'm able to do stuff like this. It's me. Now it's me and Alistair. Now it's just Alistair, right? And so these are things that I write in my run of show.
Sure.
And I have to figure out what to do it. But this is where the Stream Deck comes in handy because this show is non-linear. And also quite often during parts of the show like this one are complete improv. There is no run of show for this part. So, if Alistair starts talking and he says he's got something, I've got to quickly find a button and figure out where it is. And that's where the Stream Deck comes in. It makes that improv, which I believe is really important for us as trainers, to have the speed to give the learner what they want. And a Stream Deck helps me do that. But I love that, Karen. So just to reiterate Karen's piece, trying to see if I can do this right. We have cameras that are going into OBS, which are going into Adobe Connect, which are controlled by a Stream Deck. There.
Yeah, that's great. That's
There
great.
you
Is there closed caption available for OBS? Like right now, could we use closed caption this entire thing or no?
That's Alistair's got the latest here on captioning.
We have closed captioning. We're not using a service today. In June, we're rolling out automated captions.
Yes.
So that a service is no longer required. But unfortunately, we don't have that in the room today.
Okay. That answers my question. Thanks.
And I don't think that's part of OBS. Is it, John?
No. Well,
it is part of PowerPoint. It's actually a trick you can do in PowerPoint.
Yes. Have you seen that? Karen knows. Donna knows. Roberta, do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
Here, watch. For those who don't know, I would like to actually show you here. So what? Here, well, let's see if I can actually do this right. One. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm showing PowerPoint right now, and here I'm going to change the view for a minute, and then Alistair, I think I'm going to go to you right after this demo. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, great. So here we got PowerPoint. I'm going to open some deck, which I believe is Cindy's deck. It's got to download it. It might take a second. Okay, good. So now we have Cindy's deck. Here's the key. Up here in the top, if you can kind of, oh yeah, my mouse may not be coming through, which I did by purpose. But up here on the top is slideshow. Then over here it's saying always use subtitles. And now, Karen, please give me a foreign language.
Deutsch.
Deutsch.
Or
Sehr
German.
gut.
German.
Well, there's Dutch too. Dutch is on here. I just want to let you know. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
But Deutsch is German for German.
It is.
Okay. And I put the subtitles below. So now I'm running here. And now let's see if we have enough internet connection here that I'm going to involve your virtual learners. There are 3 keys to successful collaboration, and one of them is to my German audience. Sehr gut, yeah?
Stop.
So yes, we're getting captions here. And so, you know, even if you don't have captions, if you are and you have accessibility goals, is that there are ways to do it that cost nothing. Many products have them built in. And again, Adobe is very close to getting theirs completely built in. And again, you can get a live captioner, which, by the way, is better. It's very soon. So now you can see here, and I want to just keep talking for a few moments because I want to see how accurate these captions are, especially if you are a genius presenter who can clearly articulate what you're trying to say. This is the part where you applaud.
Applause, applause, applause.
Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. I gotta bring an audio source in. So my iPad playing my music died, and I'm gonna try and figure out where this hum is coming from. I don't know if it's me. I hear it here though, right?
I mean, it's audible for sure.
Yeah, it's not audible on the right. Are any of you hearing a hum here on virtual or not?
I'm hearing something, but I have very sensitive ears at this point in my career, so I pick up everything.
Very faintly. Okay, well that's good. Yeah. Well, thank you for that. Okay. So, any other final questions in this last section here?
You're going to tell us like the exact cameras that you use and so forth, the exact equipment, because that would be great to know.
Yes, and here, I'm going to do another version of this before. This will be my last demo before I hand over to the one and only Alistair. And Alistair, I think you have pods. I want to make sure you have pods set up for everything.
I do, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. There's this and this. And I will... Okay. So check this out. Everyone go and watch Chat Plus. I don't know if we have a... I guess that's the biggest. That's fine. That's all we have here. Here are the things that we can do in chat. Let's see. All right. Thank you, everybody. Here are the first 3 chapters of my book. Here's all the equipment that I'm using. Why don't you register for my conference? Next month, I have another program coming up on the 3rd Wednesday. Here's a speaker's checklist. If you want to join my 1,500-person Engaging Virtual Meetings Facebook list, join here. Hey, I'd like to connect with you on LinkedIn. If you, oh yeah, here's my brand new podcast that I released, engagingvirtualmeetings.online. And last of all, if you want to schedule a meeting with me, I want to meet you, just click the link. And so the key to that, what I just did, is that Stream Deck also, and what I teach people who just buy a Stream Deck and don't know what to do, automate your chats. All those chats are perfect, have no typos, and all I have to do is push one button for each one of them. They're things you use in every single virtual meeting, right? That's something that you can do. All right, good. So anyways, hopefully grab all those chats, open the links and get them. Karen, Donna, and Roberta, I just want to say thank you for turning on cameras and engaging. I would have been very lonely without you 3. Yeah. Any final comments? Would you love to either questions or comments, what you love. Thank you, Roberta. We just love some kudos. You know, we're here at like 1:12. We've been broadcasting since 9:30 without a break. We would love to hear one great word from each of you before we move on.
The one great word, way cooler.
I love way cooler. That's good. Anybody else?
Awesome energy.
Thank you, Roberta.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. All right. So, well, again, you can leave cameras on because Alistair loves to see you if you'd like. But if not, you can also go on here. Coming up next. Oh, I've got to do this amazing intro. You know what I got to do. So let's do it right. Coming up next. Using generative AI in the virtual classroom with the one and only Alistair Lee. And now I missed your camera switch. All right, there we go. All right, so Alistair, I'm going to put you in the driver's seat here, and thank you so much. So,
Thanks.
Okay, Alistair's on.
Thank you so much, John. I think this is going to be a really interesting session. This is a topic that has just exploded in the last, it feels like in the last few months. So I'm going to move to a couple of different layouts here. I would love to get your feedback. Oh, my PowerPoint is gone. Let me see if I can bring that back. I didn't do it. John didn't do it. Luckily, I've got an image here as a backup. So I would love to get your feedback. Have you used, in a work context, have you used generative AI, whether that was creating an image for work, creating some content? Have you used AI in any respect? You can hit the agree to disagree pod, a green check if you've used AI, and a red X if you haven't. And it looks like most people have. It's about a 90% yes. So if you've answered yes, if you've clicked on that green check mark, let us know how you've used it. So below the agree to disagree pod, in the bottom right-hand corner is a chat pod. Let us know how you've used generative AI. Roberta's saying to generate content for an audio podcast. Roberta, were you generating the script for that podcast? Were you generating the audio itself?
The script, the text.
Got it.
So having the intelligent discussion, I'm so impressed with the verbiage just come back. My next step is I am gonna try AI to record it, but I'm not sure if I'll actually use that or not.
We'll take a look at a couple of examples of that today, or at least one example of AI voices. They have come so far so quickly, and it is now possible to record something in your own voice to train the AI essentially to sound like you, which is just incredible. Yeah, it is. It can be a little creepy, especially for those of us that have a lot of audio out there on the internet today. The idea that it's possible that somebody else could train the voice using our existing audio. Let's see what everybody else is saying. Garrett's saying images, curriculum, writing, planning, brainstorming, event planning, presentations. Creating a 1-hour presentation online. Yeah, this is something else we're going to look at today. So in addition to creating content for our lessons, we can actually have AI help us to create those lessons themselves. In terms of, what topics should we include? What's the outline I should use? If I'm creating a deck, what kind of slides should I include in that presentation? We'll take a look at that. Donna's saying ChatGPT was restricted from our use due to being a government agency. We're seeing a lot of that, by the way, not just in government agencies, but we're seeing that in utilities and even high tech. Apple just recently banned using ChatGPT. Organizations are concerned that it can leak confidential information. For those organizations, like government agencies, don't want employees accidentally asking a question that includes sensitive information. So that's something that we do need to be concerned about, certainly. Roberta's saying, I've used something built on ChatGPT to help me summarize YouTube videos. Summaries are something that AI can do really, really well. You can point it to a video to ask a summary, but you can also give it something like a training transcript. Here is the transcript for the lesson that I delivered last week. Give me a short summary of all of the key talking points. And we're even seeing, again, I can't talk publicly about our roadmap, but we're even seeing some virtual classroom platforms build this in so that you're getting a transcript automatically. Why not use AI to summarize that, to give you an executive briefing of what happened during that learning session? Let's see, what else? Karen's saying ChatGPT questions are used by ChatGPT, meaning they can take and use your content and share it out. This is the other, I think, fear that a lot of people have, is that these AI programs are creating so much content that it will also be used in terms of training those same UI applications. So you do get into this cycle where it's spitting out content and training itself on the content that it produced. And there's a fear over time that that content could get worse. So let's take a look at some fun examples. I had planned on a specific topic, but it actually might be more fun if the audience today selects a topic. So we're going to create a learning program. We can make that learning program based on anything you'd like. If you've got some ideas or some options, type them in the chat. Or if our in-person audience has any ideas, let us know. We can try to create a learning program and try to create some content for that learning program, all in the different AI options that we've got available. So use that chat pod that we've got on the stage, or use Chat Plus just to the right of that. Let us know if you've got any ideas. Okay, no, I'm not saying, oh, Garrett's maybe typing something into the chat pod right now. We'll just give him a second. Otherwise, we'll take a look at maybe a program around using chat or using AI in virtual classrooms. Key skills for virtual trainer. I think that's perfect. So I'm going to move back to this layout here, which has got a number of different resources on. If you're watching the live stream, you may want to join the room to access some of these links. But I'll be using a lot of these today to help us craft a learning plan around skills for virtual presenters. We'll also be using these to create some content so that we can start setting up a virtual room for delivering our lesson plan. So I'm going to share my screen. The first thing we're going to look at, though, is this first link, which is one of I think the most powerful ones. It's an index of all of the different AI tools that are available today. So let me move to a sharing layout. I'm going to share my screen. I'm just going to make sure we've got the best layout here. Okay. So I am currently sharing my screen in Adobe Connect, and what I'm sharing is this site called GPTE.ai. This is actually something I found through a TikTok video, somebody referencing the site, and it has really opened my eyes up to all of the different tools that are available. As I said, we're going to be looking at a lot of different ways of using AI in this session, generative AI in particular, to create something for us. This is a site that lists, as you can see, I think it's got over 2,158 AI tools, all categorized by the type of generative AI that they are. So if I'm looking for some help in writing, I can click on writing here and see some of the different tools that can be used to help me create a lesson plan, for example, or create some content for my slides or my quiz. It also categorizes the tools into code. So if I want to create a custom pod to bring into my virtual classroom, this is a set of tools that can help me create that custom pod. I've got tools here that can help me create images. We'll take a look at creating images for our PowerPoint slides. We'll look at creating images for our room background. Video, audio, we'll look at adding lobby music for our lobby, maybe even taking a look at those voice samples to create an intro for us through AI. So regardless of what you're looking for, I think this is a good starting point, this GPT-E.ai. And again, all of the links are back in the Adobe Connect room. I'll come back to that web links pod in just a minute. Let's start, though, with the second link in the pod, which was ChatGPT. This is, I think, the most popular right now. And I think I've got all of these open in a different tab. So let me just bring up that different tab. We'll get out of this Connect room and move over to ChatGPT. This is the technology that is being used a lot now by Microsoft in their Bing application, but you can use ChatGPT directly. So what we'll do here is say, the best way I found to use this, and I would love to get your tips and tricks in the chat pod if you're using these in different ways, but I just speak to it, telling it what I'm looking for. So I'm going to say I am producing a 1-hour training session on virtual presentation. I think that was the topic that Garrett suggested. So I am producing a 1-hour training session on virtual presentation. I'd like to get an outline of topics I can cover and a list of slide topics or slides I can use to deliver this session. So I'll just hit enter here, and ChatGPT will take that question, give me a full outline of what that section can be included with, and then give me all the different slides or slide titles that I can use in my session. So this is all happening in real time. I'll just give this a second to finish here. You'll notice it's coming up with quite a bit of content for me, though. We've got 25 slides, and we can continue to innovate on this. So if this seems like it's too much for me, I can say I only have 1 hour. What are the most important key messages I should cover? And again, it will use its large language model. This is what is powering these AI models for establishing what are the key messages I want to incorporate in my session. You'll notice, by the way, it's continuing to refine some of these others as it moves forward. This is similar to how automated captions work. You'll notice as it starts speaking, it will sometimes go back and correct previous statements. But this is creating essentially a plan for us. This is giving us a tremendous head start. So this is one of the ways that we can use generative AI to help create content for our sessions, for our virtual classroom sessions. So now instead of 25 slides, it's boiled this down to 7 slides. It's got notes that I can incorporate into each one of those slides. And Garrett's got a great comment in Chat Plus. ChatGPT can also estimate how long to spend on each section or item. So I'll just ask it right now, how much time should I dedicate to each section? It remembers the context of the previous question. So it's going to go back and take that existing outline and assign, you can see here, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It remembers way back when we started this process, I said I had 1 hour. And so it's created a session that takes that into account. So we've got a 1 hour session here. The other thing I could use this for is if I want to use a quiz during the session. So I can just ask it, I'd like to incorporate a quiz to test my learner's understanding. Can you give me, we'll ask for 10 questions and pick maybe the 5 best. 10 questions with, and I'll say a mix of multiple choice, true or false, and fill in the blank. And then maybe we'll say provide the answers. And the part I always hate is coming up with the fake answers. So we'll say along with incorrect answers. So again, it's remembering the context of everything that we've asked before. So it knows we're delivering a session. It knows that session is about virtual presentation. And so when I ask it now for 10 questions that I can use for a quiz, it'll have that context of the topic. It knows the outline it's already suggested, and it can tailor those quiz questions now based on that topic. So you'll see here, all of these questions are related to virtual presentations and virtual presenting. Brenda's saying, could you ask it to create an assessment that is activity-based? Yes, let's say, please create an activity-based assessment. See what it comes up with in terms of, I've spelled assessment wrong there. Hopefully, here we go. So it's coming up with an activity that we can use to assess our learners' understanding. The activity is a scenario where our learners are going to put themselves in a specific scenario and determine how they're going to move forward. So it's actually come up with a couple of different scenarios. So in addition to testing our learners' understanding through something like a quiz, we can even use AI to generate ideas for scenarios, for role plays, for whatever we'd like. So that was not something I'd planned, but based on Brenda's suggestion, I think it's a wonderful way of enhancing your virtual classrooms, right? Of adding that level of interactivity. Garrett's saying here, so we previously asked it for some slides. It gave us some slides. Can you provide talking points for each of the slides? This is something, again, we don't want it to just replace us completely, right? We want to confirm that the content it's creating is relevant. But here it, again, remembers the context of everything that we've asked before. So it knows the slides based on our previous questions. And now we're getting some talking points for each one of those. I think it was 7 slides that we finalized on. So incredible technology. We can use it to help plan our sessions, to help come up with outlines. We'll wait till this is done. Another one of the things that I've been using AI for is helping me promote or list a training session in a course catalog to essentially summarize our discussion and our topic in a way that I can use to add it to a course catalog, or if it's a webinar, can come up with an abstract for me that we can use as part of that abstract. So it's done now coming up with our outline. It's done coming up with lots of content we can use. We've got a quiz that we can use to test our learners' understanding. We've got 2 scenarios that we can use for activity-based assessments. And now we've even got speaker notes for each one of our slides. Let's wrap this up by asking for an abstract or description that we can use. So can you provide a description I can use in a course catalog? And it can help us with that. If we want to promote this on social media, it can come up with not only the prompts or the text that we can use in our social media channels, but even a calendar of when we should post these to social media. So ChatGPT is, I think, one of the great options for this. It is currently free to use. Another popular one At least in the US, this is not yet available in the European Union or Canada, but it is available in the UK, the US, and 158 other countries, is barred by Google. This is something that Google just made available within the last couple of weeks. And if we hit the try barred button, we'll just agree to their terms of service here. We can ask very similar questions, right? Do we have our previous barred activity? Whoops, is all available. So if we have had this generate some content for us in previous sessions, we can go back and incorporate that content. So everything that we ask is remembered in terms of the context for future questions, but it's also something that we can go back to. If you look at OpenAI, you can see I've used it previously to create a quiz around the moon, to generate a report using the Adobe Connect API. There's lots of different ways I've used this, and it remembers all of those. Here's one, the ethics of AI in education, where it's generated some real-world examples that I can reference. It's generated a slide deck that I can use. It's generated a description. It's, again, helped me plan out the session. And this is something that I can continue to reference back at any point. So ChatGPT is a great resource. Bard is very similar in the way that works. It's easy enough to use both as well and pick your favorites. Let's change gears a bit and take a look at some other options for using AI in your virtual classroom. One of the things that I want to do is ensure that the classroom I'm creating in Adobe Connect, in this case, looks and feels how I want it to look and feel. And so AI can also be used to help me do that. There's a number of different options here. DALL-E will create images for you. There are other AI tools like Midjourney, which unfortunately is no longer free. Stable Diffusion has a web presence. This is something else that can generate images for us. Today, I'm going to use Adobe Firefly for obvious reasons, being from Adobe. But this is really helpful in terms of creating images from text, which is what DALL-E and Midjourney and Stable Diffusion do. We'll also take a look at creating text itself. This is something that traditionally AI tools have not been great at. But we can use text images here to create images for our slide deck, to create imagery for our room backgrounds. And one of the things that I like to do is take a look at some of the other prompts that people have used. So as I click on Firefly, for example, I can see the prompts that have been used to generate these existing images in the gallery. A lot of the generative AI tools that you'll look at have Discord channels. Discord is an online group chatting application. And products like Midjourney actually work through Discord. So the advantage there is, you can see the prompts people have used to generate the imagery that is being produced. This is becoming an art and a skill in and of itself, right? The ability to create these prompts that will give you the results that you're looking for. So in our case, let's look at creating a background for a brand new virtual classroom that we're going to set up. So again, I can just describe the type of image I want to create. And actually, this is something that I've used in the past: vibrant colors, geometric shapes, abstract patterns. So I'm going to say I want an abstract background image with technology themes and lots of color. I'll spell color the American way here because I think this is an American tool. I'm going to hit generate, and these all work in similar manners. In the case of Firefly, it's giving me 4 different options that I can take a look at. Now, these are all actually great backgrounds for my virtual classroom, although they are the wrong format. These are all square images. For a virtual background, I want it to be widescreen, so I'm going to select widescreen here. This, by the way, is a completely free tool right now. It is in beta. and you can access it at firefly.adobe.com. In addition to being able to select my aspect ratio, and I really like some of these different options here. I've also got the ability to select the content type. So do I want this to be a photorealistic image? Do I want it to be art? Do I want it to be a graphic? Let's select this graphic option and see what comes up. So this would be something that you might be able to get out of a vector-based illustration program like Adobe Illustrator, for example. I can even incorporate different techniques into the artwork. So if I want it to be digital art or synthwave, if I want it to have a layered paper feel, like that material design from Google, neon, chaotic, these are things that I could specify in my description, but in this case, Firefly enables me to simply select these as tags, and I can see all of the different tags down here below. So now that I've selected digital art, I can hit generate, and that will give me 4 new images based on those tags and based on my description. We'll give this a second to generate some additional images. You'll notice I can also adjust the color and tone. I can make it muted, vibrant, pastel. I can adjust the lighting. This is really handy for those photorealistic images that you're generating if you want them to be including dramatic lighting, or if you want them to be shot at golden hour. You can even specify things like wide angle or close-up. The composition drop-down gives you some different options. One of the things I like about the Adobe approach here is you don't need to know a lot about how to craft the prompts. It can help you create these prompts. The other thing that we can do, once we have 4 images, I can say, I really like this one. It's not perfect, but I kind of want to continue down this route. I can say, show similar images to this. So it's going to keep this one as one of the different options, and it's going to create 3 additional images for me, 3 additional options, knowing that I like this as a starting point. So this will give me some different options. I still continue to like this one, so I'm going to keep this one as my virtual background. I'm going to hit the download button to download this to my desktop, or rather to John's desktop, since I'm using his computer here. And I've now got an image. Let me see which folder it's gone into. It's in his downloads folder. So this is one of the ways that we can use AI to generate images for our PowerPoint decks as part of our lesson plan. We can use AI to create background images for us, whether that's for behind our video or whether it's for our room. There's some other things that we'll look at using AI to generate in terms of rich media, including some music for our lobby. Before we do that, though, I'm going to take a look at another tool really quickly. Go back to my browser. This isn't AI per se. I'm going to go to another free Adobe tool called Adobe Express at express.adobe.com. I'm already logged in here, but this is free to use. There are some premium offerings that require a membership, but the majority of things here are completely free. And what I want to do is create a room background based on that image that's generated using AI for me. So this is going to help me create something that's the right size for my room. So I'm going to create a new image. We'll give this a second to come up. This is also something I can use to generate titles for my layouts, for my breakout rooms. In this case, I'm going to ask for something new. So I'm just going to go to projects. We're not going to save this one. I want to create a new project. So I'll hit the plus button, and I'm going to say custom size graphic. And for my room background, I'm going to use 1920 by, we'll say 1200 or 1080. Should both work. There's a lot of different backgrounds I can use right from Adobe Express, but I want to take that image that was generated for me from AI. So let me go to my downloads folder, or rather John's downloads folder. I'll select that background image from Firefly and hit open, and that will bring it right into this application for me. And here I can resize it. I can make it look exactly how I want it to look. And I can continue to add effects to this, including lots of different filters. If I want it to be grayscale, or if I want to darken it, or have more of a matte look and feel. I actually really like the way that looks. I can recolor it. I can add different effects. I can add some text if I want. Or once I'm happy with this, I can simply download the end results. Let's take this as a JPEG file that we can upload to our room. So I've got a brand new image now I can upload to my Adobe Connect room. Let's create a new room that we can use for this. I'm just going to create a brand new meeting. We'll call this one Generative AI. Gen AI is the URL. And we'll come into this room in a new tab. And I'll say continue in the browser. We'll start setting this room up with our lesson plan. Let me start by creating a brand new layout. And under the Preferences menu, I'm going to upload a custom image. I'll browse my computer, and we'll go and look for that download from Adobe Express. This is now something that was created for me through AI, but something that I edited in Adobe Express to give me the perfect size for my virtual classroom. I'm just going to hit done, and now we've got a virtual background in our room. The next thing I want to do is add some lobby music. So we'll use generative AI to create some music for us. I'm just going to pause the screen share here. Let me stop sharing momentarily. We'll come back to that generative AI layout with all of those different resources on it. Here we are, generative AI in the virtual classroom. So some links here in the first pod. We've already looked at that first link. That was that gpte.ai. That was the index of all the different tools that are available. Firefly is what we used to create the image for us. The other AI tools we could have used to do that, DALL-E is linked here. The other one is Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney can also create images for us based on a text prompt that we give it. Google Bard and ChatGPT were the tools that we could use to, based on text prompts, help create content for our slide deck, help create an outline for us, help create assessments for us. Those are both linked here in this generative AI links pod as well. The next two tools we'll look at briefly will help create audio that we can use in our virtual classrooms. So I'm going to click the first link here to 11 Labs and go back to a screen share. And we'll come back to this layout with all of the links in as well a little later. So I am back to sharing my screen here. Make sure that I've got the right monitor selected. And this is able to create voice for us. So we'll first look at creating voice. Next, we'll look at creating music for our virtual classroom sessions. So in terms of voice, this is, I think, the best option I found. This is called 11 Labs. And this is the company that can not only generate voices for you, but can be trained on your own voice. So if you want to have text to speech, not speech to text, but text to speech, this is something that can create it for you. It's as easy, literally, as typing in a prompt. Up next, John Chen will take us through a tour of his engaging studio. I'll try to spell things mostly correct here, and then choose which voice you'd like. Let's choose Arnold here.
Up next, John Chen will take us through a tour of his engaging studio.
Engaging doesn't work so well. I don't know if that audio is coming through the virtual. Arnold sounds very angry, so we're going to choose a different voice. Engaging. Let's spell that correctly. Is that coming through? Can you indicate?
Up next, John Chen will take us through a tour of his engaging studio.
Are you hearing that? Can you let me know in the chat if you are hearing that? Yes, perfect. Okay. Ellie sounds a lot better. Bella.
Up next, John Chen will take us through a tour of his engaging studio.
Wonderful. That sounds so realistic. We can download that now and use that as a clip. So if we don't have a producer to introduce us, we can create our own generative AI producer with all of the voice prompts that we need. So that's a little bit of fun, but what is maybe more helpful is something to create all of that music for us. John has been using music throughout the whole day today, and it makes a huge difference in terms of the level of energy people have as they're joining a session, as they're attending a session. It's wonderful to have music. Sometimes it's difficult, though, to license the good music that we enjoy, and finding royalty-free music can be a challenge. So I'm going to use one of the other links in the link pod that we were looking at earlier, and it's called Soundful, soundful.com. This is one of many tools that are available. Again, a lot of them are linked on that gpte.ai site that can help you create content for free. So this is a freemium type of service that will give you a certain number of songs for free, and then charge if you want more. Then I think it's about 3 per month. So Donna, there can be copyright issues with using licensed music. When you use generative AI, one of the benefits is that these songs don't exist prior to their being created through generative AI. So typically this gets around any type of copyright or licensing issues. You tend to own the copyright. Now, each of these different services might have different terms and conditions, so it's worth checking that out. But in terms of being able to use them in a webinar or a virtual classroom, it typically is able to get around any of those licensing or copyright issues because you're generating the music using these types of services. As I said, this is a premium service or a freemium type of service, which is the case of most of these generative AI type of services. So you'll get some for free and others you'll have to pay for. But we can start for free here. We can have this tool, this generative AI, create content for us that we can then upload into our virtual classroom. This has a number of different templates. We can look at different moods and themes. There's different loops. If we use a template as a starting point, we can look at something that might work well for a virtual classroom, right? Let's go to moods and themes for genre. We want something high energy. We want to go with happy. We want to go with excitement. We want to stay away from horror. We want to stay away from depressing. We want to keep the beats per minute nice and high. You can see here a bunch of existing tracks that are available for download, but we're going to create our own. We're going to use generative AI to create something ourselves. So let's pick a template here to start with. Let's try synth pop. We can create a preview, but you can see here we've got the ability to customize this. We can set the beats per minute. We can set this to be faster or slower. We can set the key that this is going to be in, whether it's a minor or major. We can give it a name, and we can generate our own net new tune that we can start using in our lobbies. Now, I've got a couple already saved on my laptop, but since I'm using John's laptop, let's create something brand new. We'll call this Gen AI as the name of our tune. We'll have it in the major key. We'll pick a key of F here, and we'll set the beats per minute to something pretty high. Let's go up to 100 beats per minute. It'll be synth pop and pop as our template. And we can create a preview that we can listen to. And then, as I said, there are a certain number of downloads that will be available to you. I think it's in this service 3 a month, where we can turn that preview into a full-blown MP3 track that we can download. And so you're hearing that now. It's in the key of F. It's 100 beats per minute. And I actually really like it. Let's hit save. And we've now successfully saved this track. It's in our library. I can take a look at my library here. Let me pause this. And I've got a brand new tune. It's 2.5 minutes long that I can now download to my computer. So this is going to render it out and download. You can see I've got 10 of 10 remaining. So these services allow you a certain amount for free, and then beyond that, they're looking for you to license it. It's going to take a few minutes to complete. I'm not going to wait the 10 minutes here because I've only got 7 minutes left in this session. Instead, what I'll do is download one of the existing tracks, and I'll just choose MP3 here. So that's now downloading one of the tracks that I created previously. Everything's automatically stored in my library. The next step for me is to combine some of these tracks together. I like my lobby music to be, 10 or 15 minutes long so that I've got lots of time for people to get energized and focused. A lot of people join 2 minutes before the session starts, but I want to make sure I've got music for the people that join 10 minutes ahead of time or 15 minutes ahead of time. This isn't generative AI, but a really useful tool for joining together all of those different audio tracks is audiojoiner.com. This will enable you to drag and drop those MP3 files onto this surface here, or I can click Add Tracks and go to my downloads, or John's downloads again. I am populating his computer. There's that City Nights track that we just generated, and I can continue to add additional MP3 files. This will not only stitch them together, but also give me a beautiful crossfade from one track to another so that I can stitch together 3 or 4 tracks, creating a 12-minute MP3 that works really, really well in my virtual classrooms. More questions. I don't think we've seen any additional questions since Donna asked the question about the licensing of music files. So there's other questions that you've got, whether they're related to creating audio, to creating imagery, to creating content using those chat generative AI apps. Use the chat plus pod if you've got any more of those questions. In the meantime, I'm going to head back to that layout that included all of those links that we were looking at earlier for generative AI. So again, on the left are those generative AI links, and on the right are some of those other services I've been using, like Audio Joiner, to stitch together different pieces of music that we've generated, or Adobe Express to edit the content that I've generated using generative AI. Roberta's asking about the paid ChatGPT versus the free version of ChatGPT. These services are still expensive to run from the enterprise perspective, right? They're still spending several cents for every prompt that you're creating. So they often have a paid service. In the terms of ChatGPT, they've got different large language models that are available. Their version 3 or 3.5 is currently available for free with essentially a free account, but there's no guarantee of service availability, right? So as they get busy, only those paid accounts will be able to access the service. So it may be possible that if you were only using a free account, you may not be able to access the service. There's also limited access to their newest large language model called GPT-4. So that often requires a paid version of a ChatGPT account.
What
Google
about
Bard, on the other hand,
security?
is completely free, as far as I am aware. The same is true with Microsoft Bing. The cost there is that you need to use Microsoft Edge today to access that. It's not available if you're using a different browser. At least I don't think it wasn't the last time I checked. So there are paid versions that might give you better access, more reliable access, and also might give you access to a better or bigger large language model. But everything that I've shown today, whether it's the generative AI stuff or whether it was the image editing stuff or the audio joining stuff, is completely free to use and reuse. All right, I think that about wraps it up for my session in generative AI. Hopefully you found this useful. It seems like most of you have been playing with this already, but I think in terms of the possibilities, in how we can use this for creating content and for creating media for our virtual classroom settings is incredible. The other thing that I find incredible is that if I had asked this question at ATD last year, I'm pretty confident that 100% of people would have told me they've never used generative AI to create content for their virtual classrooms. And today it was about 90% of you have already started using this in your virtual classrooms. So we are really just at the precipice of the big generative AI boom. And it's great to see that you're already starting to play with it and starting to leverage it. Hopefully we gave you some new ideas and some new tools today that you can use to create some content. John, do you know what's next on the agenda? I think we've got an agenda pod. Let me bring that up.
It's me.
It's you.
And Alistair gets to go on a break if he wants to actually go on a break. Alistair's a machine. Let me just tell you.
Wonderful. I really am not. So yeah, next we're gonna actually it's the both of us. Next, it's Ask the Expert session with Alistair Lee and John Chen.
All right, are you
So
ready?
I'm gonna move over to my producer corner.
So I was able to check out some questions, and let's are you ready? Let's transition. Give it up for Alistair. Thank you, audience. Hey, we got an audience here. Should the two of you can get some mics, we could come try and get some other people with mics. So you can turn on mics. Okay. What's coming up next? I am. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right, let's see. We still have, all right, oh my goodness, 28 of you are still online. I love you all. Thank you so much. There is some, I got to tell you what's going to be happening here in the expo. There is a lot of stuff going on here. And the happy hour at the expo to draw more people is just about to come in. And it is going to be busy here. So we're going to take about a half hour and we're going to answer some questions. We've got a lot of different questions here. Alistair, if you are not leaving, I would love to ask you a couple questions that are specific to you. Are you ready for that?
I sure am.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's bring you on here. All right, Alistair now in his comfy seat in the other part, and he's got the expo here. Let me bring up my questions here. I do know that there's one here specifically for you. And I'm just bringing up all my questions here. Let's see. This one, oh, Felicia Felton has a question for you. Give me 1 second to let me go get it. Alistair, what also too, love to hear, your impressions of today, just from the people that stopped by, and what's it like to present here in the middle of ATD's gigantic expo?
Yeah. So many feelings come to me when you ask that question.
Feelings.
It is really incredible. So again, seeing the studio is always incredible to me. Seeing what John has set up, but what is crazy is that we are one island in this massive expo floor, and there is so much going on that you really can't appreciate if you're joining virtually. But people are coming and going all day today. It is a challenge to keep up the energy level going for hours and hours and hours on end. But it has been great. We come together for a reason, whether we're doing that virtually or in person, and bringing so much expertise around training and having so many people being able to speak to virtual classrooms, to engagement.
Yeah.
It is fantastic to have all of this expertise in one place. And it's the reason why these events are so valuable for all of the attendees.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alistair. And what's been great too is the traffic has been this amazing roller coaster.
Yeah.
We've had 40, 50 people around the outsides, and it's like this semicircle around the light. It's so funny. It's like, I don't want to walk into the light. I just want to be in the light.
There's a lot of reluctance to sit down. We've only got 4 different chairs available, but we often have a huge crowd. Nobody wants to take one of the chairs.
Oh,
everybody's just, surrounding us.
Okay. Well, here's our first question specifically for you. Felicia Felton came in and said, I work for the government Is this content or process FedRAMP certified?
It sure is. Yeah, we've got a FedRAMP compliant version of Adobe Connect, IL2. I think actually we've even increased that. I'll ask some of the experts on the other side of the wall. But yes, I'm happy to say we have achieved FedRAMP compliance with Adobe Connect.
All right, let's see if I got this system to work. I'm going to try and do another question here from our friend Heather Coleman.
But ours does not look this good. How do I get mine to look like this? I know the
Okay, hold on. I'll play that one more time and see if I can turn it up.
But ours does not look this good. How do I get mine to look like this? I know the
Okay, yeah, basically she said, my system doesn't look like this. How do I get it to look like this? Alistair, I know I'm going to answer this question. Why don't you give me an initial comment here?
There's a book by John Chen that can help you create incredible, engaging experiences. That's a great place to start. I mean, it is what John's been evangelizing over the last day in terms of creating these types of engaging experiences. And again, you don't need all of this to start, right? It is looking at how you can up your game in terms of audio and video. Audio being the most important, to be honest.
Yes.
But being able to leverage free tools like open broadcast software, being able to leverage, maybe a better placed video cam or webcam, getting it off of your laptop screen and on maybe just a tripod can really help create a better looking experience. And then from the Adobe Connect side, there's a lot you can do to design your room, adding virtual backgrounds, adding different pods, looking at those custom pods and apps that are available can really kind of pimp out your room and make it look exactly how you want it to look. You can make it look great.
Hashtag pimp my training.
Yes.
Is that what you just said?
Pimp my room.
No, so I'm going to start with this, which is that maybe your training room doesn't look like this, and maybe it shouldn't. And what I can tell you that is that look for that one piece. And the reason why I tell you this is that my studio only looks like this only because of the result of thousands, literally thousands of failures. And that's the only way that I got ahead of other people, was to look what problems I was having or that I wanted to present to my learners and saying, what are the solutions, and keep trying it until I figured it out. And I think that's one of the key pieces that goes with here. Look for your biggest problem. And here are probably the top three: your mic, your camera, and your lighting, right? And so the first one is the mic, where get a high quality mic. Both Alistair and I are using wireless mics so we can get up and walk around. And they're from Countryman Associates based in California. And they're amazing. These are amazing mics. See, I can do all sorts of mic tricks like that, right, Alistair?
Yeah, but before you continue, there's a difference between wireless in terms of the Countryman mic and wireless in terms of a Bluetooth AirPod, for example. There's, a huge difference in quality there.
Yeah.
I would stay away from Bluetooth wireless when it comes to your virtual sessions. When we say wireless here, we're not talking Bluetooth. This is, a dedicated frequency, much, much higher quality. If you're not jumping up to this level, I would stick with wired. Get a USB microphone. There are lots of different options at lots of different price points, including, you don't have to spend much to get great quality, but get away from your laptop microphone or your built-in microphone. Use an external microphone dedicated for that purpose.
Okay, and then this one goes out to Camille. I love it. Camille just looked up. This one goes out. So some of your mics sound like this. And by the way, Camille is a huge 80s fan, so I'm going to do this just for her. Radio killed the video star. Radio killed. The people on virtual can't even hear that probably.
It's video killed the radio star.
When your audio sounds like you're in a bathroom, there's a problem. And people have to listen to you. You're the trainer for an hour.
Yeah.
Fix your mic. Okay, the next one is a camera. The progression on a camera is, first get a laptop with a great camera. If not, buy one. Basically, we've all seen $100. Logitech is pretty good. All right, there's a bunch of others. That's in the next level. By the way, here's my best hack. take an old phone, like an iPhone, and you basically, even an iPhone 7 is like $1,000 camera, and then get the software for less than $10 to hook it up as a camera. I did that for a long time, and then basically we went to these Canons, right? So there are things that I can do with this camera that you can't do with a lot. So watch, see that autofocus? And then I drop the camera, and I come back into focus in a short amount of time. The color, the richness, and more importantly, if you do use a green screen, the better camera you have, the easier it is to key this out and then start using this for your presentations. And so that's a bunch of things that I have on camera.
And that's because you get some natural blurring of the background, right? With a higher quality lens,
yes,
the background is naturally going to be blurred. Even if you're not using a green screen, it'll be a nicer effect
that
you'll get with that higher quality lens. And then if you are using something like a green screen, you'll get a better key.
And, you know, there is a whole argument between natural backgrounds and virtual. And I like them both. I advocate for both. One of them is take a great high quality photograph of your in-person background after you arranged it. And then, because I went to the virtual side, but I keep a background that is my real office on deck. And especially for times when I meet people who I've never met before, I will turn that background on first.
Yeah.
So the last one is lighting. Right. So today we have what are called corn cobs. They're basically a cylinder. They're all LEDs. This is the cool new thing because they use about 1/10 of the electricity, but they are really bright. And then we use umbrellas as the diffusion. And so the key here is that there can't be any shadows. So if I stand up and go to this background, and I think at some point, if I get close enough, like this, I'm touching the green screen right now. If I get a harsh shadow, that's where it'll start to fuzz out. And this green screen is actually pretty good right now. You can't tell that I'm doing that. And so lighting, I think, is really the key to me. Look up 3-point lighting, but at least get 45 degrees left, 45 degree right, get lighting. Alistair, anything else on lighting for you?
Again, there's a lot of cheap options. You want to be well lit. So if you have no budget, then look for the window in your room. Make sure that window, the natural light from the window, is coming in and hitting you. Adjust your desk to take advantage of that. If you've got a little bit of a budget, there's a lot of ring lights that will sit around the lens of your webcam that can help improve the image. The last thing you want is low light because that becomes very noisy. You get lots of noise in the image. And the placement of your camera can also make a big difference. You want that camera to ideally be at eye level. You don't want it on a laptop screen looking up at you. That's not attractive for anybody. Having it higher up can make a huge difference. So again, getting that webcam on a tripod can make a really big difference in the way that you look online.
Thomas Gunter said IL4 as well for DoD, FedRAMP moderate for other government agencies.
Yeah, he's
blah, blah, blah.
not correcting me, but he's adding a little more detail on that FedRAMP question from before. So we are FedRAMP certified. It is IL4 for DoD.
Now, one of the best parts about the ATD is that it is one of the most international conferences that I know about. And we got a question here from Kublai Hall. Here we go.
Hey, John, I'm sitting here by your booth, and I got a couple of questions about your production setup. First of which is I'd love to see a list of good, better, and best equipment that you use for your production. And second, I saw the short video that kind of led into this particular application, and I am shocked by how you get everybody's lighting to be so consistent. If you got some best practices or some advice you could give me about how to get all of my presenters to get their lighting so consistent, I'd love to hear about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kublai. All right. So he really talked about lighting in this question. And by the way, here's an equipment list for all of the who are online. For all who are in person, you can, we're going to email you all the links after this. We also have a link pod too. Hold on a sec. Where's my equipment list? Good, better, best. It's so funny too that we talked about good, better, best too. Equipment that costs almost nothing, right? Better is around $100, and then the best is if you have an unlimited budget. Now, in lighting too, about getting lighting consistent with so many people. As a producer, Alistair, one of the things that I do is do rehearsals with every single speaker in a conference. And sometimes it's not necessarily around their content or what they're going to do. Sometimes I am also checking their lighting, their mic, their internet connection. If they glitch while I'm the producer meeting with them, then we're going to talk about improving your internet connection before the conference starts.
Yeah.
I'm listening to their mic, and in the lighting, right, we will do things, and it doesn't cost a lot. In fact, a lot of times we can use natural things. So even pre-pandemic, I would go into a hotel room because I wasn't carrying lights with me, and just like unscrew the top of the lamp, take it off, and put it behind the computer, even as a single point of light, will be better than nothing. So
Yeah.
that's how I get even lighting with all of my speakers at a conference. Alistair, anything else?
No, I think you summed it up. And lighting can make such a big difference. It's one of those things that's worth spending a little time to make sure that you get right.
Okay, we got another question coming in here from Kimberly. Let's see if I can find Kimberly. Where did I put her question? Kimberly. Oh, wow, it might have moved. Hold on a second. Let me see. Oh, can I filter? I think I can actually filter. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay. Well, actually, oh, here it is. I got it. This is good. Well, this one's a little more for you. Let's do this one. I'm going to do this easy one while I find this other one. Kimberly Rauschenbach says, Can I use Adobe Connect to record content for my LMS? Back to you, Alistair.
Yes.
Say more.
So, of course, absolutely. This is one of the beautiful things about a virtual classroom is not only are you able to deliver the content live and synchronously and get all the benefits of interaction, but by recording it, you have something that you can reuse over and over again. That's something people can access over and over again. And so that's typically something that people want to include in their learning management system as a course. So we've got integrations with a number of LMSs, including, of course, Adobe Learning Manager, but we've got pre-built integrations with a number of other very popular LMSs as well to make it easy for you to schedule your virtual classrooms, to deliver your virtual classrooms, and then bring in that recording as an asset that you can turn into a course or add to a curriculum that's part of your LMS.
Beautiful. Oh, this is a great question. I would love to hear Alistair's answer to this. This is Giannis asked this question. How can I include more DEI in my meetings? I'll let you go first, Alistair, then follow you.
I am struggling to remember what DEI stands for.
Oh, come on, Alistair. Okay, here we go. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and for the new kids, you put a B at the end, and that B stands for belonging.
It's a great question. So how can I include more of it in my virtual classrooms?
Yeah.
Make sure that you are incorporating a diverse point of view in all of your perspectives, right? That means ensuring that everybody has equal opportunity to participate. And you're doing that as part of good virtual classroom design anyway. The idea is we can learn from each other, especially as we look at adult learning and training adults. We want to enable social learning. We want to be able to incorporate multiple perspectives and share the experiences that each of us have. So one of the best ways to do that is to incorporate social learning into your virtual classrooms. And that typically for me means breakout rooms. Right? When we look at a large classroom where there's an instructor delivering a session, you're really only getting the perspective of that one individual. But as we break out into collaborative exercises, now we are incorporating the experiences and the perspectives of everybody in that classroom. And so you're bringing in a lot more diversity, you're bringing in more perspectives, and you're getting better training as a result because you're leveraging the wealth of experience that all of your learners have, especially as adult learners in a virtual classroom.
Excellent. And for our virtual audience, if you want to chat any questions or want to ask it on video, trying to chat and talk at the same time as on video, feel free to unmute and just let us know. You can comment in. DEI is something, of course, really important to me. May is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Of course, Camille and I are members of that group, and you don't have to be a member of that group. Being an ally is also one of the important parts. To bring DEI into your training, there's lots of things that you can do. And again, there's lots of different aspects, so there's lots of different ways to answer the question. Here's an easy one, though. Visual descriptors. And visual description, oh my gosh, Odyssey Teams in the house. Lane, what's up? Good, Lane from Odyssey Teams right outside my window. So doing a verbal description. So it sounds something like this. And Alistair, you may have never done one, so I'd love for you to see if you can follow suit with me. When you introduce yourself, give a visual descriptor, which is you're going to say some words in the event that you had somebody who was, let's say, seeing challenge or whatever you want to call it. So it would sound like this. Hi, my name is John Chen. I'm a 55-year-old Asian male with black hair wearing a very cool striped shirt. My pronouns are he, him, and I got to tell you the one thing that I'm super excited about is when I go home and fly my drone. Alistair is coming up next. Alistair, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, John. My name is Alistair Lee. I'm a fat white guy on camera right now, feeling pretty uncomfortable, to be completely honest. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm happy to be here.
You know, and what's funny, what's funny and great, though, with Alistair is that you had the vulnerability and the authenticity to kind of share something with that. And a lot of times as trainers, that will help you connect to the group, right? Like I was going to do this earlier. Here, like today, right? This camera, right? It zooms out. I'm zoomed out now. I just want to show you, this is the dimension of my green screen. I'm blowing a little bit of the illusion here, but what you can see over here is, all right, this is the rest of our booth. And over here is our real people walking in the expo. And so there are some things that you can really do in terms of diversity, authenticity, and vulnerability. But, you know, if you really want to do something, no, wait, hold on. I got to tune this camera back only because I want to just do a very short demo of this. Okay, Alistair, verbally, do you know what a paper sun is?
No.
Okay, cool. And most people don't. So this is an example of like, how can you include DEI in your next program? And by the way, chat here, I'm going to clear the yes, no. Chat yes, or go to agree or disagree and click green check if you know what a paper sun is and a red X if you don't. Okay, thanks. So here's what a paper sun is. This is my grandfather, Look Low. He came from a very poor village. He really wanted to go somewhere. This is the gold rush, so everybody wanted to go to America, including those in China. But it turned out that that people really didn't want that. So a lot of Americans came in here and there's a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment at the time. So much so they were able to pass a law, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the first law to discriminate against a whole race as opposed to color or something else. So what happened is that there's a loophole in the law, and the loophole in the law says that if you're the son of a merchant, a business person, that what happens is that you're a naturalized citizen. So in 1906, San Francisco had an earthquake. It cracked the gas lines, burned all the town down, including the courthouse. The courthouse contains Alistair.
The records.
Yes, the birth records. That's right. So what happens is they asked every Chinese guy, well, they actually asked the whole town in San Francisco, if you had a kid recently, if you had a kid recently, will you please stop the courthouse and we will make you a new birth certificate? So basically every Chinese guy in town's like, yeah, I got 5 sons. Yeah, I got 6 sons. So what they did is they sent them back to China, right, and sold them, right, for about $2,000 worth of 1912 money. And my grandfather, who was orphaned and raised by his uncle, sold a third of his farm to buy one of these tickets. You get a birth certificate, a book about your fake family, and a third-class ticket, which means you're in the bottom of the boat in steerage.
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy. You have to memorize all these facts you don't even know about your own house, Alistair. Like, how many windows are in your house?
I couldn't tell you.
That's right, and you would be deported if you didn't know, even though you live there. So what happens is 3 days before you hit San Francisco, every Chinese guy on the bottom of the boat comes up to the top and throws the book off into the water because you can't get caught with it because that's cheating. That's right. And Roberta says, oh my gosh, she has 60 windows. She knows how many windows she has. You get to Angel Island, which is in San Francisco. You're greeted by white doctors who separate the men from the women, from the children, for quarantine. But of course, none of them speak Chinese. And the color of white is the color of a ghost in Chinese. So that's your welcome to America. The condition's so bad, people rioted. But luckily, my grandfather got through. And this is the immigration test that you have to get. And people who were deported didn't want to face the shame of going home after so many people had risked money or time on them. And so many of them went and off themselves rather than face the shame. And so this turned into our life or death game. About 10% of 2 million got turned away, Alistair.
Wow.
So these are, by the way, this is a sample of some of the questions. Notice how we're doing DEI here in this program on the fly, right? And the last part is he got through Suisun City. And here, I'll cruise to the end. He saved 40 gold nuggets, went back to sold him in a jacket, went back to the village, got a matchmaker to get his wife, which became my grandmother. He had a grocery store in Oakland when he had about a third grade education. He was able to raise 5 kids who all graduated college and 2 PhDs. And Alistair, I wouldn't be here in front of you if it wasn't for my grandfather, who was a paper son.
That is incredible. That's a wonderful story.
Yeah. Hey, Lynn, you want to come in? You got a mic? Give this guy a mic. Here, turn on yellow mic. You're going to stand. Here, I'm going to come in. I'm going to hang out with you. Oh, here, wait. I'm going to put Alistair on. Let's see. I think that's this one. Okay, stand around on the X. And hold the mic up. Oh, yes. Hold on. I got to turn your mic on. Say hello. Oh, well, that's not, because nobody powered it on for you. That's okay. Now say hello.
Hello, this is Lane.
There we go. This is
what
Lane.
Are we doing, John?
This is Odyssey Teams. Okay, slide over with me. We're going to share the camera here. Okay, there we go. And so we're hanging out here with, so Alistair, right, is there, but right in this whole setup, that's the live camera. So all we got to do is look at that. And so for my friends who don't know you, Lane, say who you are and what you do.
All right, I'm Lane Hensley with Odyssey Teams. We do like leadership development and team programs, but we use that philanthropic twist. I know we've talked about it in years past, where we're building prosthetic hands, maybe as a culmination to our workshop. We're, of course, building bicycles, one of the landmark programs, skateboards, things like that. We also have a team mosaic thing going on, which we took virtual. I know you had to pivot big time with the virtual world.
Yes.
So we produced a platform where everybody produces a small piece of art. That all comes together. So in real time, might be in 40 different countries producing one work of art. We, of course, do it live. We're doing it in the booth, actually, right now.
So Lane, I've seen is Helping Hands, and it's basically a kit which they had developed, which allows people that had had their hands blown off of mines in their country to have a hand again. And I've actually built one of these. In fact, I don't think you remember, we were like the fastest team to build one of these.
Well, not that it's competitive, but yes,
not that it's
you're
competitive.
definitely, you know, the hand program is a big part of my life. I'm the president of the foundation now. We put about 70,000 hands on people in 90 countries, but we're building them all through, you know, problem solving, teamwork, collaborative, and creative programs with a leadership and team outcome.
So talk to me, talk about all your people. I can't believe you did a skateboard program. I didn't even think of that. That was dumb. I missed that.
It's a board meeting. We call it the board meeting.
Oh, that's
funny.
funny.
It's super creative. They not only build a skateboard with the child, but then that child, so the kids come in somewhere near the beginning of the actual build. So who better to collaborate with on your product than the person who's going to enjoy it?
Yes.
And then they consult on a second skateboard. So that represents the customer behind the customer. So if you're a banker and you're working with your client, you may never meet the kids. You might not meet the grandparent that they're trying to take care of. So there's always a customer behind the customer. And the creativity of the skateboard program is awesome. And we do the hand program and the skateboard as a DIY. So all these rock star facilitators and leaders out here don't have to, you know, it's like bag salad, right? Like, why do you buy bag salad? You could just buy the parts. But we already figured it out. It's easier. It's totally tested, and it's a can't miss.
Well, let me just say, that's not inconsequential, right? For me to build a hand is going to take me hundreds of hours, but me to be able to buy them and facilitate it, I could probably do, you know, in less than a day with some training.
Well, by hundreds of hours. It took us 5 years to develop the first hand, and we're at like year 3 with a new version that we're working on. And it takes about an hour and a half maybe to build the hand, and then we give it to people for free in the developing world.
Top 3 things that you learned in the pandemic as a trainer or as a team builder?
You know, I think just emotionally, as a presenter who's used to presenting live, you have to just embrace the idea that it's been going on for years. I mean, newscasters sit there and they just tell their story. And so trying to create a collective story with people is challenging.
Yeah.
But I think it also just taught me to really, you know, be grounded in the philosophies that I love and you know, have been telling people about for years, but just extending that confidence. But I love the chat box.
Yes.
I wish we could have chat box in real life. Like if you're standing in front of a group and you could just look somewhere and see real time.
Yeah.
So they're really contributing. I love that. And of course, you know, when we're stressed and pressure's on and our world gets rocked with a huge disruption, we tap into more potential. So it was huge for us in a positive way in the end.
Yeah.
But it's fun to be back out there meeting people, you know. And
you're here. Okay. So let's share. We've got a good collection of people online. What are you feeling or seeing from ATD 2023?
Oh, seeing and feeling.
Try and share that experience for everybody who's not here.
If you're not here, the momentum, the hype is real. People want to get back together. They want to meet. They want to, rediscover that sense of purpose. We are for sure blazing a trail.
Yes.
25% of the workforce is remote. How do you keep people connected? How do you keep people feeling like they're part of something and they're important to it? When, if they change jobs, there's no change to their commute. They still sit in the same seat.
Yes.
So there's a big move for drift that's going to be happening if we don't connect people to each other, to their company, and to the purpose of that organization.
All right.
But man, people are fired up to be here for sure.
You're Odyssey. You look into the future all the time. You're a business owner. What do you think is coming up next in the training world, whether it's in-person, virtual, hybrid, whatever it is? What's the future for you?
I think in the immediate future right now, we just have to embrace that virtual is real. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
That hybrid is that it has to be. We don't want to lower the bar of our expectation of engaging people. We just have to get better at it.
Yes.
And what's next is, kind of to be determined, honestly. I fear that if we don't really invest into people, that we will lose people. And I always talk about, return on investment, but really return on inspiration. How do you inspire people to show up, to contribute? And I think we're on a search for inspiration right now.
Thanks. What do you think of today's setup, by the way?
I just took a picture of it from out there. It was so good. I didn't want to interrupt. And then she's like, you can come out here.
Yeah, come on in,
this is legit. I mean, this is the future. And this is the audience. And I can see the chat coming up. I mean, we can feel you here. And really creating that kind of moment with people it can happen remotely. So it's really fun.
Watch this, Lane. So stay there for just a second. Right.
Am I going underwater?
And now, here we go. And switch, right? Now turn this way. And this is really what's happening here, Lane, right? Oh, here, now Lane's really tall, but I can fix that, right? And by the way, Lane's really tall. Oh yeah, Lane's really tall and my head's really big. So this is the studio, and this, the best part about this though is that everything is viable here. This is not crazy equipment. It's about piecing it together, and that's the do better. Like,
what's that?
If you are doing virtual or hybrid, what do you need to do to elevate to the next level, right? Yeah.
And it's fun to see Adobe too. I just did a program at Adobe like 4 days ago. Woo! We did a mosaic program, and I am feeling the Adobe love big time. So it's awesome to be here.
All right, Lane, where can they find you at?
You can find us at Odyssey Teams, ODYSSEYTEAMS.com, Odyssey Teams. You can also just enter Build a Hand for our hand building, so buildahand.com, and you'll find us out there. I got a podcast too called You Go First, so you can just search You Go First.
Oh, Lane, you haven't been on my podcast. I got my just released the Engaging Virtual Meetings podcast, and I need you as a guest, okay?
I got the book right here. Check it out. Absolutely.
Hashtag
and I would love to. I'd love to get you on as well.
Sending you an invite.
Let's do it.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Lane.
So good to see you. Thank you.
Everyone.
Thanks
awesome.
for the invite,
Thank you so much, Lane.
All right, big stuff.
Let's see. Coming back around here. All right. Well, virtual, we're almost to the end of our time. Is anybody on virtual here would like to come on and, Roberta, geez, you've been with us almost all day. Hi, Roberta. We'd love anybody else.
Hello. I cheated. I was gone for about an hour.
That's not cheating. I was gone for an hour too. I had to eat lunch. So Roberta, what did you get? Thank you so much for being here. I'd just love to hear, either what impressed you, content, what stuck with you. What do you got?
Yeah, I think that the things that stuck with me, one was the AI and some of the different tools that we just went through. I'm blown away, and I'm trying to catch up like we all are. So that's a real key. And then this morning from our first fellow, David.
Yes.
I wrote down a variation of his quote that learning is not the product of training. So I really like that.
Say it again.
Learning is not the product of training.
Oh.
Well, so he said learning is not the product of teaching. But for me, in a training world, I thought that was a really good piece. So I kept that quote to stick on my forehead or something.
Roberta's getting a new tattoo tonight.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Roberta. Joy, it's so good to see you. You're still here. I love that. Joy, tell us what were your impressions of today while we are about to close out?
Yeah, I've been in and out, on and off as much as I can. but I will agree that was a great quote, Roberta, that it reminds us that we can put together great material, and if we don't have people who come to the table willing and ready to learn, that is going to ultimately change the outcome. So I think that's a good thing to keep in mind. I love the AI tools. I already favorited the link that he shared with and sent it to my CEO too. So it's, I am a huge user and think that it's something that we should definitely be leveraging. And I just loved seeing the back end of the platform, honestly. Like I haven't used a tool that sophisticated before.
Yeah.
And so just loved the tour, the tour that we got of that, and to be able to see some of the behind the scenes things there.
Alistair really told me too that what really sets Adobe Connect apart is that it is designed primarily for training as opposed to a meeting. And so that's also one of the key distinctions that he wants to make and get across. And so if you are doing training, take a look at the platform, and Joy, just give me your impression too. You were on for over a couple hours, I think, today. Overall, what did you see in the video and the audio quality?
Oh, it was fantastic. Yeah, it was really phenomenal. There were a couple of times where mics were quiet, but you guys are in a huge room. So the fact that you're getting the quality that you're getting with all of the activity going around around you is awesome. I think one thing that I thought of and I made an internal note of is all too often when you go to implement a training program or a tool, you don't start with the Cadillac of tools, right? You start with the bare minimum or the freemium model. And honestly, that can be such a huge recipe for disaster because you're not going to get the results that you're looking for. And it's going to seem like the project in and of itself failed, when in reality, the tools you try could very much be driving what failed. So I think that's something to keep in mind if this is a project that someone's working on, is make sure that you're as dedicated to using the right tool as you may be to saving money on a project.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joy. Other people have been stopping by the booth and they say, we have an Adobe Connect account, but I haven't done much with it. And that's the other recipe, is not like making a decision about a platform before you've really investigated. By the way, all of you who have registered, whether you are here or not, or you will be getting emailed a 30-day free trial to a full-blown Adobe Connect account. So make sure and check that out. Side note, Joy, can I close with one of my amazing stories over the last 2 weeks?
Absolutely.
Okay, here comes this story. I was presenting hybrid. I was in Seattle and the hybrid was in LA. And I was presenting to a room of in-person people on a television, right? So they didn't start the meeting on time. I was texting the organizer and he goes, OMG, I'm walking there now. So he starts the meeting and he goes on, and then what happened? Oh yeah, so 40 minutes, I'm cruising through my keynote. I'm talking like this. All of a sudden, right, the whole thing went away. Guess what happened?
The Zoom account cut out.
It was a free account timed to 40 minutes.
Right, 40-minute meeting.
This person was running a paid hybrid on a free account. Let's just take that lesson right now, people. Don't do that. Okay. Joy or Roberta, any closing words? And anybody else who's not on camera, feel free to chat some closing words here. We are about to close up here on the casting side. Joy, while you have the mic, any closing words from you?
No, I'm just really glad I saw this, honestly. It came across my LinkedIn this morning. I wasn't registered. I realized I had a pretty light day, and so I've had it going in the background, and definitely worth the time. So thank you.
You're welcome. And again, thanks to Adobe Connect, 15 hours of free training. Anything you missed too, Joy, you are going to get a recording. Roberta.
It's very similar, although I've had this in my calendar for a couple of weeks and I blocked off the chunks I wouldn't want to miss. So I'm really looking forward to, over the next 2 days, attending as much as I can. So thank you, John, and thank you for making it feel like I'm almost there.
You are here, Roberta. Let me just say you are not almost here. By the way, you have an expo looking at you too, in case you didn't know. Right here, I'll give you the camera. Right, this is the expo.
I know.
Hey,
We're by
expo
the
people,
restrooms.
please wave. There, look, they can see you. There's all of our Adobe people. So you are here. And Patricia said the way that you can connect using Adobe, the way you can use Adobe Connect with all the layouts makes it a great tool. And Roberta Kilkenny said this is so much more fun than grading papers. Patricia is about to come online. I don't know, Patricia, if you can make it. Patricia, let's see if your mic is on. Do you have a closing word? Oh, there you go.
I actually, sorry, I've been switching back and forth, so I wanted to tell you also, it's been great watching it through the phone.
Oh, yeah.
Even on the phone, and I was comparing it to being in the computer at the same time, and words were key on. So there was no lag at all between being on the phone versus the computer. Everything was really in sync. So the tools you guys are using today have been great.
Thank you, Patricia. And we want to share something about our virtual meeting culture. This is called a no sorry zone. You never have to apologize unless you really hurt somebody's feelings, okay? So Patricia, never have to say sorry for staying engaged with us, even if you're switching devices. Coming up tomorrow, the Seeds of Virtual Facilitation at 9:30. I'm going to give a program, what I feel is like my most technologically advanced program. Again, thank you. Oh, Patricia, do you have any final words before you tune out? I saw that you're cameraed off.
Yeah, I turned my camera off. Just the way you guys were showing everything that's useful in Adobe, it's a great tool. Using multiple layouts and being able to switch between things and making sure how to work behind the scenes. That was a tool I used at my old company, and very valuable tool. Glad you guys were able to show that today. So
outstanding. Thank you so much. Okay, coming up after me tomorrow, 11 o'clock, Creating More Engaged Brains in Your Virtual Trainings by Gary Van Antwerp, overseer of Training Magazine's webinar series. He produces like over 1,000 webinars a year. You got to see this. He's also going to bring examples. At 12 o'clock, Alistair is going to give another Adobe Connect tour, and now he's really going to focus on intermediate and advanced features he did not show today. At 12:30, I'm going to go through the studio tour and do some other things that I think I have not yet shown. Really cool tricks. Designing collaborative experiences with breakout rooms. Alistair is really going to show how to use breakout rooms. So all you virtual people know that at 1 o'clock, we will really engage you using breakout rooms and sharing best practices. At 2 o'clock, our favorite, the virtual trainer's mantra for engagement, Cassie Labori. We saw her yesterday at lunch, and let me tell you, she is rocking the best glasses and best lipstick here at ATD. She's going to come in here. Great trainer, too, by the way. One of my favorites on virtual. We'll close it down at 2:30, and the day will end around 3. Hey, this is John Chen. I just want to say thank you to all of you on virtual. If you just have some kudos for the entire team, so many people made this happen, and I'm really impressed. And you have no idea how much tech and how much logistics we got to work in the past few days, months of planning, all to come here to provide these 15 hours free to you. Thank you, and we will see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m., the exact same link. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you next time.